What if everything you thought you knew about the afterlife was a colossal lie, a masterful illusion woven into the very fabric of history? What if the maps led not to a paradise, but a labyrinth of despair, chaos, and unfathomable truths? Picture this: ancient scrolls hidden in dust-choked archives, ink still glistening with the sweat of forgotten sages. Each line, a taunt; each mark, a breadcrumb on a path leading you straight to hell, or worse, a reality so twisted, so absurdly comical, it would make Dante chuckle nervously. What if the ancients were mocking us? Their maps, scrawled with cryptic symbols, depict not just the underworld but a veritable amusement park of doom. Think roller coasters of despair, Ferris wheels of lost souls, all wrapped in a shroud of dark humor. Ever heard of the Cave of Regrets? Yeah, it's not just a metaphor, it's a literal pit where your worst decisions stare back at you, grinning like a Cheshire cat on acid. But wait, what if these maps didn't just chart the way to the underworld? What if they held the key to bending the rules of life and death, allowing those daring enough to tread their paths to rewrite fate? Scratch that. They are not just maps, they are contracts, forged in the fires of ancient betrayals, waiting for unwitting souls to sign away their sanity for a taste of forbidden power. Dig deeper, and you'll find a treasure trove of mysteries. Can you hear the whispers? Follow the sigils, they beckon. Trust the cryptic warnings. But who's to say if they're allies or traps? It's like playing chess with a three-headed dragon while juggling flaming swords. Only the foolhardy would dare to tread here, yet there you are, peering over the precipice, heart racing, adrenaline surging. Consider the implications. What if these ancient navigators weren't merely chronicling the underworld, but constructing a globe of horrors so intricate that even the bravest knights would shudder? What if each twist and turn on those maps concealed a truth so absurdly dark, it would have even the bravest Viking questioning his life choices? A labyrinth where the Minotaur doesn't just roam but runs a therapy session for lost souls, charging by the hour, because hell is not just fiery, it's comically bureaucratic. Every revelation ignites another question. Why did they create these maps? For glory? For spite? Or as a warning? Each scroll, a time capsule of madness, waiting for someone to crack its spine and let the chaos spill forth. Can you feel the tension building? Each word drips with danger, each symbol pulses with untold power. These maps aren't just artifacts, they're a siren song to the curious, the brave, the utterly reckless. Do you dare trace the lines? What's waiting for you on the other side, enlightenment or annihilation? The answer hangs in the air like a blade, a swift and lethal promise that once you step into this realm of madness, there's no turning back. So, are you ready to laugh in the face of fear? Or will you let the shadows swallow you whole? The air was thick, a suffocating shroud that clung to the skin like an unwelcome memory. Caves yawned open like the gaping maws of forgotten beasts, dark and beckoning, promising both terror and revelation. It was here, in this cursed silence, that Myra stood, heart pounding, a solitary figure caught between the worlds of the living and the dead. She could taste the bitterness of the underworld on her lips, the echoes of lost souls whispering secrets she dared not understand. Shadows danced in the corners of her vision, twisted shapes that held the weight of 1,000 stories, each begging to be told. A flicker of movement to her left, Joram. His face was pale, etched with a mix of fear and determination, eyes darting like fireflies trapped in a jar. He had come searching for his brother, a search that had led him deep into these cursed depths. "We shouldn't be here," he breathed, his voice a fragile thread, fraying under the pressure of unspoken horrors. "They say once you enter the underworld, you can never return." "I can't lose him," Myra replied, her own voice scarcely a whisper, as if the walls themselves might conspire to consume her words. "He's down there. I know it." The urgency in her chest was a relentless drumbeat, pulling her forward, deeper into the abyss. Each step felt like crossing a threshold, an unholy pact with darkness, an invitation for the unseen. Suddenly, a wind blew through the cave, a chill that carried with it the stench of decay and despair. It wrapped around them like a lover's embrace, reminding them of the inevitability of death, of the thin veil separating life from whatever lay beyond. Joram shivered, his shoulders tensing. What if we find him? What if he's lost? As they edged closer to a gaping chasm, The cave yawned wide, the darkness pulsating like a living thing, hungry for their fear. Myra felt the weight of the unseen, the oppressive knowledge of countless souls trapped in a limbo of regret. Each heartbeat echoed in her ears, a metronome ticking down the moments they had left. "We have to try," she said, though doubt clawed at her insides. And then they heard it, a faint, haunting melody, a lullaby that curled around them like smoke. It was a sound that promised solace, yet whispered of betrayal. "Do you hear that?" Joram murmured, lips trembling in disbelief. The closer they drifted, the more alive the song became, spiraling into their hearts, urging them to come closer, to surrender to the darkness. Myra's breath quickened. "It's him," she breathed, eyes wide with hope and fear. The melody was a siren's call, each note weaving through her mind, pulling her closer to the edge. She felt the weight of eyes upon her, shadows pressed against the walls, specters of those who had come before, stretched thin and yearning to be remembered. "We can't turn back now." With a sudden surge of resolve, she stepped closer to the precipice, the ground crumbling beneath her feet. "Hold on!" Joram cried, lunging forward, but it was too late. The earth gave way, and she slipped, tumbling into the darkness. The air rushed past her, filled with the screams of the forsaken, a cacophony of despair that clawed at her soul. And then silence. Darkness enveloped her, a suffocating cocoon that wrapped around her limbs. Myra gasped, inhaling the damp, cold air of the underworld. She was no longer alone. Shadows twisted and turned, figures emerging from the gloom, their faces pale and anguished, eyes hollow yet filled with stories untold. The ground beneath her felt alive, pulsing with the weight of their sorrow. "Myra!" Joram's voice echoed from above, a distant spark of hope. She reached out, fingers brushing against the cool stone, but the shadows encircled her, whispering secrets lost to time. They were lost souls, trapped in a cycle of grief, and she could feel their pain sinking into her skin, wrapping around her heart like a vice. "Help us," they implored, their voices a haunting chorus. I can't help you," she cried, but deep down she felt the truth, a desperate longing to bring them peace, to untangle the threads of their anguish. Each face was a mirror, reflecting her own fears, her own regrets, lost opportunities, unspoken words, the weight of existence pressing heavily upon her. "Find him," one ghostly figure urged, a woman with sorrowful eyes that seemed to pierce through the veil of time. "He is here, among us. You must confront the darkness within." With a jolt, Myra's heart leaped into her throat. Was this what she had sought? To face her own demons in the underworld? To realize that the grave was not merely a resting place, but a realm of reckoning? The shadows whispered her name, tugging at her consciousness, weaving through her thoughts. "You are not alone," they murmured, a dissonant lullaby that resonated with her very soul. "I remember," she whispered, visions of laughter and love flooding her mind, moments stolen by time, memories that twisted like thorns around her heart. "I remember, then find him," Joram's voice echoed, a lifeline amidst the encroaching darkness. "We'll find a way back." But the shadows surged, a tide of sorrow that threatened to drown her, to drag her into their eternal night. "You must embrace the fear," the woman's voice remained, a fragile thread weaving through the chaos. "Only then can you set us free." Myra's breath caught, and for a moment, time stilled. She could feel the weight of the underworld pressing down on her, could sense the pulse of countless souls intertwined in a tapestry of despair. The battle between light and dark raged within her, each heartbeat echoing the struggles of those around her. She was alive, yet she felt the cold clutch of death lingering at the edges of her consciousness. And in that moment, she understood the truth of the underworld. It was not merely a place of punishment or reward, but a mirror held up to the living, a reminder of what lay beneath the surface, just waiting to be confronted. Emerging from the depths of despair, the song of the siren faded, replaced by the sound of her own racing heart and Joram's desperate calls. The world above beckoned, a distant light fighting against the shadows that threatened to consume them both. Together, she breathed, courage igniting the embers of her soul. "We'll face the darkness." And as they stood on the precipice of the underworld, the story was far from over. The echoes of the lost would follow them, and the haunting melodies would continue to weave through their memories, binding them to the forgotten realm beneath. The darkness lingered, a promise unfulfilled, whispering of truths yet to be uncovered. Their journey had only just begun, and the weight of the underworld pressed upon them like a shroud, urging them forward into the unknown. The air hangs heavy, thick with dread and the scent of damp earth, an invisible shroud that wraps around the small, trembling figure at the cave's mouth. I stand there, legs quaking, heart hammering like a war drum, as shadows dance across the stone walls, flickering memories of those who stumbled before me. I can't escape the whispers that curl into my ears, haunting and taunting, the echo of lost souls drifting into the void. The wind howls, a mournful wail that seems to call my name, urging me forward. Ereshkigal, I whisper, her name a prayer and a curse. The goddess of the underworld awaits, her palace looms like a forgotten nightmare, waiting to receive the unworthy, the broken, the souls too fearful to resist. I shudder, remembering the tales told around flickering fires, how the gates of the underworld are guarded fiercely, requiring the payment of a coin or a soul. And what do I have to offer? What can a coward like me give? Beside me stands Dumuzi, his face ashen, resolute yet trembling. He's come to rescue me, but I can see the doubt etched deep in his brow. I remember the warmth of his laughter, how it once ignited hope in the dark corners of my heart. Now, it feels like shattered glass, cutting deep. We can't turn back, he whispers, his voice cracking like dry earth beneath a scorching sun. For her, for us. The weight of desperation clings to his words, pulling me closer to the edge, where shadows threaten to swallow us whole. Suddenly, I hear a rustle, a breeze that carries the chill of winter, an omen, an invitation. It's too late, I think, my pulse racing, an endless drumbeat of regret. I remember my mother's face, pale and hollow, how she spoke of the underworld with a mix of reverence and terror. It's where the lost go, she'd said, as if her own heart knew it well. Where time forgets. With a glance back at the world above, I see the last remnants of daylight slip away, swallowed by the horizon. What if we don't find our way back? I ask, my voice trembling like a leaf in the storm. Dumuzi's eyes flash with something fierce and wild, a spark ignited by the darkness that surrounds us. Then we'll face it together, he vows, though I sense the uncertainty lurking behind his bravado. He is flawed, just like me, and yet I cling to him as if he is my lifeline, my anchor in the tempest. The cave yawns, a gaping maw that invites us into its depths, promising both salvation and damnation. The shadows grow bolder, swirling, as if alive, whispering secrets that prick at my mind. I remember the stories my father told, of heroes who descended to retrieve their beloved, braving the terrors of the afterlife. But this is no tale of glory, this is survival, and the stakes are higher than any story can capture. We step into the darkness, and the air thickens, a palpable weight that constricts my lungs. The walls glisten with moisture, drenching the flickering torchlight, casting ghostly forms that reach out to touch us. I flinch, for they are echoes of the past, shadows of those who wandered this path before, lost lovers, abandoned dreams, desperate souls entangled in their own despair. I remember their faces, etched in sorrow, yearning for resolution, for peace that eluded them even in death. Then, a soft weeping fills the air, a haunting melody that dances on the edge of sanity. The sound grips my heart like a vice, squeezing until I can barely breathe. Do you hear that? I gasp, instinctively taking a step back, but Dumuzi presses forward, resolute, fear flaring in his eyes like a wildfire. It's her, he whispers, the reverence in his voice sending shivers down my spine. Ereshkigal calls us. I want to turn and run, to flee back into the arms of the living, but I can't. I am tethered to this darkness, drawn in by the promise of something I cannot name, maybe redemption, maybe the end of my endless guilt. My fingers brush against the cold stone, a reminder that this path is not mine alone, it bears the weight of all who have come before me. The deeper we go, the more the walls seem to close in, suffocating and alive. I remember my dreams, nightmarish visions of floating in a vast ocean, the waves pulling me under, dragging me toward the abyss. I can feel the pull now, the inexorable tide of grief and regret. I'm drowning in memories, laughter turning to silence, love twisting into loss. In that moment, I see flashes of faces, my lost brother, his smile bright against the darkness, my mother, her hands trembling as she let go, the shadows of my past looming larger than life. I'm so sorry, I choke out, the words spilling from my lips like blood from a wound. Dumuzi's grip tightens on my arm, a lifeline in the storm. And then we reach the threshold, a portal carved from the very essence of despair. It beckons us, a mouth gaping wide, swallowing the light. We can't go back, I murmur, the truth settling heavily in the pit of my stomach. What if we're not meant to leave? Dumuzi turns to me, eyes blazing with determination and fear, and in that moment, I see the flawed hero he is. We will fight, he says, voice steady despite the tremor in his hands. For each other. For those who cannot. Together, we step into the darkness, crossing the boundary between worlds, and as the shadows close around us, I am left with one thought, one heartbeat that echoes like a prayer: we are not alone. The silence swallows us whole, a consuming embrace that promises both death and rebirth. The underworld is waiting, its secrets poised to reveal themselves, and I can feel the weight of the cosmos pressing down upon us. Time stands still, a fragile hourglass spilling its sand into the void, and I brace myself for what lies ahead. In the depths of despair, there is always a flicker of hope, however small, and as I take Dumuzi's hand, I know our story is far from over. The air hung thick with a tension so palpable, it clawed at the throat like a desperate scream caught mid-echo. Gilgamesh stood at the edge of the city, Uruk's ancient walls looming behind him like a haunting memory, shadowed and formidable. Night draped itself over the land, a cloak of darkness peppered with stars, cold, indifferent witnesses to his turmoil. He could feel the weight of Enkidu's absence, a void swallowing the very air he breathed. Each heartbeat echoed like a war drum, a relentless reminder of the friend he had lost to the unforgiving grasp of death. I remember when laughter filled these streets, he murmured, voice trembling under the weight of sorrow. The wind answered with a mournful howl, wrapping around him, pulling him deeper into his despair. He walked toward the mouth of the forest, the trees whispering secrets of the grave, limbs outstretched like skeletal fingers grasping for the lost. Each step felt heavier than the last, a leaden imprint on the earth, as if the very soil mourned with him. Why do the gods toy with us? Why do they strip away the warmth of life, leaving us to shiver in the cold? His words rolled off his tongue like bitter wine, intoxicating yet painful. The silence answered him, a haunting affirmation of his solitude. He glanced down the path that twisted into the shadows, where no light dared breach the embrace of the grave. Fear gripped him, a raw, gnawing fear that twisted in his gut but was quickly overrun by the reckless defiance that had always burned within him. Enkidu, my brother, I will not let you fade into nothingness, he vowed, his voice rising, breaking through the silence. I will traverse the land of the dead if I must. The words burst from him, igniting a fire in his heart, the kind of fire that could only emerge from the depths of despair. The forest loomed ahead, an ancient sentinel of forgotten souls. Shadows danced between the trees, flickering like memories half remembered. Gilgamesh stepped into the gloom, each footfall resonating like a heartbeat in the silence. The trees seemed to whisper his name, their voices a haunting melody that tugged at his sanity, urging him to turn back. But he pressed on, fueled by a fierce love, a bond that transcended death itself. Enkidu. I remember, he whispered, each syllable a prayer, a plea. The memories crashed over him like waves, laughter shared over cups of wine, the thrill of battle fought side by side, the warmth of camaraderie. But with every fond recollection came the chill of loss, the dagger of grief twisting deeper into his heart. Just as the darkness threatened to swallow him whole, he stumbled upon a clearing bathed in a ghostly glow. A figure emerged from the shadows, ethereal and haunting, the woman, her presence both terrifying and beautiful. Her eyes were sunken, vast wells of sorrow, and her hair flowed like a river of night. Who dares tread upon this sacred ground, she intoned, her voice echoing like the toll of a distant bell. It rang in his ears, a reminder of mortality, of the thin veil that separated life from death. He swallowed hard, heart pounding against his ribs. I am Gilgamesh, king of Uruk, seeking my friend, he declared, the weight of his title clinging to him like a shroud. I will cross the threshold of death if that is what it takes to reclaim him. A flicker of amusement danced in her eyes, an otherworldly spark that sent chills down his spine. "Foolhardy king, do you not fear the abyss?" "Fear? I am a king, born of gods and men. I have fought monsters and triumphed. What is a little darkness to me?" His bravado felt fragile, a thin veneer over the storm raging within. "You speak of bravery, but you know nothing of the true horrors that await," she replied, her gaze piercing through him, stripping away his bravado like peeling paint from ancient wood. "The land of the dead is not a place for the living. It will consume you whole, just as it has consumed your friend." He recoiled, the reality washing over him like ice water. "No. I will not accept this fate. There must be a way." Desperation clawed at his throat. He remembered Enkidu's laughter, the way it had filled the air like music. He couldn't let it fade, he couldn't let his brother be swallowed by the darkness. "I have seen men turn to dust. Souls wander, lost and broken, forever shackled to their regrets." Her voice dripped with the weight of truth, each word a weight pressing down upon him. "You think you can save him? You think love can breach the veil?" Gilgamesh's heart raced, the fear igniting an inferno within. "I have to. No, I will. I will face whatever shadows wait for me. I will not be cowed by this darkness." As he spoke, he could feel the shadows swirling, coiling around him like serpents hungry for flesh. The trees shifted, their branches scratching at his skin, a reminder of the horrors that lurked just beyond the light of the clearing. "Then walk the path of the dead," she said, a cryptic smile teasing the corners of her lips. "But remember, Gilgamesh, not all that is lost can be reclaimed." The darkness beckoned, a gaping maw that promised both terror and truth. With a stealing breath, he stepped forward, heart hammering, determined to face whatever awaited him. "I remember when we thought ourselves invincible," he murmured, the weight of his resolve forging a path through the despair. "But this time, I will not walk alone." And with that promise echoing in the silence, he plunged headlong into the shadows, where the cries of the lost lingered like a mournful symphony, each note a reminder of love, loss, and the undying fight against the encroaching darkness. The journey had begun, and with it, the echo of his own heart became the drumbeat of a fate intertwined with the land of the dead. The air hung thick, suffocating with the weight of silence. In the gloom of twilight, I stood at the edge of the Nile, its waters a murky mirror of despair. The sky, bruised and battered, promised storms that would drown any lingering hope. I could feel it in my bones, the crackle of fear that danced like fireflies in the ominous dark, the kind that whispers of fate, of the unknown. My heart thudded, a frantic percussion against the quiet, as shadows shifted just beyond the reeds, their shapes twisting in grotesque mimicry of humanity. "Aisha, wait," came the frantic cry from behind me. It was Khalid, his voice quaking, a lifeline tethered to my spiraling thoughts. Clenching a crude map, a tattered parchment outlining the treacherous path through Duat, I turned to face him. His eyes were wide, brimming with the terror that filled the air like a thick fog. "Do you even understand what you're asking?" he begged, desperation clawing at the edges of hope. I could see it, the flickering flame of doubt in his soul, battling against the storm. "I have to," I whispered, each word laced with the sorrow of 1,000 unshed tears. "If I don't, my mother, she'll be lost forever." The map felt heavy in my hands, a curse and a blessing, its ink a dark labyrinth that promised both salvation and damnation. It was said to lead through the twisted halls of the underworld, where souls wandered aimlessly, tormented by their pasts. I remembered my mother's laughter, warm and soothing, a melody that faded like the setting sun. I could not let her laughter become a ghost, a memory trapped forever in the clutches of Duat. Khalid's gaze pierced through me, searching for the shards of resolve that had begun to splinter. "What if we're not strong enough to face what lies ahead? What if the gods decide we are unworthy?" Unworthy. That word cut deeper than any blade. It echoed in my mind, a reminder of every moment I thought I had failed. I was terrified, yes, but the thought of returning to my mother's grave, the earth heavy upon her chest, filled me with a dread that swallowed any hesitation whole. "I remember the stories," I said, my voice trembling like a leaf caught in a tempest. "The ferryman, the scales. Each soul weighed against a feather. If we can navigate it, if we can stand before Osiris and prove our worth, then we can bring her back. But doubt gnawed at Khalid, a relentless shadow. And if we fail? What then? Do you think she would want that for you? In the flickering light of the lantern above us, I could see the anguish etched into his features, the battle raging within. Khalid was my rock, steadfast and true, yet in this moment, he felt like a storm, the very chaos I needed to navigate. I have to try, I murmured, the weight of my conviction pressing against the thin veil of fear. As terror wrapped its icy fingers around my heart, I could feel the pulse of Duat thrumming beneath the earth, an ancient rhythm that promised both trial and salvation. I had to break free from the chains of my past, from the haunting memories of our village, where laughter turned to screams, and sunlight dimmed into night. We stepped into the darkness together, the map guiding us like a thread through a labyrinthine nightmare, and I could almost hear the whispers of souls lost long ago, a chorus of despair and longing. I thought of my mother again, her arms wrapped around me, her touch as warm as the sun. Each step forward was a dance with the specters of our ancestors, the weight of their stories and sorrows pressing against our skin. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath us, fissures opening like the mouths of ancient gods, threatening to swallow us whole. Aisha! Khalid shouted, panic rising in his voice like the tide. I grabbed his hand, our fingers intertwining, a fragile connection against the onslaught of the unseen. Stay close, I urged, my heart racing with the fear of losing him. For in this moment, he was not just my companion, he was my anchor against the swirling chaos of Duat, against the wails of the lost. The echoes of the past enveloped us, a cacophony of voices entwined with a shroud of darkness. I stumbled, the ground shifting beneath my feet. Can you hear them? I gasped, the words spilling out like blood. They're everywhere. They need help. Focus, Aisha. Khalid commanded, his grip tightening, a lifeline against the tide of despair. We can't listen to them, we must keep moving. But I could feel their anguish, the weight of their unfulfilled dreams pressing against my chest. Each step I took felt like a betrayal, like turning my back on the suffering that echoed through the shadows of Duat. I remembered their faces, faded, sorrowful, longing for a release that never came. What if we can help them? Khalid's expression hardened, a wall of resolve. We are not their saviors. We have a mission, and we cannot lose sight of it. His words were cold, yet beneath them lay a flicker of something else, fear, perhaps, or guilt. I could see it in the way his shoulders slumped, the way his voice wavered. He was terrified of failing, of becoming another lost soul shackled to this wretched realm. An echoing howl pierced the air, a reminder of what lay ahead. The landscape of Duat twisted, an unending maze of shadows and light, each corner promising horrors both seen and unseen. I gripped the map tighter, the ink smudged from my sweat, each symbol a reminder of the stakes, each line a path of fear leading us further into the heart of darkness. Aisha, Khalid's voice broke through the fog of despair, shaky yet resolute. Whatever happens, remember, this is for her. We fight not just for us, but for all the souls who deserve a chance to be heard. And in that moment, as we faced the churning chaos, I understood the depth of our burden. The souls of the lost lingered, their desperate cries weaving through the air. It was not just my mother's spirit that hung in the balance, but all those who had been cast aside. Together, we would navigate the treacherous waters of Duat, a path shrouded in uncertainty, but anchored in love. With each heartbeat, we propelled ourselves deeper into the unknown, the darkness wrapping around us like a cloak. The relentless shadow of fear loomed larger, but alongside it burned the fierce glow of hope, illuminating the way forward. And as we stood on the precipice of the abyss, I knew one truth above all: we would not falter. We could not. Not now. Not ever. A heavy silence envelops the tomb, pressing down like an unyielding weight. My heart thunders in my chest, each beat echoing against the cold stone walls, a frantic pulse in the darkness. Shadows dance, flickering under the weak light of a single oil lamp, playing tricks on my mind. The hieroglyphics carved into the walls seem to whisper, secrets long buried clawing their way back into the light. I hold my breath, feeling the chill seep into my bones, as if the very air carries the scent of the dead, sour, thick, and ancient. I remember when I thought death was just an end, a closing door. But here, in this labyrinth of despair, I sense another truth. Death is a journey, a treacherous passage through the underbelly of existence. Each soul must navigate the dark waters of the duat, where the sun sets only to rise again, and where I am about to learn what true terror feels like. A figure shifts beside me, Nefertari, my sister, her eyes wide with fear that mirrors my own. She has always been the brave one, the warrior in our family, but here, facing the abyss, her conviction falters. "We have to go back," she whispers, her voice trembling like a fragile thread. But I can't go back, not now, not when the weight of our heritage presses down so heavily, when the Book of the Dead lies before us, beckoning. I clutch the papyrus scroll in my hands, its surface rough, the ink still fresh despite the centuries. The words are an incantation, a promise of safety, but I can't shake the feeling they might lead us deeper into despair. Nefertari, this is our chance. We can't let fear drown us. My voice is steadier than I feel, a thin veneer of resolve over a churning ocean of dread. As we step inside the crypt, the air thickens, swirling around us with unseen eyes watching, judging. The flicker of the lamp casts a wavering glow, illuminating the golden sarcophagus of a long-forgotten pharaoh. It gleams like a beacon, promising power and glory, but I know better. The tales of the underworld haunt my dreams, Anubis with his jackal head, weighing hearts against a feather, the sinister whispers of lost souls. I can almost hear them, a cacophony of voices echoing through my mind, calling me into their embrace. "I can't do this," Nefertari says, panic flaring in her voice. Her shadow trembles beside mine, a mirror of the fear that grips my heart. What if we don't find our way back? What if we do? I counter, urgency rising in my throat. What if we learn something that could change everything? But deep down, I fear the answer. The underworld is unforgiving, a cruel game where the stakes are lives, ours included. I remember the stories of the damned, of souls forever wandering, lost to the darkness. I remember the weight of my father's disappointment when I first dared to question the afterlife, his voice a sharp blade cutting through my resolve. "You think you can outsmart the gods?" he had laughed, a bitter sound like ash falling from a burnt offering. The Book of the Dead glows faintly now, drawing me in. I trace my fingers along the edges, feeling the energy pulse beneath my skin, a connection to the ancients who once held this in trembling hands. I remember their fears, their hopes, and their desperate prayers. Each word is a thread, weaving a tapestry of human experience that transcends time. Nefertari, we have to read it. We can't turn back. She hesitates, her breath quickening. What if it curses us? Then we will face it together, I say, my voice a solemn pledge. Like we always have. As I unfurl the scroll, the air shifts, thickening with tension, and the shadows seem to breathe, twisting and reaching for us. The first words leap off the papyrus, curling around us like smoke. I am the keeper of the keys. A shiver races down my spine. This is more than text, it's a warning, a challenge. The gods are listening. What if we anger them? Nefertari's voice is barely above a whisper, as if speaking louder would draw their wrath. We can't live in fear, I say, but my own heart quakes with every hurried beat. The passage ahead is strewn with gates of fire, rivers of blood, and a vast desert of unending sorrow, the paths of the dead. I remember the stories as I read on, each line a map to the afterlife, a maze of trials and tribulations, each more terrifying than the last. The weight of expectation presses on my shoulders, but I can't let it crush me. I recall the old tales of Osiris, of resurrection and rebirth. I remember the joy that flickered in my mother's eyes as she spoke of the afterlife, a paradise of endless fields under a golden sun, where we would never feel pain again. But that sun feels distant now, eclipsed by the shadows of our fears. What if we don't have what it takes to face them? Nefertari's voice is a fragile thread, fraying with each word, and I feel her doubt seeping into my own resolve. Then I hear it, a low growl, reverberating through the tomb, an ominous hum that resonates with the very core of my being. My pulse quickens, fear igniting a primal instinct deep within. I look at Nefertari, her eyes wide, reflecting the terror clawing its way up my throat, threatening to consume us both. We have to move, I say, urgency coiling around my words like a serpent ready to strike. But as we turn, the shadows deepen, swirling with a malevolent energy that sends chills racing down my spine. The darkness is alive, pressing in, suffocating, as if it knows our deepest fears, the cracks in our resolve. I clutch the scroll tighter, the ink smudging against my palm, a reminder of what lies ahead. "Where do we go?" she asks, desperation lacing her words. I can feel her anxiety thrumming between us, a fragile thread stretched too thin. Forward. Always forward. The words slip from my lips, but deep down I know, this is no mere journey. We are standing at the precipice of our souls, teetering on the edge of oblivion. The underworld waits, a vast, dark sea, ready to swallow us whole. And as I take a step deeper into the abyss, my heart races, the echo of my fears battling against the powerful call of the unknown. I remember the stories, the warnings, the fleeting moments of joy that once felt eternal. But now, as the darkness calls, I can only push forward, hand in hand with my sister, into the depths of the Book of the Dead, where every heartbeat could be our last. The air is thick with the stench of despair, the kind that clings to your throat like an errant ghost refusing to let go. I stand at the edge of a gaping chasm, where shadows ripple like water, and I can hear the tortured whispers of the souls that wander below. I remember, I murmur, the day I first learned that death isn't the end. It's a beginning, a transformation into something darker. I shudder, in Hades, the word echoes with a chill that permeates the very marrow of my bones. Persephone stands beside me, her face pale, crowned with the remnants of springtime flowers that wilt under the weight of her sorrow. Her eyes, once bright with life, now reflect the muted hues of the underworld, a haunting reminder of the choices she never wanted to make. "Do you hear them?" she whispers, her voice trembling like the last leaf clinging to a barren branch. "Every heartbeat, every cry. I hear them. The wails of the forgotten, the lament of the lost, echoing through the cavern, swirling around us like a tempest. It's suffocating. My heart races, each pulse a drumbeat of urgency. I grasp her hand, feeling the coolness of her skin, the frigid touch of mortality intertwined with my own warmth. They were taken too soon, I say, desperate to soothe her, to break through the fog of despair that enshrouds us. They haunt us, but we mustn't let their sorrow drown us. But then, I see him, a figure lurking in the shadows, a spectre crafted from the very essence of dread. Hades himself, the ruler of this desolate realm, clad in darkness that seems to seep into the very stones around him. "Foolish girl," he growls, his voice a low rumble like distant thunder. "You think you can escape their fate? They are mine now. Souls forever chained to the anguish of their choices." I recoil, feeling Persephone stiffen beside me, her hand slipping free as the grip of fate tightens around us. "No," she cries, her voice rising above the cacophony of lament. "You don't own us. You don't own their pain." But Hades only smiles, a chilling, predatory grin that sends a shiver racing down my spine. "You were once the queen of spring," he taunts, "but here, my dear, you are but a fleeting vision. You belong to me as much as they do." The landscape shifts, the ground trembles beneath us, a reminder of the eternal struggle between light and shadow. I see flashes of memories, faces of the damned, etched in anguish, clawing at the edges of my mind. I remember, I whisper, bringing forth fragments of laughter and warmth, of fleeting moments that slip through my fingers like sand. I remember the sun on my skin, the taste of ripe fruit, the sound of laughter echoing through the warm air. But in this place, laughter is a distant memory, overshadowed by the wailing specters that swirl around us. I feel their grief, their sorrow, each pulse a blade against my heart. "They were loved," I murmur, tears spilling down my cheeks. "They deserved more than this. We deserve more." Persephone watches me, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "What if we can't save them?" she asks, her voice breaking, the fight in her fading. "What if they are lost forever?" "No," I shout, the sound reverberating against the stone walls. "Not lost, just trapped. We have to believe there's a way out." Hades steps closer, his presence an icy wind that slashes through the warmth of our hope. You think your love can save them, he taunts, voice echoing like a death knell. Love is a weakness, a fleeting illusion. Here, reality reigns. Reality. I retort, rage igniting within me like a wildfire. Look around. Reality is a nightmare. It's a prison of shadows and cries, a cruel joke played on those who dared to dream. The shadows twist, the air thickening, as if responding to my desperation. I grasp Persephone's hand tightly, our shared warmth igniting a flicker of defiance. We won't let them suffer in silence. We won't let this darkness consume us. With each breath, I feel the weight of our resolve building, an unseen force thundering against the very fabric of the underworld. The cries of the lost grow louder, rising into an anguished chorus that echoes through the abyss. Hades glares at us, fury twisting his features. You think you can defy me? You think you can conquer death? Yes! I scream, the sound reverberating through every cell in my body. We can change this. We can bring light into the shadows. And just like that, the world shifts. The ground quakes beneath us, the cries morphing into a symphony of longing. I can feel the presence of the lost souls gathering around us, their despair mingling with our hope, amplifying it into a force that's undeniable. Together, I breathe out, realizing the truth that binds us. Together, we can rise. But Hades steps back, his expression shifting to one of dark amusement. You speak of unity, yet here you stand, trembling before the inevitable. Your hope is nothing but a fleeting spark in the vast cosmos of despair. Hope is all we have. Persephone interjects, her voice shaking but fierce. And it's enough. In that moment, I look into her eyes and feel the electricity of our shared purpose, ignited by the very despair we wish to conquer. I remember the love that binds us, I say softly, the memories that refuse to be shackled by darkness. It's not over. It will never be over. The shadows pulse and writhe around us, as if acknowledging our defiance, as if sensing the tides of change. And I realize then that Hades, for all his power, is not invincible. He is a keeper of shadows, yes, but even shadows can be illuminated. And as we stand on the precipice of despair, I can feel the walls of this underworld shake, tremble, crack. The souls above whisper louder than before, a haunting melody of hope and anguish, converging into a single chorus that transcends the void. We will remember, I vow, as the air hums with the energy of the forgotten. We will remember. And just like that, the tension hangs thick, heavy, unresolved, a breath caught in the throat of time itself, waiting for the next heartbeat, the next moment. The spirits swirl, the shadows deepen, and I know this isn't the end, it's merely the beginning of an eternal struggle against the darkness that seeks to consume us. The air crackled with an electric tension, the kind that twists in your gut and pulls at your throat. I stood at the precipice of darkness, a gaping maw that yawned open beneath my feet like the mouth of a beast, ready to swallow the reluctant souls that dared to trespass. Charon's boat rocked gently on the obsidian waters of the Styx, its surface shimmering under a pallid, ghostly light. I felt the pull of that enchanted current, an invisible thread binding me to the realm of the dead, drawing me into the dreadful beauty of what lay ahead. I remember, whispered a voice, haunted and hollow. It was Eurydice, the love lost to shadows and silence, her spectral figure flickering in the dim light. Her eyes held the depth of despair, a longing that clawed at my heart, igniting a flicker of hope that teetered on the brink of extinction. I remember the warmth of the sun, the laughter of men, the scent of earth after rain. Each word dripped with sorrow, her memories like fragile glass, beautiful yet excruciatingly painful. Then there was Orpheus, his presence a storm of raw anguish and relentless determination. A poet at heart, a musician whose melodies once wove the very fabric of love and loss, now a shadow of his former self. I saw him, holding his lyre with white-knuckled desperation, ready to enter this dread-filled landscape, ready to face the abyss for her. I will bring you back, he vowed, but his voice trembled, a whisper against the relentless pull of the underworld. I could feel the weight of the obsidian stones beneath my feet, the very ground a mosaic of fallen hopes. The geography of this realm was not of mere earth and rock but of memories, regrets, and every unfulfilled promise that had ever been uttered. The rivers flowed with the tears of the forgotten, the air thick with the heavy scent of despair. Each shadow cast by the flickering torches seemed to slither and writhe, whispering secrets of the lost souls who wandered these desolate paths, chained by their choices, their fears. The entrance to Hades loomed ahead, a gnarled archway, its stones worn and slick with the residue of sorrow. I could almost feel the pulse of the underworld, a heartbeat echoing in rhythm with my own. I could hear the wails of the souls trapped in the fields of asphodel, their voices a haunting chorus that pierced the heavy silence. They roamed aimlessly, forgotten echoes of lives once lived, their faces etched with the agony of eternal indifference. I wanted to reach out, to comfort them, but my hands passed through nothingness. Eurydice stepped forward, her spirit flickering like a dying flame, and I was struck by the stark contrast of her fading presence against the darkness. "This place is cruel," she murmured, her voice a fragile wind. "It consumes hope, turning love into shadows." I could see her pain, feel the sharp edges of her grief as it clawed its way into the marrow of my bones. And then there was the river Lethe, its waters shimmering like liquid silver, holding the promise of forgetfulness, the allure of oblivion. Orpheus hesitated, torn between the desire to retrieve his beloved and the seductive pull of erasing all the pain. "Should I let you drink?" he asked, his voice a thin thread of doubt. I could see the conflict warring in him, the man who had once sung of love now standing at the threshold of forsaking it. "No!" Eurydice cried, her voice breaking through the fog of uncertainty. "Do not let the waters take me. I wish to remember." Her words dripped with anguish, a desperate plea that resonated in the very core of my being. I felt something shift inside me, an understanding that soared beyond the physical, delving into the essence of existence itself. Forgetting was easy, but remembering was a burden that forged the path to healing. As we descended deeper, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. The walls of the underworld closed in, each step resonating with the weight of stories untold, dreams shattered, and hearts bruised. We wandered past the Elysian fields, a deceptive paradise where heroes lingered, their laughter a sharp contrast to the despair surrounding us. It was beautiful yet empty, like a promise never fulfilled, a mirage that taunted the weary. I caught glimpses of Sisyphus, forever bound to his task, pushing that boulder uphill only to watch it roll back down, his frustration palpable, a mirror of human struggle. I thought of the countless souls who wandered these paths, each story a thread woven into the tapestry of existence. I was struck by the realization that we were all a part of this, connected through our yearning, our heartaches, our dreams. Orpheus's fingers danced over the strings of his lyre, a haunting melody echoing through the caverns of despair. The sound ricocheted off the walls, stirring the shadows, a requiem for the lost and the damned. With every note, I could feel the power pulsating through the air, reverberating within my chest, igniting a fire of rebellion against this cruel fate. I wanted to scream, to shout against the silence that enfolded us, to break the chains of despair that bound these souls. But the darkness was insatiable, hungry for the light that flickered within. It swallowed Orpheus's song, dampening its brilliance, leaving us in a suffocating silence that pressed against our chests. I could see his resolve faltering, the weight of the underworld pulling him deeper into despair. "What if I fail?" he whispered, voice trembling with vulnerability. "What if I can't bring you back?" Eurydice stepped closer, her translucent hand reaching out toward him, trembling like a whisper in a storm. "In this abyss, we find ourselves. Failing isn't the end, it's just another beginning." Her words sparked something within me, a flicker of hope, a reminder that even in the darkest corners of existence, the essence of life pulsated with the promise of rebirth. As we stood on the brink of confrontation with the Lord of the Underworld, I felt time stretch, each heartbeat a moment suspended in eternal dread. We were not just traversing the geography of the Greek underworld, we were wading through the very fabric of our souls, facing the shadows we had long avoided. The weight of our fears loomed large, yet the fire of resilience flickered like stars in a moonless sky. I remember the chill of the air, the shroud of despair, the flickering hope that danced in the depths of darkness. This was not merely the end, it was a crucible, a journey through the heart of anguish, where every soul bore witness to the eternal struggle between light and shadow. The geography of the underworld was not just a map of places, it was a reflection of our souls, a testament to the battles we fought and the love that, even in death, could not be extinguished. And so we stood, at the precipice of the abyss, ready to confront the shadows that awaited us, our hearts echoing the symphony of life and death, a melody that would resonate in the cosmos long after we were gone. In the suffocating silence, a chill creeps through the air, an eerie premonition that twists the gut. Beneath the ground, shadows coil like serpents, whispering secrets only the dead can hear. I stand at the threshold of the underworld, staring into the unfathomable abyss, my breath a shaky cloud that dissipates into nothingness. The stench of decay lingers, mingling with the bitter taste of despair, and I can't help but shiver. The weight of my father's absence presses on my heart, an ache that pierces deeper than the chill of Hade's realm. I remember when my father, Anchises, was alive, his laughter echoing through the halls of our home like sunlight breaking through storm clouds. Now, he is a spectre in my memory, an echo of the love lost to the cruel hands of fate. "You must go," he told me, his voice trembling yet resolute. "You carry the burden of our people. But how can I bear this weight alone? I feel like a hollow vessel, a shell drifting in a tempest, every heartbeat a reminder of his sacrifices." The darkness calls to me. It wraps around my ankles, pulling me down. I step forward, compelled by an unseen force, and every step is a booted march into oblivion. The path is littered with remnants of lives once lived, stories tangled in roots of sorrow. I am not alone, though. Beside me walks the ghost of my beloved Dido, her eyes a storm of heartbreak. She is a haunting vision, radiant and tormented, adorned in the remnants of a love forlorn. "Why did you leave me?" Her voice drips with anguish, echoing against the granite walls of the underworld. Each word is a knife, twisting in my chest. "You promise me forever." The weight of her betrayal is palpable, a heavy shroud that suffocates the air between us. I want to reach out, to reassure her, but the truth hangs like a noose, my destiny is not entwined with hers. I am bound to seek glory, to forge a new empire from the ashes of my past. Yet, with every glance, I tremble. The memory of her desperate love is a haunting melody that lingers in my mind. I remember the way her laughter felt, a sunbeam piercing through a cloudy sky. Now, I see only shadows that swirl in her eyes, a storm of betrayal, resentment, and raw, unyielding pain. I wonder if the price of my ambition is worth this heart-wrenching separation. Can a man truly be great if he shatters the hearts of those he loves? Dido fades, her figure dissolving into the darkness, and I am left in the company of lost souls. The air is thick, stifling, every breath is a struggle, every heartbeat a cry for redemption. I can feel their eyes, vacant and haunting, boring into me, searching for a glimmer of hope, a promise that they too will find peace. But peace is a fickle mistress, and I am not her suitor. I am a warrior, a fugitive of fate, and here in this cavernous void, I must confront my own demons. A figure emerges from the shadows, cloaked in a veil of darkness. It is Charon, the ferryman, his presence a chilling reminder of the inevitable. "You seek passage?" His voice is gravelly, a sound that echoes against the walls of despair. "What weight do you carry? What sins do you bring?" I hesitate. My hands tremble at my sides, the memories of battles fought and lives taken flickering through my mind like a fevered dream. "I seek my father," I whisper, the words barely escaping my lips, laced with an urgency I can hardly contain. I need his guidance. I need to know if my path is just. "I can take you, but know this," Charon warns, his gaze piercing. "The underworld does not grant forgiveness easily. You will face your choices, your regrets, and the ghosts of those you have wronged." The thought sends tremors down my spine. I remember the screams of those I left behind, the desolate faces of the fallen. Each life extinguished is a weight that drags me deeper into the abyss, into the arms of despair. I am ready, I say, though my voice falters, revealing the quaking heart beneath. As I step onto the boat, an overwhelming darkness envelops me, and the river of Styx stretches out like a black ribbon of ink. I shudder, gripped by a primal fear. This is not just a passage through the underworld. It is a journey into the core of my soul. Each ripple in the water reflects the choices I have made, the lives intertwined with my fate. I am not merely crossing a river. I am crossing into the depths of my own existence, where every sin lies waiting in the shadows. I can hear the whispers of the dead, their voices a symphony of sorrow and regret. They tell of lives unfulfilled, of dreams that flickered out like dying stars. I want to scream, to drown out their cries, but the vessel does not allow escape. I am trapped, bound to confront the ghosts that haunt my very being. Suddenly, the waters churn violently, and I am thrown into chaos. Figures rise from the depths, lost souls reaching for me, their hands clawing at the air, desperate for salvation or release. I see their faces, twisted in agony, and my heart wrenches. They are not unlike Dido, their pain a mirror reflecting my own. "You abandoned us!" they cry, their voices merging into a cacophony of anguish that pierces through my resolve. "You must face your choices." The boat tilts precariously, and I grasp the edge, fighting against the tide of despair. I remember my father's proud gaze, his unwavering belief in me. "I will not fail you," I vow, though doubt seeps into my heart like poison. The shadows close in, and I know the confrontation is inevitable. The underworld demands truth, it demands an accounting of my soul, and I can feel the weight of it pressing down, suffocating me with its relentless grip. As we approach the other side, I brace myself. I know the moment of reckoning is near. Will I find my father? Will I confront my mistakes and reclaim the fragments of my shattered existence? Or will I sink into the depths, lost forever among the whispers of the forsaken? The darkness beckons, my heart racing with anticipation and dread. I step into the unknown, the underworld awaiting my confession. And as the shadows rise, I realize that this is only the beginning, the path to redemption, to understanding, to the fragile light that flickers in the abyss of my soul. The air crackled, a living thing, charged with the whispers of the forgotten. I stood at the edge of a forest that breathed shadows, its ancient trees knotted and twisted like the thoughts in my mind. The moon hung low, a ghostly sentinel, illuminating the path ahead that seemed to pulse with an eerie heartbeat beneath my feet. Luffa's sun had vanished. Now, the darkness held its breath, waiting for what came next. I felt it in the marrow of my bones, the presence of a world just beyond the veil, a world aching to be remembered. Beside me stood Bridget, her fiery spirit barely contained under a cloak of doubt. Her eyes flickered with uncertainty, yet they held a tempest of longing. "What if we don't return?" she whispered, voice trembling like the branches overhead. Her fears were palpable, thick in the air like mist. I wanted to reassure her, to tell her we would brave this night together and find our way back, but the truth curled in my throat, heavy and bitter. The maps of the otherworld were not just lines on parchment, they were echoes of souls lost and found, and sometimes lost again. Then there was Finn, steadfast and stony, but something darker flickered behind his determined facade. His shoulders bore the weight of his past, of choices he could never take back. "We have to do this," he said, voice low and fierce, but I caught the slight tremor in his hands, knuckles white as he clutched the warm map. "The truth is out there, waiting." I could see the shadows of his regrets lurking just beyond his steely gaze. Every word he spoke was laced with desperation, a plea to the heavens for redemption that felt miles away. The forest whispered secrets, beckoning with soft, rustling sighs. I could almost hear the souls of the ancients, weaving their stories through the leaves. I wanted to reach out, to touch the bark of the trees and feel the pulse of history flowing beneath, but the chill wrapped around me, urging caution. "Listen," I murmured, fear prickling my skin. "They're beckoning." Bridget's breath hitched, and I knew she felt it too, the weight of the otherworld pressing against the fabric of our reality. "What if they want more than just our presence?" she asked. "What if they want our very essence?" Her voice trembled, and I wished I could brush the pain from her heart, but some burdens are too heavy for even friendship to lift. "Legends lie in wait," Finn murmured. "They rise as we tread upon this sacred ground." The three of us stood on a precipice, suspended between the mortal realm and the haunting allure of the otherworld. I could feel it tugging at my spirit, a siren song of memories and echoes that threatened to drown us. And then, without warning, the air thickened, a suffocating miasma of dread. Shapes flickered in the corners of my vision, flickering lights like will-o'-the-wisps. "Do you see that?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper. Bridget nodded, eyes wide as they followed the flickering shadows. "It's them. The lost." Finn stepped forward, drawn by an unseen tether, but I grabbed his arm, panic clawing at my chest. "Wait!" I cried, heart pounding like the war drums of a long-forgotten battle. "They may not be friendly." But he shrugged off my grip, stepping closer to the shimmering lights. "They're just trying to guide us. We can't turn back now." The stubbornness that had drawn us together became a chasm between us, and I felt the gulf widening, swallowing my voice and my fears. Bridget's hand tightened around mine, a silent promise, a reminder of what lay behind us. "We have to remember who we are," she said, her voice fierce yet delicate, like a flame flickering in a storm. "We can't lose ourselves." But as we moved deeper into the forest, the lights danced around us, teasing, spiraling into the dark. Memories clawed their way to the surface, visions of laughter turned to screams, of love twisted into betrayal. I remembered the stories of the otherworld, the beauty of Elysium, yes, but also the treachery of the Side, the fey folk who delighted in luring the unsuspecting into their realm, never to return. Suddenly, the lights coalesced, forming shapes, figures with gaunt faces and hollow eyes, shadows of those who had succumbed to the allure of this world. A woman stepped forward, her voice like the rustling of leaves in the wind. "You seek the truth," she crooned, and her gaze pierced me, a blade of ice in a sweltering summer. "But at what cost?" Finn stepped back, a flicker of doubt crossing his face as the shadows loomed larger around us. "We're not afraid," he declared, but even he could not hide the tremor in his voice. The shadows laughed, a sound that echoed through the trees, mocking our bravery. Bridget's grip on my hand tightened as she whispered, "What if we don't belong in either world?" I glanced at her, seeing the flicker of fear in her eyes, and my heart ached. "We do belong," I promised, but the words felt empty, echoing against the encroaching darkness. "We just need to find our way back." In that moment, I realized the truth we sought was not just the map to the other world, but a map to our own souls, fragile and fractured under the weight of choices unmade. We were standing on the knife's edge of destiny, and the shadows were hungry. The tree swayed, urging us forward or perhaps warning us away. With every step we took, the fabric of reality thinned, and the voices from the other world grew louder, a cacophony of joy and sorrow mixing and mingling, blending into a symphony of the damned. Yet amid the chaos, a flicker of light emerged, an opening, a chance to pierce through the veil. I could almost taste it, a mixture of fear and exhilaration, and I knew we had to leap. But as we moved toward that light, the shadows surged around us, desperate to pull us back into their grasp. "Hold on!" I shouted, but the words felt insubstantial, fading against the echoing laughter. Bridget clung to me, her breath quickening, and Finn charged ahead, a wild determination shining in his eyes, a spark igniting a fire, but to what end? We were all battling our own demons, but together we were a force that could navigate the darkest depths. As we plunged into that blinding light, the darkness howled behind us, a desperate wail of the things left unsaid and the choices left unchosen. And in that moment, as the world around us dissolved into brilliance, I knew this was only the beginning. The air was thick with despair, a heavy veil that clung to the skin like a shroud. I stood at the edge of a chasm, the ground beneath trembling, as if the very roots of the earth were writhing in agony. Shadows danced, whispering secrets of the damned, beckoning me to peer into the abyss. Hell, they called it, the underworld, where the lost and the forgotten dwelled. I could feel the pulse of dread reverberate in my chest. I wasn't here for myself, I was here for her. In that moment, I remembered Freya, fierce and unyielding, her golden hair cascading like sunlight over a darkened landscape. She had once told me that love was worth any price, even if it meant traversing the treacherous pathways of hell. But standing here, caught in the grip of fear, I questioned everything. The dread clawed at my insides, a relentless beast hungry for my resolve. I could almost hear her laughter, echoing in the void, a sound so hauntingly sweet that it shattered my heart into fragments. "Eric," a voice called out, sharp and tinged with panic. It was Ulf, his face pale, eyes wide with terror. He gripped my arm, squeezing so hard that I felt the bones grind beneath the pressure. "We have to go. We can't linger here. The dead don't rest peacefully." I caught a glimpse of his trembling hands, fingers stained with the remnants of our past battles. Ulf was a warrior, a loyal friend, but the weight of his own guilt weighed him down like iron chains. He had lost so many, left behind in the fires of combat, and now he felt as if hell was reaching out, pulling him into its cold embrace. Each breath between us was a silent confession of our failures. "I can't," I rasped, my voice barely above a whisper. "I can't leave her here." The silence that followed was suffocating, thick like fog on a winter's night. The shadows deepened, and I could almost see her there, just beyond the veil, a flicker of light trapped in the darkness. I remember the last time we had shared laughter, how we danced in the moonlight, carefree. But that was before the raven's call, before the accident that shattered our world. "Eirik, please?" Ulf's voice cracked, the desperation spilling over. "You think she's still there? It's hell. She's lost to us. We have to find another way." But how could I abandon her? Hell was not just a prison, it was a mirror reflecting our deepest fears, our darkest regrets. I could feel her presence like a cold draft brushing against my neck, the familiar scent of her wildflowers mingling with decay. I remembered how she would weave them into her hair, her laughter like music, filling the air with life. "I will find you, my love," I whispered to the shadows, hoping against hope that my words reached her. "Eirik!" Ulf shouted, shaking me from my reverie. "We can't linger here. The dead will come for us if we stay." His panic resonated with my own, yet I was rooted, a tree trapped in a storm. Each heartbeat echoed a memory, and my mind raced through the labyrinth of time. I saw her face, framed by the dark night, her eyes sparkling like stars swallowed by an eternal twilight. I felt the warmth of her hand, the way she would squeeze mine when she was afraid. "Stay close," she would say, her voice filled with a mix of fear and determination. But now she was gone, lost to the depths of hell, and I was left with nothing but the shards of our memories. My heart ached with longing, a deep, hollow cavern where joy once lived. I would not abandon her. I could not. The thought of her wandering through that cold expanse, alone and afraid, sent a chill down my spine. Suddenly, a low rumble shook the ground, a warning from the depths. The whispers grew louder, a cacophony of voices rising like a tide. I stepped closer to the edge, peering into the shadows, searching for a glimpse of her spirit. Ulf's grip tightened, pulling me back, but it was too late. The darkness was pulling me in, wrapping around my mind, drowning me in despair. Then I saw her. A flicker of light, radiant against the encroaching darkness, her figure materializing like a specter from a dream. My breath caught in my throat. "Freya!" I screamed, reaching out, longing to bridge the chasm between us. But she was shifting, fading, the darkness consuming her once more. "No!" I shouted, stumbling forward. Ulf's hands caught me just in time, anchoring me in this world, but I was already slipping away, the pull of hell too strong. "Eirik, don't," he pleaded, desperation clawing at his voice. "You'll be lost too. She's not here." But I could feel her, she was all around me, a chorus of love and loss, a haunting melody that echoed through the void. My heart thundered in my chest, a wild drumbeat demanding to be heard. "I won't leave her!" I roared, my voice a defiant roar against the encroaching shadows. And yet, in that defiance, I felt the chill of reality seep into my bones. The darkness pulsed, and I could see the gates of hell looming before me, jagged and cruel, an entrance to a world where despair reigned supreme. I felt the weight of memories pressing down, each one a reminder of what I had lost, what I was willing to sacrifice. "Ulf," I began, my voice trembling, "what if I abandon her?" And in that moment, I realized there were no good choices left. Only the weight of love, heavy and suffocating, and the ghosts that lingered in the shadows, whispering secrets of what once was. The very fabric of existence trembled around us, an unseen force ready to tear apart our resolve. Time felt elastic, stretching and warping as I stood on the precipice, caught between two worlds. And as the shadows closed in, a haunting echo of laughter rang out, a reminder of all that had once been, tethering me to the fleeting memories of a life that felt just out of reach. "Eric!" Ulf called urgently, fear lacing his voice. "We're running out of time." But the world had slowed to a crawl. I was lost in the depths of my own heart, caught in a storm of emotion that threatened to consume me whole. The echoes of hell loomed large, a reminder that love was not enough to shield us from the darkness closing in. The air was thick, a palpable weight pressing down on her chest, as if the very shadows whispered secrets meant only for the damned. An icy wind swept through the crumbling stone archway, a gash in the earth's surface, revealing the mouth of the underworld. Ilara clutched her tattered map, ink smeared by frantic fingers, lines twisting like the fates themselves. Her heart thudded a frantic beat. She was not just here to navigate the darkness but to confront it, to face the chthonic deities that ruled these depths, enigmatic, merciless, and, perhaps, sorrowful. "I shouldn't have come," she murmured, and the echo of her voice fell flat, swallowed whole by the oppressive silence. The map burned in her hands, the lines shifting, pulsing with a life of their own, as shadows danced just beyond the reach of her flickering flame. Desperation clawed at her throat, the memory of the night she lost him, her brother, Thorn, haunting her more fiercely than the specters that lingered in every dark corner of this forsaken realm. Thorn, who had always been the brave one, bounding forward with a laugh even as she hesitated, tethered to the earth by fear. Now, he was gone, and it was her fault. If only she hadn't been so absorbed in the ancient texts, the seductive pool of forgotten knowledge. If only she had held his hand as they stepped into the unknown. Now she stood alone, the weight of her choices crashing down upon her like the stones that lined the underworld's pathways. In a distant part of her mind, she remembered the stories told by the firelight, chthonic deities, guardians of the dead, marionettes of fate. Their laughter was said to echo through the caverns, bittersweet and cruel, mingling with the cries of the lost. "Help me," she whispered to the darkness, and the silence answered. Suddenly, a flicker caught her eye, an ethereal glow, a promise of something unimaginable. It was there, at the edge of her vision, shimmering like the dreams she often chased but could never catch. The light twisted, revealing a figure cloaked in shadows, a face obscured but radiating an ancient power. It was Xiphos, the weaver of souls, the one who stitched the fabric of life and death, whose presence could freeze the blood in your veins. "Why do you summon my name, mortal?" His voice rippled through the air, smooth as silk but edged with danger, each syllable a blade poised at her throat. Ilara's breath hitched, the fear clawing at her insides, yet there was a flicker of defiance in her heart. "I came for him," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, but grounded by a surge of resolve. "I want to bring him back." A chuckle echoed, deep and reverberating, resonating through the hollow chambers of the underworld, and in that laughter, she felt the weight of centuries, the agony of countless souls lost and forgotten. Life and death are not games to be played, little one. You tread on the tapestry of fate, threads woven with blood, fear, and sacrifice. She could feel the despair tightening around her like a noose. "I don't care. I will do anything." The desperation in her voice echoed off the damp walls, a challenge to the darkness, a plea to the light. Thorn's smiling face flashed in her mind. "Anything," she repeated, the words tasting bitter on her tongue, a vow steeped in madness. Xiphos stepped closer, his form rippling like a mirage, revealing glimpses of the countless souls swirling around him, each a testament to hope and tragedy. "Then you must listen closely, for the price of resurrection is steep, and the shadows are hungry." His gaze pierced through her, chilling her to the bone, and she felt herself spiraling into the abyss of her memories. The laughter, the warmth of shared moments, and the quiet heartbreak of their last encounter flooded her mind, a kaleidoscope of joy and sorrow intertwined. She remembered the promise they made as children, to always protect one another, to never let go. But the shadows had crept in, and she had lost him, lost herself. A shiver coursed through her, and as if sensing her turmoil, Xiphos gestured with a long, bony finger. "Follow the map. It will guide you through the labyrinth. But beware, the chthonic deities are fickle, they may decide to play with your heart." The map pulsed again, the ink shifting into grotesque shapes that morphed into faces, their twisted expressions mirroring her own fears and regrets. Ilara's hands trembled as she traced the lines, feeling the weight of the souls that had traversed this path before her. As she stepped forward, the darkness closed in, a suffocating embrace. Every heartbeat echoed like a drum, the rhythm of her determination against the haunting whispers of regret. She could feel the eyes of the dead upon her, their gazes piercing, judging, mourning the bond severed by time. The walls whispered secrets, their rough surfaces etched with stories of lost love and forgotten dreams, and she could almost hear Thorn's voice, calling her back, urging her not to plunge into the depths. But she pressed on. "I will not be afraid," she vowed silently, clutching the map like a lifeline. The flickering light guided her, illuminating the twisted paths where shadows writhed and danced, taunting her with memories of what was and what could never be again. And then, a sound, a rustling, an unsettling shift in the air. A dark figure emerged, cloaked in sorrow, eyes shimmering with the weight of countless souls. It was Rhea, the keeper of the gates, whose presence resonated with unyielding authority. "You seek the dead, girl," she intoned, her voice a haunting melody. "But do you understand the depths of your desire? Every path taken comes with a cost." Ilara's heart raced. "I don't care. I just want him back. Please?" The last word broke like glass in the air, spilling shards of vulnerability, raw and exposed, a plea to the universe that echoed through the chthonic realms. Rhea's expression softened for a fleeting moment, a flicker of compassion that sent a shiver down Ilara's spine. "Beware the price of your desires, child. The line between life and death is thinner than you think. You will face your past, confront your fears, and perhaps, if the fates allow, you may find what you seek." And then, the shadows began to close in. The air thickened around her, mourning the lives lost, the moments grieved, and Ilara realized that she was not merely navigating the underworld. She was wrestling with her own darkness, those chthonic deities pulling at the frayed edges of her soul. With each step, the map pulsed with a grotesque vibrancy, revealing paths laden with peril, a labyrinth of choices, regrets, and the heavy weight of sacrifice. There was no turning back now. She had entered a world where time twisted, memories played tricks, and the essence of love lingered in the air like a breathless sigh. The fates awaited, and so did the shadows. Darkness and light danced together, an eternal waltz, as Ilara plunged deeper into the unknown, determined to reclaim the one she had lost, and perhaps, to save herself in the process. The air crackles with tension, thick like smoke from the blazing pyres of forgotten cities. I stand in the shadow of the crumbling archway, the weight of the world pressing against my chest. The laughter echoes from behind, a haunting melody of joy twisted into something grotesque. Marie and Jonas are there, too, their faces lit with the flickering light of a dying torch, but their eyes, those glassy, haunted eyes, speak of despair. They are not here to play. "Can you hear them?" Marie whispers, her voice trembling as if she fears the darkness might respond. The shadows around us seem to coil tighter, wrapping us in their embrace. I swallow hard, the taste of ash coating my tongue. Yes, I hear them, the whispers of the past, the cries of the lost. They haunt this place, echoing through the damp stone corridors, weaving a tapestry of sorrow and secrets. I remember the first map I found, a faded parchment tucked beneath the floorboards of an ancient tavern, its edges frayed like the memories of those who once walked these streets. The ink was smudged, but the symbols, oh, those symbols, they danced like fireflies in the night, promising adventure and danger in equal measure. It was a map of the underworld, a twisted guide through the labyrinth of despair and hope. "We've got to find it," Jonas had said, his eyes flickering with something I couldn't quite place. Was it fear or excitement? Or perhaps both? Now, as we huddle together, the air thickens with the weight of our unspoken fears. I remember the night we decided to follow that map, the thrill of the unknown pulling us into its dark embrace. Marie had laughed then, a carefree sound that belied the heartache behind her smile. "What's the worst that could happen?" she had said, eyes gleaming with mischief, her spirit a flickering candle in the overwhelming darkness. But what we found was far more sinister than we had imagined. The deeper we went, the heavier the air became, laden with the sense of decay and despair. Shadows danced around us, whispering secrets of betrayal and loss. The city above us, once vibrant and full of life, now felt like a mere echo, a ghost of what it had been. The ghosts of our past are ever present here, alive in every crumbling stone and dark corner. A sudden sound, a crash, a scream, shatters the fragile silence. I can feel my heart race, thudding against my ribcage like a trapped bird. Marie grips my arm, her nails digging into my skin. "What was that?" she breathes, her voice barely above a whisper. I meet her eyes, and in that moment, we both know, we've crossed a line that can't be uncrossed. The underworld is hungry, and it's watching us with its soulless gaze. "Stay close," I murmur, though I'm not sure if I'm trying to comfort her or myself. We move forward, deeper into the bowels of despair, each step echoing with the weight of our choices. The walls seem to close in, the air heavy with a mix of dread and exhilaration. I remember a moment when time felt suspended, like a clock ticking backward. As if the universe itself held its breath, waiting for us to make our next move. Jonas, ever the skeptic, stumbles upon a door, its wood warped and ancient. "What if there's nothing behind it?" he asks, fear lacing his voice. "What if this is all in our heads?" But I can see it, the flicker of light, the warmth drawing us in, promising safety, or perhaps something far more sinister. I feel the pull, the urge to push open that door, to see what lies beyond. But then, a chill runs down my spine, a whisper of the unknown tightening its grip around my throat. "I can't," Marie murmurs, but her eyes betray her, they're glued to the door, a moth drawn to a flame. "I can't go back." And just like that, the choice is made. With a deep breath that feels as heavy as a stone, I grasp the handle, its cold metal biting into my palm. The door creaks open, and light spills out, bathing us in an eerie glow. A room stretches before us, filled with relics of the past, maps, tomes, artifacts that pulse with untold stories. They are the remnants of souls who dared to tread into the underworld, each item a testament to their journey, their pain, their triumphs. I can almost hear their whispers, calling out, begging to be remembered. A flicker of movement catches my eye, a shadow darting across the room. I can feel the air shift, become electric with the weight of anticipation. Then, a voice rings out, low, gravelly, like the rumble of thunder before a storm. "What brings you to my domain?" I turn to face the apparition, a figure cloaked in darkness, its features obscured but its presence undeniably powerful. Fear coils tightly in my chest, choking off my breath. Marie steps back, her face pale, but I can't look away. We seek the truth," I stammer, the words tumbling out, raw and unfiltered. "We want to chart the underworld." The figure tilts its head, a terrifying grin splitting its shadowy face. "Truth? Or mere echoes of your own hearts?" The room resonates with the weight of that question, hanging in the air like a noose. I feel the walls closing in again, the ghosts whispering louder, drowning me in their despair. In that moment, I realize, it's not just about the mapping of the underworld, but the cartography of our souls. Each symbol, each line on that map, represents a choice we've made, a fear we've faced, a truth we've buried deep within. The significance lies not in the destination, but in the journey we've undertaken, the emotions we've wrestled with, the shadows we've embraced. And just as I grasp this truth, the figure vanishes, leaving us alone in the dim light, a single heartbeat echoing through the silence. I lock eyes with Marie and Jonas, our hearts thrumming in unison, a twisted symphony of fear and hope. The map isn't just a guide through the underworld, it's a reflection of ourselves, the shadows we carry, the light we chase. As we turn to leave, the whispers fade, replaced by an eerie silence, but the weight of our discovery lingers, heavy and profound. We are not just wanderers in this dark expanse, we are the cartographers of our own souls. The air was thick with despair, a heavy curtain drawn over the dimly lit room where Jian knelt, hands trembling, heart racing like the wings of a trapped sparrow. Shadows danced around him, twisting into grotesque shapes that whispered his name with a chilling familiarity. "Jian," they hissed, "are you ready to face them?" The ghostly voices of the 10 Yama kings echoed in his mind, unsettling visions of judgment and torment swirling in a maelstrom of guilt and fear. The clock ticked ominously, each second mirroring the march of fate toward an inevitable confrontation with his demons. Outside, the streets of the city pulsed with life, laughter mingling with the scent of street food, but here, it was a suffocating silence. Jen could almost hear the souls of the damned clawing at the walls of the underworld, begging for release, for forgiveness. In his mind, he saw the faces of loved ones he had let down, his mother, her eyes wells of unspoken disappointment, his brother, the ghost of his youthful dreams, and his daughter, her tiny hand slipping from his grasp as he spiraled deeper into darkness. I remember, he thought, I remember light, before it all went so horribly wrong. Across town, Mai stared into the depths of her reflection, the mirror revealing not her face but a spectre etched in sorrow. She had always believed in stories, in the spectral tapestry of the afterlife woven by the Yama kings, but now her sister's absence felt like a gaping maw, a relentless void that threatened to engulf her. What if I can't save her? The words clawed at her throat, a silent scream echoing through her mind. She was torn, caught between the living and the dead, her heart a battlefield of love and regret, pounding a chaotic rhythm that matched her frenzied thoughts. The night settled thick around her, each rustle of leaves drowning in heavy silence. Shadows crept closer, wrapping her in a chilling embrace. Are you afraid? They seemed to whisper, teasing her resolve. Fear clutched at her chest, squeezing tight as she thought of the Yama kings, mythical judges of the underworld, each one an embodiment of sin and consequence, their cold eyes scrutinizing her every action. I'm not afraid, she muttered, though her voice cracked. I'm not afraid. But inside, the truth gnawed at her, a relentless echo of doubt. As Jen prepared himself for the night ahead, his walls were lined with memories. The moment he chose ambition over family, the instant he allowed greed to eclipse kindness. The moment he let the Yama kings grip his heart in an iron fist, demanding tribute with every soul he had failed to protect. Tonight, I will face them, he vowed. The words felt like a mantra, a fragile thread of hope woven into the fabric of dread. He thought of Mai, of her unwavering spirit, the flame of her love flickering in the darkness. Would she forgive him for what he had sacrificed? Would she be able to stand amid the shadows without crumbling? In the distance, the moon hung low, a ghostly sentinel watching over the city. As Jen stepped out, the chill of the night wrapped around him like a shroud. Each footfall was a whisper, a prayer to the spirits who governed the silent abyss. I remember the tales, he thought, the memory rising like smoke. How the Yama kings judged each soul, weighing their sins against a feather. His heart pounded as he approached the temple, the threshold to the very heart of judgment. Inside, the air was electric with anticipation, the walls seemed to pulse with the weight of the history that had unfolded within them. He could almost see the specters of the past, the souls of the lost, drawn here to face their fates. The flickering candles cast an eerie glow, halos of light dancing around shadows that whispered secrets of the damned. He felt them, the Yama kings, looming just beyond the veil, a council of ancient, unyielding judges. Are you prepared to atone? Came a voice that shook him to his core. Meanwhile, Mai was stumbling blindly through the streets, the moonlight barely illuminating her path. Desperation propelled her forward, a frantic heartbeat guiding her through the labyrinthine alleys. She didn't know where she was headed, only that she needed to find the bridge between the living and the dead. I can't lose her, she gasped, as memories of her sister flooded in, laughter echoing through her mind like distant chimes. The warmth of their shared childhood wrapped around her for a moment before the chill of reality crashed back in. I remember the promises. As she reached the temple, the air weighed heavy with something acrid and unbearable. The scent of incense mixed with the metallic tang of fear, a concoction that set her nerves ablaze. What if they've already taken her? The thought unleashed a wave of paralysis in her limbs, but she pressed on. She could feel the shadows whispering, feel the pull of the Yama kings, their cold fingers pulling her closer. No, she breathed, summoning the strength of her sister's spirit. Not today. Inside, Jen stood before the altar, heart racing, the flickering candlelight casting distorted shapes against the stone walls. I am here, he declared, though his voice trembled like a fragile thread. The air shimmered with an electric energy, the realm between the living and the dead hanging in delicate balance. I seek redemption. But the shadows swirled, laughter echoing in his ears, mocking his resolve. They knew his sins, knew the weight of his failures. What makes you think they'll forgive you? The confrontation loomed, a tempest of emotions colliding: fear, regret, longing, and the desperate flicker of hope. Each second felt like an eternity, each heartbeat a reminder of the impending reckoning. Outside, Mai stood on the threshold, the world behind her fading into a blur as she felt the pull of the underworld. "I will find you," she whispered, invoking the names of the Yama kings, summoning the courage to face the shadows that threatened to swallow her whole. The temple stood as a silent witness, a portal to the depths of despair and the flickering light of salvation. In that haunting moment, Jen and Mai were linked by the invisible threads of fate, two souls fighting against the tide of darkness, struggling to reclaim what was lost. "I remember," they echoed, each of their thoughts intertwining in the vast tapestry of their shared grief and hope, a haunting refrain that would reverberate through the very fabric of their existence, as they stepped closer to the abyss, ready to confront the ghosts that awaited them. The wind howled through the narrow, crumbling alleyways of the city, a mournful echo of lost souls that sent shivers down my spine. I was pressed against the cold stone wall, breathless, heart racing like a drum in the dark. Shadows danced like specters around me, twisting and contorting, whispering things I dared not think. I could still hear the cries of the damned, a chilling cacophony that crept into my mind, clawing at the edges of my sanity. In this moment, I remembered my sister, Lila. I remembered the way her laughter filled the room, a bright, shimmering light that pushed away every shadow. But I also remembered the way that laughter turned into screams on that fateful night, the night when our lives split like a fragile thread, fraying against the weight of grief. The haunting memory gripped me like a vice, and I was pulled deeper into a nightmare painted in hues of despair and regret. "Do you see it?" whispered a voice, raw with urgency, piercing the murky silence. It was Kavi, my childhood friend, who had once indulged in the simple joys of life, a boy with dreams as vast as the sky. Now, he stood beside me, trembling, eyes wild like a fevered dream, as he pointed toward the flickering lanterns that illuminated the narrow streets ahead. "The map! It's all there." I squinted into the darkness, where shapes flickered and morphed, the twisted branches of the Naraka map, a dreadful guide to the realms of suffering, each line etched with the weight of sins unrepented. The legends whispered of pain and torment that stretched beyond the imagination, where each ghostly figure writhed in agony, bound by their own actions, prisoners of their past. "We have to keep moving," I urged, my voice trembling under the weight of impending dread. But Kavi remained rooted, eyes wide, drinking in the sight of the map as if it could erase his own sins, if only he could understand the suffering depicted there. "What if we get lost?" he murmured, fear knitting his brows together. "What if we end up like them?" And the thought struck me like a lightning bolt. The figures in the map were not just shadows, they were reflections of us. Each anguished face a reminder of choices made, paths taken, and paths forsaken. I could see Lila's face among them, her laughter twisted into an echo of sorrow, lost in the labyrinth of regret, and the weight of it crushed my heart. "I remember," I whispered, the words tasting like ash. "I remember the last time I saw her, how I wished I had held her tighter." The memories danced like phantoms around us, reminding me of every moment I let slip through my fingers like sand. "What if I'm not strong enough to face it?" Kavi took a step back, the fear reflected in his eyes threatening to swallow him whole. "What if we're already lost? What if we've been walking in circles our whole lives?" The vulnerability in his voice was palpable, and in that instant, I felt it too, the chilling dread that perhaps we were already condemned to wander the Naraka, forever tormented by our choices, trapped in a cycle of suffering. The lanterns flickered, casting a ghostly glow over the map, illuminating the grotesque features of the damned. I saw one figure, eyes hollow, mouth twisted in a silent scream, clawing at the ground as if trying to escape the eternal grasp of despair. My breath hitched. "Kavi," I said, the words barely escaping my throat, "what if we can't change our fate?" He dropped his eyes, the weight of his own guilt pressing down on him like a leaden shroud. "But what if we can?" he replied, quiet determination creeping into his voice as he raised his chin. "What if we can break the cycle?" The thought hung in the air, thick and heavy. The possibility of redemption shimmered before us like a distant star, flickering in the vast, dark expanse. But the road to it was obscured by the shadows of our past, and the specters of our mistakes loomed larger with every step. I remember, I murmured again, the mantra a fragile thread tying me to my sister, to the hope that maybe, just maybe, I could free her from that eternal torment. I envisioned her smile, bright and warm, and I felt a surge of strength pulsing through my veins. I had to keep going. For her. Kavi's hand trembled as it brushed against mine, grounding me, reminding me that I was not alone in this fight. "We'll face it together," he said, voice steadying. "Even if it means we have to confront our demons." The city's shadows seemed to pulse with life, a living entity holding its breath, waiting for us to make our next move. The air thickened with an eerie stillness, and for a moment, all I could hear was the echo of our heartbeat, a wild drum pulsing in unison with the fears that threatened to consume us. But we pressed on, drawn toward the heart of darkness, where the Naraka map would reveal its most chilling secrets. Each step felt like a descent into a deeper abyss, each flicker of lantern light revealing more of the horror that awaited us. I could feel the shadows closing in, whispering the sins of the past, taunting us with the memories we wished to forget. Kavi stopped suddenly, eyes wide, as he pointed toward a gaping maw that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. "It's here," he breathed, the words barely escaping his lips, fear and determination etched across his face. "This is where the cycle begins." I could almost hear the wails of the tortured souls echoing from within that abyss, as if the very earth mourned for them. My heart raced, and I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what lay ahead. With one final glance back at the flickering lights of our past, we stepped into the shadows, the weight of our choices trailing behind like a long-lost ghost, as we plunged into the swirling depths of the Naraka. And so, we began the fight against the very essence of suffering, a battle waged not just for our souls, but for all those we had loved and lost. The light dimmed behind us, but in front, a flicker of hope surged, daring us to believe in redemption, even amidst the haunting echoes of the damned. What lay ahead remained a mystery, a reflection of our fears, our hopes, our souls intertwined in the tapestry of existence. The weight of our past bore down upon us, but together we stepped into the abyss, hearts pounding, searching for a way to shatter the chains of our fate. The night hung thick with a suffocating tension, a palpable weight pressing down upon the earth, as if the spirits of the past were rising from the shadows, eager to whisper their secrets. In the heart of the dense forest, where the trees twisted like ancient sentinels, 3 figures stood poised at the brink of a chasm, their breaths shallow, hearts racing like a drumbeat of impending doom. The air crackled with electricity, a foreboding promise of what lay below, the underworld, where the souls of the forgotten languished, waiting for the living to acknowledge their pain. Maya's fingers trembled as she clutched the worn talisman around her neck, the very one her grandmother had pressed into her palm just before departing this world. "You're the keeper now," she had said, her voice a fragile thread of urgency. It was a weight Maya had never wanted, yet here she was, teetering on the edge of the abyss, caught between duty and the terrifying unknown. She could almost hear the whispers of the spirits, their voices curling around her, telling her stories of loss, betrayal, and longing. Her heart thudded, a drum in the stillness, matching the rhythm of her ancestors' pain. Beside her, Chemo's face was a mask of defiance, yet his eyes betrayed him, dark pools filled with fear, flickers of doubt that he could quell the storm brewing inside. He had always been the brave one, the protector, yet tonight he felt smaller, engulfed by shadows that stretched like claws, yearning to drag him into the depths. "We have to do this," he whispered, though the quiver of his voice sliced through the taut silence. "If we don't confront them, they'll never rest. They'll haunt us forever." His words hung in the air, a chilling reminder of the truth that loomed before them, a truth he wished to bury beneath layers of bravado. And then there was Tashina, clutching her journal against her chest, as if it were the only barrier separating her from the chaos that threatened to spill over. She'd poured her heart into those pages, notes of her ancestors, tales of their struggles, their dreams. "I remember," she murmured, her eyes darting between Chemo and Maya. "I remember the stories of the Underworld. A place of darkness where the lost wander, driven mad by their unfulfilled desires." Her voice cracked, resonating with the weight of history, nostalgia, and a deep-seated fear. As the trio stared into the gaping maw of the underworld, the ground beneath them seemed to pulse with life, throbbing like a living entity. Tendrils of mist curled upward, wrapping around their ankles like icy fingers, drawing them closer to the precipice. The moonlight fractured against the jagged rocks, casting an ethereal glow that flickered and danced, revealing glimpses of what lay hidden, a world teeming with shadows, where memories drifted like lost souls in a dream. Maya felt a shiver crawl down her spine. What if they don't want to be found? The thought clung to her, a ghost refusing to let go. She shifted her gaze to Chemo, searching for reassurance, but found only a reflection of her own fear. What if the spirits were angry? What if they had been waiting in silence, only to unleash their fury upon the living? I'm not afraid, Chemo snapped, though the tremor in his voice betrayed his bravado. We have to make them understand that we remember, he insisted, clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white. They need to know that their stories still matter. The words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of truth, yet they offered no comfort. They were mere whispers against the roar of uncertainty. Tashina took a step forward, her heartbeat echoing in her ears, drowning out the sounds of the forest. I'll read their stories, she declared, her voice steadying as she opened her journal. The pages fluttered like wings, alive with the energy of the past. They deserve to be heard. She looked at Maya and Chemo, her gaze unwavering, a flicker of determination igniting within her. This was a moment that transcended fear. It was a chance to connect, to bridge the chasm between worlds. Suddenly, the ground shifted beneath them, and from the depths, a low, mournful howl rose, reverberating against the trees, a cry that rattled the very core of their being. Maya staggered back, her heart in her throat. It's them, she breathed, the realization hitting hard. The spirits were not resting, they were restless, yearning for acknowledgement, for the warmth of remembrance that had been stripped away like the bark from the ancient trees. Chemo stepped closer to the edge, his silhouette stark against the swirling shadows. We have to face them, he urged, the urgency of his voice rising above the wailing winds. For our people. For the ones who came before us. He reached for Maya's hand, squeezing it tightly, a lifeline amidst the storm of emotions churning within. Tashina, emboldened by their resolve, began to read aloud, her voice weaving through the night, a thread binding the past to the present. In the beginning, there was only darkness, her words spilled forth like honey, sweet and sticky, glistening with the richness of their heritage. The shadows quivered in response, swirling around them like a tempest, alive with the echoes of the forgotten. As each line flowed from her lips, the air thickened with emotion, a tapestry of grief and hope, sorrow and joy. Memories intertwined with the present, the stories of lost souls rising like phantoms before them. Maya felt the weight of her ancestors' pain in her bones, the burden of their longing pressing against her heart. Each tale was a shard of glass, piercing yet illuminating, a reminder that history was not merely a collection of events but a living, breathing entity, demanding to be remembered. And then it happened, a rush of wind burst forth, sweeping through the clearing, howling like a banshee. The spirits were stirred, and the ground trembled beneath their feet. Maya clutched her talisman tighter, her heart racing as she felt the ancient pull of the underworld beckoning them closer. In that moment, as shadows swirled and the cries of the lost filled the air, they stood on the precipice of something unfathomable, caught in a maelstrom of past and present, life and death. They had awakened the spirits, and now they would face the reckoning together. In the darkness, they found one another, a bond forged in the crucible of their fear, love, and shared history. I remember, echoes of the past drummed in their ears as they stood united, ready to embrace the chaos. And in that haunting, spine-chilling moment, in the heart of the underworld, they realized they were not just confronting the lost souls, they were reclaiming their own, entwined in a dance as old as time itself. The air thickened, stifling and electric, like the aftermath of a storm. Clara stood at the precipice, a jagged cliff under a sky heavy with bruised clouds, the abyss yawned below her, the underworld, a realm of shadows and echoes. She felt the chill seep into her bones, a coldness that whispered of forgotten souls weaving between the realms of the living and the dead. Each heartbeat thundered in her ears, a countdown to the inevitable confrontation that loomed just beyond the edge. I can't do this, she whispered, her voice swallowed by the silence, but a presence lingered, a breath behind her, the scent of sage and cedar filling her nostrils. You must, it urged, the voice both familiar and terrifying. It was her grandmother, Mara, the matriarch whose whispers could soothe or incite storms, now a flickering memory etched in her mind. Clara could see her standing there, pale as moonlight, eyes alight with otherworldly fervor. The weight of expectation bore down on her. She had to navigate the dark, or risk losing everything she loved. The shadows danced like phantoms around her, and she fought the urge to flee. "What do you want from me?" she cried, desperation clawing at her throat. Yet there was no answer, only the sound of a rustling breeze, a sigh that echoed with generations of grief and unfulfilled promises. In the distance, a figure emerged, staggering through the mist, Raphael, with his troubled heart stitched together by the thinnest of threads. His past haunted him. He had seen too much, felt too deeply. The underworld called him too, whispering secrets that twisted like vines around his mind. "Clara," he shouted, his voice filled with anguish, "don't let them take you. You have to remember. Remember." The word hung between them, a lifeline and a curse. Clara's memories unraveled in rapid flashes, a childhood filled with laughter, the warmth of her grandmother's arms, the bitter chill of loss. She remembered the stories, the tales of ancestors navigating the dark waters of the underworld, spirits who guided the living through the labyrinth of their fears. "They're here, Clara," Raphael continued, his eyes wide with urgency. "They've always been here, waiting for you to ask." But how could she ask? How could she summon the courage to confront the ghost she feared? With every heartbeat, the abyss beckoned, a promise of understanding but also of pain, of truths that might shatter the fragile world she had built. "You can't fight this alone," Raphael pressed, stepping closer, his hands trembling. "I'll help you, but you have to trust them. Trust yourself. Trust." The word felt alien in her mouth. Clara glanced back over the cliff's edge, the darkness brewing below, a swirling tempest that seemed to reach out with icy fingers. She felt the weight of her ancestors, an interwoven tapestry of joy and sorrow, their lives pulsating through her veins. To navigate the underworld, she had to acknowledge them, but could she bear the burden of their stories? The moments of glory intertwined with tragedy, the failures that echoed like thunderclaps in her mind. The wind gusted fiercely, sending shivers down her spine. "Clara," Mara's voice floated in the air, "we are not just memories, we are your strength. We walk with you." Clara closed her eyes, feeling the pull of her lineage, a raw, visceral connection that transcended time. She remembered her grandmother sitting by the fire, spinning tales of ancestors who had faced the darkness, who had returned bruised but unbroken, each scar a testament to their survival. "I remember," she murmured, her heart racing, the fear dissolving, replaced by something fierce and alive. "I remember, then you know the way," Raphael urged, his voice fierce, "let them guide you." She opened her eyes, the abyss now a canvas of night, embroidered with the shimmering threads of her ancestors. Each spirit flickered like a candle's flame, illuminating the path ahead. Clara felt her breath steady, every inhalation a bold declaration of defiance against the shadows. Her grandmother's words echoed, a mantra that resonated deep within her soul: "You are not alone. You carry us with you." Raphael reached for her, fingers brushing against hers, grounding her amidst the swirling chaos. She could feel his warmth, the pulse of life urging her forward. Together, they stood at the edge, poised between the worlds. Clara took a deep breath, summoning every ounce of her strength, her voice rising above the tempest. "I am Clara. I am my ancestor's daughter. I will navigate this darkness." The ground trembled beneath them, the abyss roaring like a beast awakened. Shadows writhed with an intensity that sent shards of ice cascading through her veins. But Clara stood firm, her heart a drumbeat of resolve, each thump resonating with the legacy of those who had come before her. "Together?" Raphael shouted, and as their hands clasped tightly, Clara felt their ancestors surge like a tide, a wave of strength crashing over her. The darkness writhed, but it did not consume her, it parted, revealing a path bathed in the ethereal glow of ancestral light. Clara and Raphael stepped forward, fear coiling in their guts but determination igniting their spirits. They were not just navigating the underworld, they were rewriting the tale of their lineage, reclaiming what was lost, and embracing the vast cosmos of their existence. The echoes of the past swirled around them, guiding them deeper into the shadows, where monsters lurked but where hope shimmered just out of reach. "Remember," Clara breathed, for it was both a mantra and a call to action, a tether to the past and a beacon for the future. The echoes of her ancestors filled her soul, and as they plunged into the depths, she felt their presence, fierce, unyielding, and alive. What lay ahead in the dark was uncertain, but Clara knew one thing: she was not merely navigating the underworld, she was transforming it, one heartbeat at a time. And with each step, the weight of her ancestors pressed close, a reminder that through the darkness, there was always light waiting to be found. The air crackled like static, a pulse of anticipation hanging heavy and thick in the darkness. I stood at the edge of the clearing, heart pounding in sync with the distant drumbeats, deep, primal, reverberating through the night like the heartbeat of the earth itself. The moon hung low, a silver coin tossed into a pool of obsidian sky, shadows casting their long fingers over the forest floor, clawing at my thoughts, whispering secrets I dared not acknowledge. A voice pierced through the fog of my fears, raw and guttural, dragging me back to the present. It was Calla, her eyes wide and wild, shimmering with unshed tears. "They're calling us, Ari. We have to go." Her words stumbled over one another as she grabbed my wrist, urgency igniting a spark of dread that flared in my chest. I should have pulled away, should have told her to let go, but I remained rooted to the spot, the pull of destiny stronger than my will. "Do you even know where they are?" My voice cracked, a fragile thing in the face of an unseen terror. The truth was, neither of us knew what awaited us, what horrors or revelations lurked in the depths of the spirit world. But the call was irresistible, an ancient song that echoed through our blood, a siren's wail drawing us closer, luring us into the abyss. And then there was Eli, standing a few paces behind us, arms folded, an island of doubt in a sea of desperation. He had always been the pragmatic one, the tether that kept us from floating too far into the madness. "It's dangerous, Calla. You can't just..." But even as he spoke, I saw the flicker of longing in his eyes, the want to believe, to step into the unknown. Fear and hope danced a macabre waltz in the air between us, and I could feel the weight of his judgment, his uncertainty pressing against my skin like a shroud. "I remember the last time," I whispered, almost to myself. "When we danced with shadows and lost ourselves. I still can't find my way back." The memories clung to me, sticky and suffocating. A night filled with laughter, a kaleidoscope of colors, and then the sudden chill when things spiraled into chaos. The laughter faded, replaced by the haunting cries of spirits unbound, their anguish echoing through the corridors of my mind. "Tonight will be different," Calla insisted, her voice a tremor threaded with determination. She turned to me, eyes burning with a fierce light. "We can't let fear control us. It's time to embrace the chaos." I caught a flicker of madness in her gaze, a spark that mirrored my own bubbling dread. It felt intoxicating. It felt dangerous. The drums pounded louder, thrumming through my bones, a call to action that entwined with every heartbeat. I could almost taste the smoke from the fire, feel the warmth on my skin, the crackle of energy surging around us like a wild storm. I inhaled deeply, the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves mingling with something sweeter, something otherworldly. My body wanted to surge forward, to be consumed by the magic, but my mind screamed for reason. "Are we ready?" Eli's voice pierced through the haze, trembling but resolute. I could see it in his eyes, the flickering flame of courage battling against the tide of fear, a mirror of my own turmoil. We were three souls on the precipice, teetering on the edge of something vast and unknowable. With every moment that passed, the chasm widened, the spirits chanted louder, and the shadows began to close in around us. "I don't know if I am," I admitted, my voice trembling on the brink of breaking. "But I can't turn away. Not again." The truth tumbled from my lips, a confession wrapped in vulnerability. Each of us carried the weight of our past, the sins and regrets that shaped us, that haunted our dreams like ghosts trapped in time. "Then we go together," Calla said, her voice steady as she lifted her chin, a warrior ready to charge into battle. "No turning back." The resolve in her words ignited the air, charged it with a fierce current that pulled at the edges of my heart, urging me to take that leap into darkness. We stepped forward, and the world around us shifted. The forest transformed, trees bending and morphing, their trunks twisting into grotesque forms, branches reaching out like skeletal hands, grasping at the very fabric of reality. I felt the air shimmer, the veil between worlds thinning, as though a curtain had been drawn back, revealing a hidden stage where the spirits awaited us, curious yet indifferent to our presence. And then we were in it, lost in a whirlwind of sensations and visions, colors colliding like waves crashing against the shore of an unknown sea. I saw faces, fleeting and ephemeral, the flicker of eyes glancing toward me with a mix of sorrow and longing. I could feel their stories unfurling in the space between us, their pain intertwining with my own, a tapestry of grief and hope woven into the very essence of my being. "Do you see them?" Kala asked, her voice a whisper wrapped in awe. "They're all around us." She reached out as if to touch the air, fingers brushing against the intangible, and for a moment, they danced just out of reach, shimmering in the ether. My heart raced, fear intertwining with exhilaration, an electric charge running through my veins. Eli gripped my shoulder, grounding me in the chaos. "We need to find the path," he urged, his voice steady, yet I could hear the tremor beneath. "The spirits won't guide us unless we seek their truth." His resolve ignited something within me, a flicker of hope against the swirling maelstrom of uncertainty. I closed my eyes and let the rhythm of the drums resonate within me, a heartbeat echoing through the cosmos. I summoned the memories, the laughter, the tears, the moments of despair, and released them into the night, offering them to the spirits as a token, a plea for guidance. There was no going back now, only the promise of whatever lay ahead, and as the air thickened with anticipation, I felt the weight of the universe shifting, aligning. The path was there, an unseen thread weaving through the invisible tapestry of the spirit world, waiting for us to unravel its mysteries. And as we moved deeper into the unknown, I could sense the shadows gathering, the spirits beckoning, whispering, teasing at the corners of my consciousness. Time slipped away, a mere concept in the presence of something far greater. All that mattered was the journey we had taken, together, intertwined, bound by fear and hope, standing on the brink of something eternal. With every step, the air grew heavier, charged with the echoes of lost souls and unfulfilled dreams. It was a reminder, a haunting melody that played on repeat in the chambers of my heart. We were not alone. We had never been alone. And as we ventured further, the specters of our past danced around us, waiting for the moment when we would confront them, when we would map the spirit world etched in the fabric of our very beings. The stench of charred wood and burnt flesh hung in the air like a shroud, a cruel reminder of the stakes in their world. Hushed whispers slithered through the village as the townsfolk gathered at the gallows, their grim faces flickering in the fading light like ghosts rising from a grave. The wind howled, a sinister lullaby echoing the dread swelling in Elsbeth's chest. She stood at the edge of the crowd, heart pounding, each thud a muted drumbeat of despair. Today, they would hang a man, and she could not decide if it was mercy or justice that would claim him. "Do you think he'll go to hell?" A voice snaked into her ear, pulling her from the depths of her turmoil. It was Hadran, a boy barely into his adolescence, eyes wide with the innocence of untested faith, yet burdened by the heavy weight of their shared beliefs. She glanced at him, her heart twisting with an ache too familiar. Hadran's gaze was bright but clouded by uncertainty, as if he sought the answer in her own tortured soul. "God is merciful, Hadran." "I hope," her words faltered, haunted by the specter of doubt. She had spent her evenings in prayer, pleading for guidance, yet the silence that met her was deafening. What did mercy even mean when the world was painted in shades of sin and suffering? "Pestilence is God's wrath," another voice chimed, older, more cynical. It was old man Bertram, whose gnarled hands clutched a wooden staff like a lifeline. Why should he bother with such a wretch? Repentance is a fool's dream. He spat the word, as if the very concept had poisoned his tongue. A chill slithered down Elsbeth's spine. Was love not the answer? Couldn't faith redeem even the most wretched among them? Yet the faces of the crowd, twisted with fear and resignation, echoed her own doubts. "Look!" Hadran tugged at her sleeve, eyes bulging. "He's coming." The crowd shifted, breaths held tight like the strings of a bow pulled to its limit. The condemned man stumbled into view, a shadow of a figure draped in chains, his eyes hollow as the void. In that moment, he was not just a man, he was a message. He was sin, suffering, he was them. The executioner, a grim spectre clad in black, lifted the rope with mechanical precision. Elsbeth's heart raced as she watched the man's fate hang by a thread, a visceral reminder of their fragile existence. She could feel the weight of every soul before her, each one carrying sins like stones in their pockets. Were they all damned? Was she? Tell me, Elsbeth, Hadron's voice broke into the storm in her mind. If he goes to hell, what does that mean for us? What does it mean? The question echoed in her thoughts, a haunting refrain. The villagers were on the precipice, teetering between fear and faith. Each whispered prayer, each desperate plea for salvation, felt like a candle flickering in the darkest night. She tightened her grip on Hadron's hand, pulling him closer, as if her warmth could shield him from the icy grip of despair. Then she remembered the stories told by the fire, the tales of the underworld, where souls wandered eternally, haunted by the choices they made. It was a shadowy realm, a place where despair reigned supreme and hope was but a distant star. Maybe, she began, uncertain of her own beliefs, maybe it's not about where he goes but how he lived. The executioner's gaze pierced through the crowd, searching for moments of weakness. Elsbeth felt it, the air thickened, heavy with anticipation and dread. A low murmur rippled through the villagers, an unspoken agreement that today, they would witness a reckoning, a divining of their own fates. But as the noose tightened around the man's neck, Elsbeth's heart shattered. She thought of her own sins, the afternoon spent in idle gossip, the moments she turned away from those in need. Will I hang beside him in the end? The thought clawed at her, a dark spectre whispering the truth she dared not acknowledge. Elsbeth! Hadron's voice cut through her turmoil, urgent and fearful. Pray for him! The boy's innocence was a beacon, a flicker of light against the encroaching darkness. And so she prayed, her voice trembling, raw with emotion. Lord, have mercy on his soul. May he find peace. The words poured from her like a desperate river, each syllable a lifeline thrown into a churning sea. Around her, the crowd joined in, a cacophony of voices rising like a tide against the executioner's judgment. The moment stretched into eternity, a pregnant pause before the world erupted into chaos. The rope snapped, the man's body hung limp, a grotesque marionette strung by fate. Gasps erupted, the ground beneath them trembling with collective horror. Elsbeth's stomach twisted, she felt the weight of death pressing down on her soul, a dark truth that whispered of their own mortality. And in that heartbeat of terror, the sky darkened. Clouds rolled in, thick and oppressive, smothering the sun's final rays. The villagers began to retreat, a wave of fear washing over them, fear of the unknown, of the underworld that beckoned just beyond the veil of their fragile beliefs. Elsbeth stood frozen, heart thundering, as a storm brewed not just in the heavens but within her very soul. Do you think he's in hell now? Hadron's voice trembled, fear etched into his young features. The innocence of youth caught in the web of an adult world, where choices were made and consequences awaited like lurking phantoms. I don't know, she whispered, the truth gnawing at her insides. But maybe, just maybe, that's not the end. In that moment, the world around them faded, the gallows standing stark against the backdrop of a brewing storm, a symbol of their deepest fears. Shadows danced, whispering secrets of what awaited them all. The man was gone, but the questions lingered, unbidden, taunting. Will they come for us too? Hadron murmured, voice quivering with the weight of dread. And they stood there, swaying under the weight of a darkness that felt all too human. Each heartbeat echoed the uncertainty of their fate, the looming presence of the underworld casting its chilling shadow over their world. The gallows loomed large, an altar of fear, beckoning them to ponder what lay beyond the veil of death. Choices made in life rippling endlessly in the fabric of an unforgiving afterworld. As the storm raged above, Elsbeth felt the tremors of her own soul, a tempest of faith and doubt swirling like the winds. She didn't have the answers, all she had were questions, echoing in the darkness, a constant reminder of the fragility of their existence in a world where salvation and damnation danced in a macabre duet. The air hangs thick, suffocating, as though each breath carries the weight of 1,000 regrets. I stand on the edge of a vast expanse, the ground trembling beneath my feet. Shadows flicker like whispers of the damned. The distant wails of lost souls echo through a fog-laden silence, twisting and turning in a dance of despair, weaving a tapestry of anguish and longing. I remember how it felt to breathe freely, to laugh, to love, but now, surrounded by the abyss, I am nothing but a heartbeat away from surrender. Virgil stands beside me, his presence both a comfort and a reminder of my own fragility. His eyes, dark pools of wisdom, pierce through the gloom with a clarity that feels almost foreign in this hellscape. "We must move," he urges, his voice a low murmur, like a soft breeze brushing against my cheek. I feel the urgency in his tone, an unspoken promise that we cannot linger here, not even for a moment. But what lies ahead? A swirling storm of doubt and dread clutches at my heart, squeezing it like a vice. The weight of my guilt hangs around my neck, a noose made of memories I can't escape. Each step further into this realm strips away my bravado, leaving me exposed, raw. I remember Beatrice, her laughter like sunlight slicing through the darkness, the way her smile lit up the corners of my heart. But that was before I chased ambition, before I lost my way and her, tangled in a web of my own making. I failed her when she needed me most. The echoes of my failure reverberate in the silence, a metronome of regret that keeps time with my faltering heartbeat. As we walk, I glimpse figures in the shadows, their outlines blurred, faces twisted with torment. They move like phantoms, tethered to their sins, their stories etched on their skin like tattoos of despair. I catch a glimpse of a woman, her hands clawing at the ground as if it could pull her back to the life she once knew. Why? I want to ask her, but the question dies in my throat, stifled by the fear of her answer. Each soul here is a mirror, reflecting the darkness we harbor, Virgil says, as if reading my thoughts. His voice is calm, but I see the shadows dancing behind his eyes, the weight of his own burdens. We are all prisoners of our choices. Prisoners. The word hangs in the air, heavy and suffocating. I think of the choices I made, the paths I took that led me here, to this moment. Each decision a thread in the tapestry of my fate, weaving a picture I can hardly bear to look at. My heart races as I remember the last time I saw Beatrice, the words left unspoken, the love I failed to confess, the fear that swallowed me whole. We reach a river, its waters swirling with a sinister grace, and I feel a pull, an urge to plunge in, to wash away my sins. But what of the current? What if it drags me deeper, further into the darkness? This is the Akron, Virgil whispers, his breath a ghostly caress against my ear. Crossing it is the price of passage. I swallow hard, my throat dry, the taste of ash lingering on my tongue. I remember the stories of the ferryman, Charon, his gaze as cold as the water he navigates. Do you see the souls waiting? Virgil asks, gesturing to the figures huddled at the river bank, their faces twisted in despair. They tremble, knowing the price of their passage. Do you fear that fate? My heart races, pounding in my chest, a war drum echoing a battle already lost. I fear being unworthy, I admit, the words tumbling from my lips like stones cast into the abyss. I think of my life, the choices that brought me here, and I wonder, am I worth saving? I remember, I whisper, the memory flooding my mind like a tide, the day I let her go. The pain is a knife, sharp and unforgiving. I see her face again, a fleeting vision, a glimpse of a life almost lived, of dreams intertwined with reality. But I was too weak, too blinded by my own ambition to grasp what mattered. Virgil's hand rests on my shoulder, grounding me as the shadows swirl around us. That is your burden to bear, he says gently. But it does not define you. You can still choose to rise from the ashes. The river's current pulls at my thoughts, tugging me toward the abyss. Shadows beckon, whispering all the things I dread to hear, the truths buried under layers of pride and self-deceit. I've let my fears consume me. I've let my failures drown me. Suddenly, a scream pierces the air, sharp and raw, shattering the fragile silence. My heart races, my breath catches. I turn, eyes wide, to see a figure writhing in the dark, bound by chains of regret that glimmer like stars in the depths of night. They reach out, fingers clawing at the space between us, desperate for release. Help me, they cry, their voice a chorus of despair. Free me from this torment. Before I can comprehend, I'm stepping closer, drawn by the pain etched on their face, a mirror of my own. What did you do? I ask, the words slipping through my lips, a desperate plea for understanding. Their answer hangs in the air like a fog, thick and suffocating. I betrayed her, they whisper, and in that moment, I see my own reflection. A battle of choices, of love and loss, echoes between us. The darkness clings to them like an old friend, and I realize, this is not just their story, it is mine, too. Let it go, Virgil urges, grounding me once more. You cannot carry their burdens. You can only face your own. I remember the light in Beatrice's eyes, the warmth of her laughter that once filled my heart. I want to remember, I murmur, fighting against the tide of despair that threatens to engulf me, but how do I break free? The shadows whisper, circling like vultures, but through the chaos, I cling to Virgil's words. By choosing to forgive yourself, he replies, a flicker of hope in his gaze. That is the only way forward. As the river rises, swirling with memories and regrets, I take a deep breath, feeling the weight of my past pressing down on me. But in that moment, I also feel the spark of possibility igniting within, a fragile flame flickering against the darkness. And with every heartbeat, I cling tighter, knowing that the path ahead is fraught with danger, but perhaps, just perhaps, there exists a way through the shadows. The confrontation approaches, the fog deepening around us, but the heart still beats, the journey still calls, and I am ready to answer, no matter the cost. The air in the chamber crackled with tension, a palpable energy that hummed like 1,000 whispers. I stood among the shadows, the weight of the moment pressing against my chest like a heavy stone. The flickering candlelight cast grotesque shapes on the walls, twisting the familiar into something terrifying, something that felt like a premonition. Outside, the cold wind howled through the narrow streets of the city, a mournful song that matched the dread building inside me. Elena was there, too, her eyes wide, reflecting the dancing flames. I could see the fear etched across her face, the tight grip of her fingers on the parchment before her, maps scrawled with feverish intensity. Her voice trembled, breaking the silence like glass shattering. What if we're wrong? What if it leads us to what? I interrupted, the edge of my own voice sharp enough to cut through the thickening fear. To nothing? To glory? To death? The words hung in the air like the ghosts of past failures, each syllable filled with a weight that felt almost tangible. I could hear the echoes of our dreams colliding with reality, a cacophony of ambition and despair. Yarok leaned against the cold stone wall, arms crossed, but I noticed the slight tremor in his hands. His bravado was a mask, one that hid the turmoil inside. We're chasing shadows. Alchemy doesn't hold the answers, not anymore. His voice was a low rumble, yet it quaked with doubt. I wanted to believe him, wanted to shake off the haunting allure of the maps, but the visions they promised were intoxicating. The thought of transmuting our failures into gold, literal and metaphorical, was too exquisite to ignore. Elena pressed her fingers to the map, tracing the lines of ancient sigils. But what if it does? What if the alchemists knew something we don't? They spoke of the Underworld as a mirror, a place where the essence of our souls is laid bare. Her words were like a spell, drawing us deeper into the abyss of our own fears and hopes. I could see the flicker of madness in her eyes, a spark ignited by the volatile mix of dreams and desperation. And then came the memory, unbidden, of my father's voice, trembling with regret as he recounted the tales of lost alchemists, their ambitions leading them into darkness. They sought perfection, he would say, his gaze distant, and found only ruin. I shuddered, the chill creeping up my spine as I clutched the map tighter, as if it might protect me from the shadows creeping ever closer. What if we become them? I whispered, the words barely escaping my lips. The thought clung to me, wrapping around my heart like a vine, strangling any hope I had left. Yarok's frown deepened, and despite myself, I saw a flicker of fear cross his features. We won't, he insisted, but I could hear the uncertainty lurking beneath his bravado, the question that lay unspoken between us. Suddenly, the wind howled louder, rattling the very stones of the chamber. It felt like a warning, a ghostly voice echoing the doubts that wrapped around our minds. I turned to Elena, her face pale, lips pressed into a thin line. We need to decide, she said, and I could see the determination rising within her, a fierce flicker against the encroaching darkness. Are we brave enough to confront what lies beneath? Her challenge hung in the air, a weight that pressed against my ribs. My heart raced, a drumbeat of dread and longing. We had spent hours poring over those maps, tracing the paths so meticulously drawn, each line a promise or a curse. The alchemists had left their mark, symbols of transformation that whispered to our souls. But at what cost? I took a deep breath, inhaling the scent of burning wax and ancient parchment. We can't ignore it, I said, my voice steadying, fueled by an ember of defiance. If the underworld is a reflection of us, then it's the truth we must face. The alchemists knew that transformation begins with acceptance. I felt the truth of my words settle like a stone in my gut, heavy yet grounding. Yarok stepped closer, uncertainty painted across his features. And if we find things we wish we hadn't? His question cut through the air, sharp as glass. I could see the ghosts of his own fears waiting behind his eyes, lurking like shadows that refused to be banished. Then we fight, I replied, a fire igniting within me. We fight to reclaim what was lost. The worlds of alchemy and the underworld are not merely tales, they're warnings, lessons we must learn from. Elena nodded slowly, her resolve strengthening as the flicker of courage danced in her gaze. To change our fate, we must first understand it. The weight of her words settled around us, heavy and foreboding, wrapping us in a shroud of purpose. But I could feel the distance closing in, the walls of the chamber pressing against us, suffocating. The maps beckoned with an allure that felt almost sinister. I caught a glimpse of the sigils once more, ancient symbols swirling with meaning, whispering secrets that were almost within reach. As if sensing my hesitation, Yarok stepped forward, the urge to guide us growing more insistent. Let's not forget, every map is a path to something we can't control. We tread lightly, but we must tread. His voice ignited something within me, a reminder that courage often danced hand in hand with fear. Outside, the wind shrieked like a banshee, a warning that felt like a heartbeat echoing in the chaos of the night. In that moment, we stood on the precipice, our fates entwined with the alchemy of our choices. The air felt electric, charged with potential, a fraying wire ready to snap. I took a step forward, each heartbeat a thunderclap, a promise of what was to come. Let's begin, I said, my voice trembling with the weight of destiny. The maps shone under the flickering light, paths drawn by hands long gone, beckoning us into the unknown. And yet, in that moment, I felt a flicker of hope ignite alongside my fear, a twisted sense of exhilaration that felt almost like freedom. As we gathered our resolve, the shadows loomed, and the whisper of alchemy hung in the air, a ghostly reminder that the truth we sought might also be our undoing. The maps beckoned us closer, pulling us into their dark embrace, where the line between creation and destruction blurred, and the echoes of the past intertwined with the promise of our uncertain future. The moonlight sliced sharply through the dense fog, illuminating the world with a ghostly glow. Each step echoed unnaturally in the silence, a heartbeat thrumming in the stillness, a reminder that even the night held its breath, waiting, watching. I stood at the edge of the old forest, a map crumpled in my palm, its ink barely legible, its edges frayed like the memories of a life half remembered. Last week, Sam had been here too, my best friend, my confidant. But now he was gone, swallowed by the shadows of his own making, lost in a labyrinth of despair. I could still hear him, his voice a whisper in the air, a plea for help that never reached the surface. This map, it's wrong, he had said. It lies. But the truth was, we had always been terrible at reading maps, both ancient and modern. And now, without him, I felt as if the very stars were dimming, fading into nothingness. I remembered the way he furrowed his brow, staring at the parchment as if it held the answers to his pain. "We're trapped," he had said, his fingers trembling over the lines that twisted and turned into the unknown. They were roads that led to nowhere, yet they promised everything: adventure, freedom, escape. But Sam had known better. He had sensed the darkness lying just below the surface, the danger lurking in every fold. And there was Marissa, too, a firecracker of a girl with laughter that could light up the darkest corners of the world. She had always been the bravest of us, but even she couldn't escape the weight of history. "Maps are just a guide," she said once, her eyes glinting with mischief. "An illusion of control." She believed in the power of the modern, a GPS to dictate her fate. Yet even the slick, digital landscapes couldn't shield her from the emotional cartography that shapes us all. But tonight, the ancient map clutched tightly in my hands felt heavier than the very stones beneath my feet. I traced the lines with my finger, feeling as if I could summon the spirits of cartographers long gone. What had they known? What secrets had they etched into the parchment? The ink seemed to pulse, a living thing, a writhing snake of history that coiled around my heart. Do you think they felt it? I whispered, looking up at the endless expanse of the cosmos, stars shimmering like memories I could never grasp. The fear of being lost. The wind rustled through the branches, and I could almost hear Sam's laughter again, teasing me, reminding me that I was never really lost. But he was gone now, taken by the very darkness he had feared. I swallowed hard, the taste of salt on my lips mixing with the chill of the air. There was so much to unpack in that map, so many emotions etched in its lines. It was a delicate balance of artistry and science, a canvas of hope and despair, a testament to the human struggle for direction in the vast wilderness of existence. Ancient cartographers had poured their souls into their work, crafting worlds that echoed their dreams and nightmares. They had sketched mountains that scraped the heavens and rivers that wound like whispered secrets through valleys of uncertainty. It was a stark contrast to the modern representation splashed across screens, sterile and cold, devoid of the warmth of human touch. A swipe could erase entire landscapes, rendering them mere shadows of their former selves. I felt a surge of resentment rising in my chest, a fiery storm that threatened to consume me. "We've lost something vital," I hissed into the darkness, as if the trees could bear witness to my outrage. "The soul of our maps. The essence of who we are." But it wasn't just the maps, it was the essence of the human experience. I thought of Marissa and Sam, and how we had spent countless hours poring over maps, plotting our adventures in a world that felt increasingly more chaotic and alien. The joy, the anticipation, the journey that all hinged on these fragile, ink-stained guides, they were our lifelines, our dreams laid bare. But dreams have a way of morphing into nightmares. Tonight, I thought, clutching that aged map like a lifeline, I will find the truth. The trees leaned in, their branches curling like skeletal fingers, urging me forward. Each step deeper into the forest felt like a descent into the unknown. It was intoxicating and terrifying, a paradox of exhilaration and dread. I could sense the shadows thickening around me, obscuring paths once familiar. What had those ancient cartographers seen when they laid their quills to parchment? Did they feel the weight of the world upon their shoulders, the unyielding pressure of time? Did their hearts race as they navigated uncharted territories, fueled by the hope of discovery? Or did fear seep into their bones, questioning every stroke, every mark, every choice? Here I was, lost in a world of both ancient and modern maps, a wanderer among ghosts. And then, I saw it, the edge of the forest opened up into a clearing. A moment of silence hung in the air, thick and suffocating. My breath caught in my throat. The moon shone bright, illuminating something shocking, an ancient stone tablet, half buried beneath the earth, its inscriptions weathered and obscured by time and neglect. My heart raced, a primal rhythm that echoed the tension in the air. It was a moment suspended in time. My fingers trembled as I brushed the dirt away, revealing the script beneath, something familiar yet foreboding. Something that echoed the very essence of our existence. The lines of the words felt like a map of my own life, twisted and turned, leading me toward an inevitable confrontation with the truths I had been avoiding. "Sam," I murmured, feeling the familiar ache of loss, the haunting specter of his absence wrapping around my heart like a vice. "Where are you?" But before I could answer my own question, the shadows shifted, the wind howling through the trees, as if the forest itself were alive, breathing, yearning. And I understood then, in that moment of dread and exhilaration, that ancient and modern maps share a common thread. Both are a reflection of our souls, a mirror to our deepest fears and wildest dreams. As I stared at the inscription, the ghosts of history whispered around me, their voices intertwining with the cries of the present. The ambiguity of existence wrapped itself around me like a shroud, and I felt the pulse of the cosmos, a reminder that time, like a map, is an illusion, ever shifting, ever elusive. I stood there on the precipice of revelation, a single breath poised to rupture the silence, my heart pounding in rhythm with the universe. And I knew that this was only the beginning, an unsettling prelude to the confrontation that awaited me, as maps and memories, ancient and modern, intertwined in a dance as old as time itself. The air was thick, a stifling blanket of silence that smothered every breath. In that moment, under the flickering shadows of the dimly lit gallery, I felt the weight of history pressing down on me, crushing and palpable. The paintings on the wall seemed to pulse with life, each brushstroke a scream echoing from the depths of the underworld, a world cloaked in anguish and yearning. I was not merely an observer, I was entangled in the fabric of their stories, caught in a web woven from despair and hope. I remember standing before a canvas that depicted a descent into darkness. Ilara stood beside me, her fingers trembling as they traced the jagged outlines of tortured souls captured in anguished poses. Her eyes sparkled with unshed tears, reflecting the chaos that lived within us. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" she whispered, her voice a fragile thread in the heavy air, trembling with a mix of admiration and pain. The art was a mirror to her own struggle, a raw representation of her endless fight against the shadows that chased her. But it was more than beauty, it was an invitation to feel. Each stroke of the brush was a heartbeat, each shadow a memory of our pasts, heavy with regret. I remembered my own descent. Once, long ago, I had stood at the edge of that abyss, and the art that surrounded us now was the only lifeline I could grasp. I could still hear the faint echoes of laughter, now twisted into screams, the ghosts of my choices swirling around me like specters. Across the room, Marcus lingered in front of a mural that depicted a city on the brink of collapse. Flames licked the edges of the canvas, smoke curling in dark tendrils, choking the light. He had always been the anchor, the one who pulled me back when I teetered too close to the edge. But tonight, he was lost. The intensity in his gaze spoke of an internal battle, a struggle between the man he wanted to be and the darkness he feared was consuming him. His hands clenched into fists, as if he were physically warding off the demons that clawed at his soul. "Can you see it?" he said suddenly, his voice low and fierce. "This is what we are becoming. What we've become." It was a truth that suffocated us both, yet we danced around it like moths to a flame, drawn to the danger yet terrified of the burn. I could feel the tremors in his words, the crack in his armor. We were all artists of our own demise, painting our lives with the grim colors of regret and sorrow. The room felt alive, a heartbeat echoing through the silence, a rhythm of pain, an aching pulse threading through our very beings. The art was raw, unapologetic, reflecting the underbelly of existence. Each canvas was an elegy for lost souls, a tribute to the struggles we faced. I remember the nights spent in solitude, battling my inner turmoil, each brush of paint a catharsis, a way to externalize the chaos raging within. "Ilara," Marcus called softly, desperation lacing his tone. "What if we're trapped here? What if this art, this darkness, becomes our truth?" His words hung in the air, a heavy fog that seeped into the cracks of our hearts. Ilara turned to him, her expression a mixture of fear and determination. "Then we create our own, Marcus. We carve our path through the darkness." Her courage sent shivers down my spine, igniting a flicker of hope amidst the shadows. But hope was a dangerous thing, a fragile flame that could easily be snuffed out. Just then, the lights flickered, plunging us into darkness before leaving us bathed in a ghostly glow. The art transformed, shadows elongated and twisted, blurring the lines between reality and nightmare. I felt the weight of our collective dread wrapping around us like a vice. The air crackled with an electric tension as the shadows danced, whispering secrets from the underworld, beckoning us to confront our fears. I gripped Ilara's hand tighter, her warmth grounding me against the chill of despair that enveloped the gallery. "Look," I breathed, pointing toward a painting that had seemed innocuous moments before. A figure clawing its way out of a swirling void, eyes wide with terror. "It's us!" The realization crashed over me like a wave, raw and visceral. We were trapped in this cycle of creation and destruction, forever entwined in the dance of life and death. Ilara's breath quickened, her eyes wide as she took in the figure's agony. "We can't let it consume us," she said, her voice fierce, yet trembling. "Art isn't just the reflection of our torment, it's the vessel that can carry us beyond it." The conviction in her words pulled me closer, a lifeline in a tempest. I could hear the echo of my own heartbeat, a reminder that we were alive, that we could still shape our narrative. But Marcus stood silently, the shadows casting a somber veil over his face. The weight of his past clawed at him, gnashing its teeth, hungry for acceptance. "What if the darkness is all we have?" he whispered, and my heart shattered at the admission. There was a stillness, a frozen moment where time seemed to stretch, the unspoken fears hanging heavy between us. I stepped toward him, my heart pounding with an urgency that felt like a warning. "We can't give in, Marcus. Look at the art. It's a testament to survival, to the beauty that can rise from the ashes." My voice trembled, raw with emotion. "We can be more than our pasts." The air vibrated with unspoken words, the tension snapping like a taut string. Ilara squeezed my hand, her strength resonating with mine, a reminder that we were not alone, even in our darkest hours. In that moment, I saw it, the flicker of understanding in Marcus's eyes, the spark igniting a flicker of hope against the shadows that threatened to consume him. The gallery held its breath, a sacred chamber of untold stories waiting to be voiced. The art stood sentinel, a witness to our struggles and triumphs, whispering truths that surged through us like wildfire. We were on the cusp of something monumental. The darkness was not an end, but a beginning, a canvas waiting for our brushstrokes. And as the shadows danced, I felt the pull of the underworld, not as a pit of despair, but as a realm of infinite possibilities. Art had become our salvation, and together we would forge a path through the darkness. We would rise, we would create, and we would illuminate the shadows with our fire, forever entwined in the haunting beauty of our existence. With each heartbeat, we stepped closer to the void, ready to confront the chaos, ready to paint our own destinies. The confrontation loomed on the horizon, a storm gathering strength, but in this moment, within the confines of the gallery, we were alive, raw, beating hearts ready to rewrite the narrative of the underworld. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and decay, an invisible fog that clung to the skin like guilt. Shadows flickered against the walls of the ancient market square, their movements jerky, as if time itself held its breath. I stood there, one foot in the realm of the living, the other teetering precariously on the edge of the abyss. The clock tower chimed, each toll resonated in my chest like the heartbeat of a dying beast. I could see her, a girl cloaked in sorrow, her eyes dark pools of despair. Ilara. She was a haunting vision, a spectre of our past, lost amidst the whispers of folklore that echoed through the cobbled streets. "They say the dead walk among the living, you know," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, as if afraid to disturb the spirits lurking just beyond the veil. "But it's not the dead you should fear. It's the living." I remembered when we used to laugh at tales of the underworld, spinning stories beneath a blanket of stars, oblivious to the darkness that loomed just out of reach. But it was here, in this moment, that our laughter twisted into a grotesque mockery. I was on the brink, and I felt the weight of 1,000 stories pressing down on my shoulders. Each tale, a ghost of its own, tugged at the edges of my mind, begging to be told. The allure of the underworld, they said, was in its promise, the chance to confront the unthinkable, to face what lay hidden in the shadows of our hearts. Cyrus, my other half, stood a few paces away, his fists clenched tight. I could see the tremor in his jaw, the way his eyes darted to the depths of the alley where the darkness pooled like ink. "We shouldn't be here," he said, voice strained, each word a battle. Fear wrapped around us, tangible and suffocating, like a shroud. But there was something darker in him, a curiosity that tinged his words with a hint of excitement. I knew he longed for answers, to strip away the myths and reveal the bones of truth that lay beneath. What if we could talk to them? The ones who never left. A chill danced down my spine. I remembered stories of the underworld, maps crafted in the blood of the fallen, tales of those who crossed the threshold and never returned. I had never believed. Not until now. The legends were alive, breathing through the cracks in the cobblestones, pulling us deeper into their embrace, taunting us with the whispers of those lost. Ilara stepped closer, her breath shallow. "Do you hear them?" she asked, her voice trembling like a leaf on the edge of a storm. The echo of long-forgotten souls threaded through the air, a cacophony of regret and longing, a symphony of despair. I could almost see them, the shades of the past, flickering in and out of existence, their faces twisted in agony, pleading for release. I felt my heart gallop, a fierce drumbeat reminding me of every mistake I had made, every ghost I had buried. "They're calling us," she said, a mix of longing and fear. In that instant, I was consumed by the weight of our choices, the memories that clawed at my mind. I remembered that summer night, just a week before everything shattered. The city had glowed with the warmth of friendships, laughter had danced on the air. I remembered the way Cyrus and I had stood at the edge of the river, daring each other to leap into the dark unknown. "We'll never know unless we try," he had said, a reckless grin lighting up his face. But this was different. The underworld was not a thrill, it was a yawning chasm of despair. "Do it," he urged, his voice low and almost reverent. "Face it." We stood on the precipice of choice, and the air crackled with unuttered words, unshed tears. Ilara's fingers brushed against my arm, a tether in the storm. "What if we can't come back?" I whispered, but she nodded, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and exhilaration. The promise of the unknown gleamed like a knife edge, sharp and inviting. Cyrus stepped forward, drawn by a thread of fate. "Then we make our peace. We face the shadows. Together." In his voice, there was a recklessness I both admired and feared, a yearning for something beyond our grasp. Just as the moon tilted behind a cloud, plunging us into darkness, I felt the world shift beneath us. The sound of a distant wail echoed through the square, a haunting song of loss. It wrapped around my heart like a vice, and I could feel its cold fingers tightening, squeezing out hope. "What if they don't want to talk?" I asked, a tremor in my voice. "What if they're angry?" "Then we'll listen," Cyrus replied, his eyes blazing with an intensity that frightened me. "Everyone deserves a voice, even the dead." He moved forward, and I followed, our breaths quickening, the heartbeat of the city merging with our own. The alley loomed before us, a dark mouth ready to swallow whole the brave and the foolish. As we crossed the threshold, I felt the air change, heavy with the weight of unspoken words, the ghosts of those who had tread this path before. The stories wrapped around us, weaving a tapestry of emotion and loss. Each step resonated with the echoes of the past, a pulse of history that beat in time with our hearts. I remember the moment we stepped into the darkness, the weight of stories pressing down with raw intensity. I remember the faces, the pleading eyes of the forsaken, the whispers of those lost in the void. I remember the fear, the longing, and the undeniable urge to turn back. But we didn't. We couldn't. The underworld called to us, its songs woven into the fabric of our souls, a reminder that we were never truly alone. And in that moment, I understood, we were all just echoes, reaching out for connection, searching for the light in the overwhelming darkness that surrounded us. Darkness enveloped us, and the stories began to unfold, raw and earnest, each heartbeat a reminder that we were not just witnesses but participants in this age-old dance. The line between the living and the dead blurred, and I realized we were never meant to leave. We were bound to this place, trapped in a web of history and memory, forever resonating with the whispers of the underworld. A clock ticked somewhere in the shadows, relentless and cold, each chime a heartbeat in the silence. I stand there, breath caught in my throat, where the echoes of ancient battles stir like whispers in the dark. The moon, a ghostly eye, watches from above, casting a pale glow on the remnants of what once was a city swallowed by time, where the past and present collide like waves crashing against jagged rocks. I remember the way the wind howled through the streets, carrying secrets drenched in sorrow. It's here, amid the ruins, that I first met Theo. Theo had a reckless spirit, a fire in his chest that ignited the very air around him. I remember his laughter, it was full-bodied, infectious, like sunlight breaking through a stormy sky. But beneath that laughter lay a torrent of despair. He was a soldier, a poet, a lover of words, yet haunted by the ghosts of those he couldn't save. His hands trembled as he wrote, ink bleeding like the memories he fought to capture. "Words," he would say, "are my only refuge." As if the strokes of his pen could somehow rewrite history, could conquer the demons that danced in the depths of his mind. Across the cobbled square, a figure loomed, Lena, her silhouette sharp against the night, a tapestry woven of grief and resolve. Her heart was a fortress, but inside, it crumbled like ancient stone, eroded by the waves of loss. She was a healer, a keeper of lives, yet every life she saved only deepened the chasm where her brother once stood. She had watched him fall in battle, blooded, broken, her screams lost to the cacophony of war. I remember the way she would whisper his name into the night, as if calling him back from the abyss, her voice trembling like a fragile candle in a storm. "Lena!" Theo called, his voice sharp as glass, slicing through the thick, oppressive air. She turned, eyes wide, reflecting a tempest of emotions, relief, fear, love, a kaleidoscope of pain and longing. The space between them crackled, electric, as if the universe held its breath, poised on the brink of something monumental. But what would emerge from this collision? Would it be salvation or destruction? The shadows danced around us as if they were alive, teasing, taunting. They held secrets, fragments of history that whispered through the night. I could hear them, faint echoes of Odysseus' trials, the laughter of long-lost heroes, and the tears of those who loved them. They painted the air with stories of betrayal, of honor lost and regained, of love that burned so fiercely it could light the darkest corners of the soul. We stood at the crossroads of myth and reality, where words carved paths through the chaos, where every heartbeat carried the weight of ages. "I remember," Theo murmured, his voice a husky whisper, "when we thought we could change everything." He stared into Lena's eyes, searching for something, an understanding, a promise, a way to rewrite their fates. But the shadows loomed larger, threatening to swallow his hope whole. Lena shook her head, tears shimmering in her eyes like stars trying to pierce through the veil of night. "We can't escape what's lost," she replied, her voice cracking like fragile glass. "But we can honor it." Honor. The word hung heavy in the air, a sacred promise that offered no comfort. In that moment, the world around us faded, and all that remained was the tempest of their hearts, the fierce love that bound them like chains, yet threatened to shatter them like fragile porcelain. I could feel the tension, a taut string pulled to the brink of snapping, and the air was thick with unspoken words, buried memories clawing their way to the surface. An owl hooted in the distance, its mournful call echoing through the night like a warning. I felt it then, the shift in the air, the palpable tension that promised a reckoning. The past was not done with us, it lingered like smoke, swirling around us, choking us with its weight. I caught a glimpse of shadows shifting, figures lurking just out of sight, ghosts of the past, perhaps, or the specters of our regrets. "Lena," Theo said, stepping closer, his voice a low rumble. "What if we could change our story? What if we could rewrite the end?" I remember the way hope flickered in his eyes, a fragile flame against the encroaching darkness. But Lena's heart was a battlefield, a war waged against the echoes of her brother's laughter, against the memories that clawed at her chest. "You speak of changing the past, Theo," she breathed, a tremor threading through her words. "But what if all we have is the weight of what we've lost?" Her words struck like lightning, illuminating the storm within us. I felt the gravity of her pain, the suffocating weight of her grief. The night closed in around us, shadows swirling, and I could hear the ticking of that relentless clock, louder now, faster, a countdown to something inevitable, something we all feared yet craved like a moth drawn to flame. Tick. Tick. The air crackled with electricity, the moment poised on the edge of oblivion. I could sense the ghosts gathering, whispering secrets, urging us to confront the truths we buried deep. And in that breathless silence, as the clock chimed again, we stood together, three souls entwined in a dance between hope and despair, between love and loss, hovering on the precipice of what could be. And just as I thought we would leap, the world around us fractured, breaking apart like glass. The shadows swirled, the echoes of our ancestors grew louder, drowning out our whispers, our fears. I felt us falling, spiraling into the depths of our own stories, into the literary tapestry that stretched from Homer to the modern day, a continuum of humanity, rich with the weight of our collective hearts, each beat a testament to the struggles we share. The stories that bind us and tear us apart. As the darkness enveloped us, I couldn't help but wonder, what would emerge from this chaos? What would the pages of our lives reveal in the end? And just like that, the weight of it all hung in the air, a question left suspended, unfinished, as time slipped away and the shadows crept ever closer, whispering promises of a tale yet to unfold. The ink splatters across the parchment like blood from a wound, startling and bright against the dull beige of the map, a burst of life in a world where death lingers like a fog. I can feel the tension in the air, thick enough to slice through, a palpable dread that wraps around my throat. There's a storm brewing outside, wind howling like the lost souls of cartographers past, and I can't help but think this is a curse we've inherited, a madness whispered through time, urging us to chart the uncharted. I remember the moment clearly, my hands trembling, fingers stained with pigments, ochre, indigo, vermilion. Each color speaks volumes, a language of the earth, the sky, the blood of civilization. I was with Marcus, his brow furrowed in concentration as he sketched the lines that would define our existence. Look closer, he urged me, his voice low, simmering with intensity, like the distant rumble of thunder. What do you see? I peered down, straining to make sense of the chaos. Lines snaked across the parchment, twisting into mountains, rivers, borders of lands unknown. But the shadows danced beneath the surface, taunting us with secrets. I felt it, a shiver racing down my spine, the weight of the past clinging to the fibers of the paper. Each stroke felt like a promise made in blood, a vow to the world that we would not be lost in the annals of history. Then there was Elara, her laughter like wind chimes, a haunting melody that belied her turmoil. She stood apart, her gaze fixated on the horizon, searching for something just beyond reach. She was the dreamer, the poet, and I could sense her heart breaking under the weight of unfulfilled ambition. What if we're wrong, she whispered, casting a glance at our crude rendering of the world. The fear in her voice was a ripple through still water, stirring the depths of my own uncertainty. Wrong? How can we be wrong? I snapped, the desperation clawing at my throat. This is all we have, all we are. The map, with its intricate symbols and cryptic notations, was our lifeline, a tether to a world that was rapidly slipping through our fingers. Our souls were entwined with the parchment, and yet, beneath the dusty layers of history, I felt a flicker of dread. What if our quest for precision led us to madness? What if the further we mapped, the more lost we became? I remember the stories of those before us, the great cartographers whose names had faded into obscurity. There was a ghostly silence in their legacy, a stark reminder that even the greatest minds could lose their way. The maps that once guided explorers became traps, leading them into labyrinths of despair. I felt the echo of their suffering, their insanity creeping into my thoughts as I fought to etch the coastlines, the mountains, the labyrinthine rivers. The wind howled louder, rattling the shutters, a cacophony that matched the turmoil inside me. Look there! Marcus shouted, his finger stabbing at the distant horizon etched on the map. If we mark the mountains wrong, we could lose entire cities. We could doom a civilization. His eyes were wild, a tempest of passion and fear, and I felt the pull of his certainty, like gravity, inescapable and fierce. Cities! Elara laughed, a brittle sound, tinged with something darker. You think cities matter when there are shadows lurking in every corner? When every stroke we make could lead to disaster? Her gaze shifted, unfocused, as though she could see beyond the parchment into the abyss. What if we are the architects of our own demise? And there it was, the air crackling with electricity, the palpable tension thickening around us as if the universe had paused to listen. The question hung between us, a specter that refused to leave. I could see the shadows dancing in her eyes, the truth that lay beneath her bravado, wrapping around her like tendrils of smoke. Each of us clung to our beliefs, our fears, the ghosts of the past whispering warnings that intertwined with our resolve. With every breath, every heartbeat, the tension mounted. We can't give in to fear, I shouted, my voice rising above the howl of the wind, each word a desperate plea. This map is our legacy. It is our testament against the darkness. But even as I spoke, doubt crept in, gnawing at my resolve. The ink felt heavy, the lines blurred between creation and destruction, and I could sense the fragile grip we had on reality beginning to slip. The storm raged on outside, relentless, as if nature itself conspired against us. Shadows flickered like warnings, suggesting we tread carefully, that one wrong turn could lead us into an unknown abyss. My fingers danced over the lines of ink, tracing the contours of mountains, the curves of rivers, yet with each stroke, I felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. Elara's eyes shone with an intensity that both terrified and mesmerized me. "What if the world is not ours to map?" she murmured, the words laced with a haunting poetry. "What if we are merely echoes in a vast cosmos, our maps just fleeting moments, lost to the winds of time?" Her voice wrapped around me, binding me to the fears we all shared, the haunting realization that each line we traced could lead to our undoing. The walls of our makeshift workshop closed in, suffocating, as if the very air was thick with the weight of our choices. I wanted to scream, to tear the parchment asunder, to free us from the chains of our ambition. Even as I wrestled with despair, I couldn't shake the sensation that we were on the brink of something monumental, a confrontation with our own insignificance. With every brush of pigment, we were not just mapping a world, we were etching our souls onto the canvas of eternity, grappling with the shadows of the past, present, and future. As the storm raged outside, the ink bled into the fibers of the map, merging with the breaths of our forebears, as if the past was entwining with the present, a single moment stretching into infinity. I felt raw, alive, caught in a web of creation and destruction. "Let's finish this," I said, my voice steady despite the tremors in my heart. And with that, we plunged back into the storm, each stroke a battle against the cosmos, each breath a declaration against despair. The map was more than ink and pigment, it was our lifeline, our curse, our albatross, and as we sketched the contours of our world, I knew we were forever bound to the shadows that danced just beyond our reach. A cold wind whipped through the narrow alleyways, carrying whispers of forgotten souls. I stood there, heart pounding, as shadows danced around me, each flicker of light a memory of what once was. The moon hung low in the sky, a pale witness to the ritual about to unfold beneath its ghostly gaze. I could almost hear the ticking of the clock somewhere far away, time slipping through my fingers like grains of sand, each grain a reminder of what I'd lost. I remember the first time I stepped into the Underworld. I was clutching a tattered map, the ink smudged and fading. It held no promise, only a path through darkness that twisted like serpents. The air was thick with desperation, and the weight of my grief clung to me like a shroud. I had come to find him, my brother, my anchor, lost to the abyss of choices and consequences. Then there was Mara. Fierce and beautiful, she haunted my thoughts like a ghost. We had each other's secrets etched on our skin, scars from battles fought in the shadows of our lives. But today, she was different. Her eyes burned with a ferocity I hadn't seen before, a wild determination that made my heart race. She held the talisman, a silver key glinting ominously in the half-light, a family heirloom passed down through generations, each one using it to navigate the treacherous waters of the Underworld. "Mara," I breathed, my voice barely a whisper. "Are you sure about this?" "Every step is a choice," she replied, her voice steady, but I could sense the cracks beneath her resolve. "You know what I've lost. We both have." And just like that, we were bound in our pain, a fragile alliance forged in the fires of despair. I remembered how the ritual had brought us together, the incantations echoing around us like the distant roar of a tempest. As we moved deeper into the dark, the walls felt alive, breathing with the weight of history and sorrow. I could see the shadows clutching at us, reaching for our very souls. Each step was a heartbeat, a reminder of mortality. I feared the spirits that lingered, caught between worlds, their voices a haunting melody that tugged at the edges of my sanity. "Mara, look," I pointed, my voice cracking. There, carved into the stone, were the symbols of the ancients, bones of those who had tread this path before us. It was a map of desperation, of loss, and longing. Each symbol told a story, a fragment of a life stolen by the Underworld's insatiable hunger. "I can't," she gasped, clutching her chest, as if the air itself was choking her. "Not again. We have to honor them," I insisted. "We have to remember." In that moment, the weight of our understanding bore down upon us. The ritual was not merely a means of navigation, it was an act of remembrance, a way to honor the dead and give voice to their stories. Each chant, each offering, was a lifeline thrown into the depths of despair. With every step, we breathed life into their memories, weaving them into our own as we navigated the twisted passages of our grief. I remember the chill that crept through my bones, the sensation of countless eyes watching us from the shadows. I felt it in my marrow, a dread that clung to my skin like a second layer. The air vibrated with tension, a resonance of unfulfilled promises and shattered dreams. "Mara, if we don't make it back, don't," she interrupted sharply, her voice laced with pain. "Don't say that. We will. I won't let fear take us." Her resolve sparked something in me, igniting a flicker of hope amidst the chaos. Suddenly, I remembered the stories our parents told us of brave souls who had ventured into the depths and returned transformed. They had faced the shadows and emerged not unscathed, but renewed. We stepped into a chamber, vast and echoing, the flickering torchlight casting grotesque shadows on the walls. The air was thick with the scent of decay, a pungent reminder of what lay beneath. And then, in the center, an altar. It loomed before us, adorned with remnants of past sacrifices, wilted flowers, brittle bones, and offerings that whispered of desperation. I felt my heart race as I approached, the talisman heavy in my palm. "This is where we do it," I murmured, uncertain. The air crackled with an energy that felt almost alive, vibrating against my skin. I looked at Mara, her face a mask of determination and fear, and in that moment, I understood, ritual was our only hope, a bridge between the worlds that beckoned us. With trembling hands, we placed the talisman on the altar, a symbol of our pact with the past. The room came alive, shadows shifting like restless spirits. A low hum filled the air, resonating deep within my bones, and I felt my brother's presence, a flicker of warmth amidst the cold. "Mara," I said, my voice trembling. "Can you feel him?" She nodded, tears glistening in her eyes, reflecting 1,000 unspoken words. "He's here," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "We're not alone." And then, the ritual began. Our voices intertwined, weaving a tapestry of sound that filled the chamber, echoing against the ancient stones. With every syllable, the weight of our memories surged, igniting a fire in our souls. I remember the flickering lights, the energy vibrating in the air, pulling us both deeper into the underworld. The shadows danced, swirling in an ethereal waltz, and I felt as if I was both here and 1,000 miles away. But just as quickly as it began, the energy shifted. The room trembled around us, shadows twisting into forms, dark figures rising from the depths. My breath caught in my throat as I realized, the dead were awakening, hungry for recognition, their voices rising in a cacophony of grief and rage. "Mara!" I screamed, panic clawing at my insides. "We need to finish." And then the world erupted into chaos. The shadows lunged, grasping at us, pulling us into the depths of their sorrow. The air crackled with static, a terrifying storm of emotion, and I felt the weight of 1,000 souls straining against the bonds that held them captive. In that moment, I remembered, ritual was our lifeline, a thread binding us to the past, to each other. The significance of it echoed through the chaos, a reminder that we were not alone. We were the living, the bearers of their stories, and as the darkness closed in around us, I felt that connection, raw, electric, alive. Mara's hand slipped into mine, and together we stood against the tide of despair, the echoes of the past swirling around us like a tempest. I could feel the weight of their pain, the memories crashing against us like waves, but we were resolute. We would navigate this underworld together, our hearts beating as one, fueled by the fire of those who had come before us. And as the shadows closed in, I whispered the final incantation, a promise that we would remember, that we would not let their stories fade into the void. The air crackled with energy, and I felt the world shift again, a delicate balance restored, if only for a moment, under the watchful eye of the moon. In that instant, everything hung in the balance. Time stretched, the night alive with the pulse of 1,000 lifetimes, and I knew, this was just the beginning. The clock struck midnight, and the world outside faded into an inky abyss, swallowing whispers and shadows whole. Beneath the surface, the pulse of the city throbbed, a heartbeat echoing through darkened alleyways, where even the rats feared to tread. I stood at the edge of a precipice, a trembling soul caught between the allure of the underworld and the suffocating grip of the surface. The air was thick with tension, heavy enough to choke the light out of a flickering candle. I could feel it, the weight of secrets buried deep, like the ancient bones of lost civilizations. A figure emerged from the shadows, her silhouette framed by the moonlight, a haunting beauty with eyes that glimmered like fractured stars. Her name was Lila, And even in the darkness, I could see the ghosts of her past dancing in her gaze, the lovers lost, the friendships shattered, the dreams unfulfilled. She was a walking contradiction, fierce yet fragile, a siren lost in the storm of her own making. I remember the nights we spent together, tracing constellations on our skin, whispering about the cosmos, dreams woven into the fabric of our lives. But that was before the underworld called to her, luring her deeper into its obsidian embrace. "Do you hear them?" she asked, her voice a ghostly echo, resonating with a pain I couldn't quite grasp. "They're calling. They're always calling." I nodded, though a shiver slithered down my spine. The underworld didn't just exist in the shadows, it pulsed beneath our feet, a raw, throbbing reminder of the inevitability of death, of endings. Memories flooded my mind, of ancient civilizations that had looked to the stars for answers, desperate to pierce the veil of the unknown. The underworld was a place of both despair and hope, where astrology intertwined with the cosmos, mapping our fates among the stars, whispering secrets of what lay beyond. "What if we don't return?" I whispered, my heart racing, a wild animal trapped in my chest. It was an unthinkable question, yet it hovered between us like a specter. Lila's laughter rang like shattered glass, sharp and beautiful, a melody tinged with sorrow. "The spirits don't want us to leave," she said, her words dripping with an eerie sweetness. "They want to keep us." And then there was Max, my best friend, the rational one, with his head always in the clouds but his feet firmly planted on the ground. His eyes searched the darkness, filled with a wild desperation. "We can't let them win," he said, voice trembling. "This is insanity. We're not meant to be here." I could see the conflict raging within him, the fear battling against his desire to rescue Lila from herself. He felt like a lighthouse, flickering, fighting against the tide threatening to drown him whole. I wanted to reach for him, to ground myself in the familiar, but the pull of the underworld was intoxicating, drawing me in with tendrils of darkness that whispered promises of clarity, of understanding. "Max," I called out, but my voice faltered, lost in the abyss. The air crackled with energy, charged with unfulfilled dreams and unsaid words. Lila stepped closer, her hand brushing against mine, sending shockwaves through my body. I could taste the sweetness of her sadness, the bitterness of her longing, the way the underworld had become a sanctuary for her broken spirit. "I remember the stars," she said, gaze drifting upward. "How they used to shine, before I fell. I remembered too, the nights spent lying on our backs, counting the constellations, weaving our dreams into the fabric of the universe. But the stars felt distant now, obscured by the weight of the underworld's embrace. Don't you see?" Lila continued, her intensity spiraling. "They want us to join them. They want us to understand." And in that moment, I felt it, the perilous edge of desire, the intoxicating pull of the unknown. The underworld was not merely a place of shadows and ghosts, it was a reflection of our own fears, our own ambitions, a dark mirror held up to our souls. The stars looked down upon us, indifferent but watchful, as we stood on the precipice of something monumental. Max's eyes flashed with determination, and he stepped forward. "We can't just surrender. The underworld is a trap. It'll consume you, Lila. You won't be able to find your way back." "Maybe I don't want to come back," she said, her words like daggers thrust deep into my heart. "Maybe this is where I belong." Time fractured, the past and future colliding, echoing like a heartbeat. I could feel the walls closing in, the weight of eternity pressing down on us. Memories swirled around, whispers of laughter and tears, of love lost and found, blending with the haunting call of the underworld. "Lila," I whispered, voice barely above a breath, "please don't do this." But she was already slipping away, the darkness curling around her like a lover's embrace. I reached for her, but my hands grasped only the void. "I remember," she murmured, her voice trailing off as she stepped closer to the edge, the abyss calling her name, promising solace in the shadows. And then, in a heart-stopping moment, everything shattered, our dreams, our fears, our connections. The underworld opened its maw, ready to swallow us whole, and I realized then that we were not just standing on the precipice, we were about to plunge into the depths, into the sorrow and joy, into the beautiful, haunting chaos of existence. Max's voice broke through the silence, filled with desperation. "We can fight this. We can find a way back." But even as he spoke, I felt the weight of destiny tighten around my throat, the pull of the underworld growing stronger. "Fight what?" Lila's voice was a whisper now, a breath against the void. "What are we fighting for?" And in that moment, the truth crashed over me like a tidal wave. I didn't have the answer. There were no simple choices, no clear paths leading us back to the surface. Just the inky, pulsating darkness of the underworld, calling us home, promising solace in the shadows. We were lost, suspended in a moment that felt like eternity, our lives hanging in the balance. The cosmos above us swirled, indifferent to our plight, the stars twinkling like mocking eyes. And as I took a step forward, drawn by the gravitational pull of the unknown, I knew this was just the beginning. The underworld awaited, its arms open wide, ready to embrace us all. The air crackled with tension, a silent scream echoing through the cobbled streets as shadows crept along the walls of the ancient city. I stood there, heart racing, every beat a reminder that the underworld was not just a place, it was a pulse, a rhythm that coursed through every civilization, whispering secrets in tongues long forgotten. The full moon hung like a ghostly eye in the sky, illuminating the dark corners where fear and hope intertwined, and I could almost hear the distant cries of the damned, their voices woven into the fabric of every culture, every story, every echo of the past. Milo, with his haunted gaze and trembling hands, clutched a tattered map, its edges frayed like his sanity. "We shouldn't be here," he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, thick with dread. The map led us to the heart of this city, and every street we crossed felt like a step deeper into oblivion. He was a skeptic turned believer, an accidental seeker whose curiosity had pulled him into this abyss, and now he was face to face with the ghosts of his own making. Beside him, Talia shivered, her dark curls framing a face etched with conflict. She had always been the brave one, the one who dared to dream beyond the veil of death. But tonight, as the wind howled a mournful tune, her bravado faltered. "You think they can hear us?" she asked, glancing over her shoulder, as if the shadows might spring to life. "You think they're watching?" Her fear was palpable, it danced in the air between us, thick and suffocating. I could see it in her eyes, an abyss that mirrored our own uncertain fates. I could feel my own heartbeat, a wild drum pounding against the walls of my chest. The stories of the underworld, whispered over campfires and recited in solemn tones, flooded my mind. Greek myths of Hades, the chilling silence of the Norse hell, the endless cycle of rebirth in the Egyptian duat, all of them intertwined like a spider's web, each thread a tale of love and loss, of promises broken and souls wandering in limbo. "I remember," I said, the word slipping out like an incantation, "the first time I heard about the afterlife. The way it felt like a promise wrapped in a warning." Suddenly, a flicker of movement caught my eye, a shadow flitting past the alleyway, just out of reach. "Did you see that?" I gasped, my blood turning to ice as adrenaline surged through my veins. Milo and Talia froze, their faces pale, fear radiating from their every pore. That fleeting glimpse, a hand, a face, something lost to time, pierced through the veil of our reality. There was something lurking in the darkness, a reminder of the fragility of life and the weight of our mortal sins. As we stumbled deeper into the labyrinthine streets, the very ground seemed to pulse beneath us, alive with history. The air was thick with the scent of decay, mingling with the distant sound of laughter, a cruel reminder of revelry that once echoed through these now desolate paths. The ghosts of merriment mingled with the shadows of regret, and I found myself caught in the tide of nostalgia for a time I never lived but felt in every fiber of my being. "I remember," I began again, voice trembling, "the tales of Orpheus descending into the underworld, his music so haunting it made Hades weep." The words spilled out like a confession, each syllable heavy with longing. He dared to challenge death, to bring back the lost. But the cost was steep, wasn't it? A single glance, and she was lost forever. Milo clenched his fists, the map crumpling in his grip. We can't play with forces we don't understand," he implored, but I could see the embers of his curiosity flickering in the shadows of his doubt. The darkness was seductive, a siren song luring him into the depths. Talia, her spirit faltering, looked at him with a mix of resolve and desperation, as if trying to find a way to hold on to her dreams amidst the encroaching dread. "What if we are meant to face this?" she asked, her voice breaking, both a challenge and a plea. "What if the underworld is not just an end, but a chance to understand?" That thought hung in the air, heavy and unresolved, just as the silhouette of a figure emerged from the shadows, a spectre cloaked in the fabric of night. Time seemed to stretch, a taut string ready to snap, as we confronted the unknown. I felt the weight of every culture's stories bearing down on us, the sacrifices made, the love lost, the lives lived in the shadow of death's embrace. "Are you lost?" the figure croaked, voice like gravel sliding down a steep slope. It was a question that resonated, echoing through the corridors of our own fears. I wanted to reply, to say that we were not lost but seeking, but the words lodged in my throat, choked by the weight of unspoken truths. Milo took a step back, his bravado crumbling like ancient stone under the fierce tide of reality. We just wanted to know," he stammered, eyes wide with terror. But the ghost, if that's what it was, seemed to see through him, into the very marrow of his soul, peeling back layers of fear and hope with a knowing gaze. Talia stepped forward, a flicker of strength igniting within her. "We wish to understand the bonds that tie us to those who have gone," she declared, her voice unwavering now, as if daring the darkness to respond. It was a bold move, and I felt a surge of admiration for her bravery. In that moment, we were united, three souls standing against the tide of an abyss that threatened to consume us all. The figure regarded us for what felt like an eternity, the air thick with unuttered words, history weaving around us like an intricate tapestry. And just like that, the tension snapped, the boundaries of our reality fraying at the edges as the echoes of countless civilizations reverberated in our minds. The underworld was not simply a destination, it was a collective memory, a shared sorrow, a bridge of understanding that connected us all through the ages. And as the shadows danced and the wails of the lost whispered in our ears, I felt it, the surge of emotions crashing together in a tidal wave of heartache and revelation. This was not the end, it was just the beginning, a moment suspended in time where everything and nothing converged. The underworld beckoned, pulling us closer into its embrace, and I understood with a clarity that pierced through the chaos, we were more than mere travelers, we were the embodiment of every story ever told, every heart ever broken, forever entwined in the cosmic dance of existence. The haunting laughter of the past resonated around us like a chorus of forgotten souls, and in that chilling silence, we stood on the precipice, ready to leap into the unknown, our own fates interwoven with the fabric of history, our story still unfolding beneath the watchful gaze of the moon. The air crackles with a tension so thick you could slice it with a breath. I can hear her heartbeat, thundering like war drums, a sound that shudders through the stone walls of Hade's grasp. She stands at the precipice, a silhouette against the endless abyss, her eyes wild with a raw desperation that calls to something primal within me. Persephone, the queen of shadows and whispers. The daughter of the harvest, now cloaked in the pallor of the underworld's despair. Her voice a mere tremor, yet it slices through the silence, a desperate plea for freedom, for understanding. I remember the pulse of the earth, she gasps, the warmth of sun-soaked fields, the laughter of flowers blooming in vibrant chaos. But here? The silence is deafening. Her pain is an echo of countless women tethered to the soil, their destinies twisted like roots underfoot. What is it to be a goddess when the world beneath trembles with the weight of gender's chains? As she hurls herself into the depths, I am pulled along, a witness to this haunting dance. My own heart thrums against my ribcage, pounding with an urgency that demands to be voiced. I remember the nights I spent in shadows, feeling the sharp edges of existence that cut deep into my skin. I remember every whispered secret and every scream swallowed by the darkness. Standing beside her is Hades, his gaze a storm's eye, swirling with shadows that promise eternity, yet carry the weight of solitude. He cradles power like a fragile glass orb, yet the very act isolates him in his castle of bones. You think love is enough, he growls, a dark humor laced in his tone, mocking the fragile threads that bind us. Do you know what it means to rule in a realm where the blood runs cold? Where men whisper and women suffer? His words echo, a taut string pulled to its breaking point. And I see Persephone, her spirit flickering like a candle in a tempest, torn between the fierce independence she craves and the allure of his mournful gaze. It is a twisted ballet, a cosmic struggle woven into the threads of mythology, where every step is shadowed by the pain of expectations, of roles that suffocate like a serpent around the throat. "Love is a cruel game," she murmurs, her voice quivering like a leaf caught in a gale. "Do you feel it, Hades? The weight of it? It is both a sanctuary and a prison. I am both the goddess of spring and the bearer of grief." In that moment, her vulnerability peels away the layers of idealism that once encased the narrative of womanhood, revealing the raw core, tender yet fierce. I look upon them, caught in the gravity of their shared despair, their tangled fates. Hades, a king cloaked in shadows, struggling to understand his own loneliness, and Persephone, a queen yearning for her own light, while the chains of gender roles bind them both. The Underworld, a reflection of our own world, where the battle for autonomy is fought in hushed tones and coded glances. "Tell me," Hades whispers, his voice a smoky caress, "do you not find power in your suffering, my queen?" The questions hang in the air, heavy as lead, laden with the history of countless women who have navigated the treacherous terrain of love, loss, and societal expectations. But Persephone, unyielding, shakes her head. "You mistake suffering for strength. I am more than this, more than the narrative you weave around me." Her defiance sends shockwaves through the chamber, a ripple in the fabric of this cursed existence. I feel the electricity in the air, an awakening thrumming against my skin, drawing me closer to the precipice. In the shadows, I see echoes of other lives, Eurydice's haunting song, the specters of past queens who dared to rise and falter. Their stories weave through the darkness, a tapestry of voices demanding recognition. Yes, they are ghosts, yet they breathe life into Persephone's fight. They are her ancestors, her allies in rebellion against the constraints laid upon her shoulders. "I remember," I whisper, letting the memories spill forth, "the way they said a woman's worth is in her beauty, in her silence, in her submission. But what if we reclaimed our voices? What if we sang our discordant symphony into the abyss?" Hades, still clutching his power, pauses, the storm in his gaze faltering. "And what of the consequences?" His tone is a challenge, a desperate plea for understanding, a reflection of the frail masculinity that clings to power like a life raft in a tempest. "Consequences be damned," Persephone cries, her voice rising, raw and unfiltered. "We cannot thrive in the shadows of our own creation. I will carve my identity from the dark, I will redefine what it means to be a woman, a goddess, a ruler." Each word is a hammer striking against the anvil, forging a new reality where she can exist beyond the confines of mythology, where she can be both light and dark, both nurturing and fierce. As the echoes of her declaration fade into the void, a tremor passes through the underworld, a shiver that dances along the stone walls, resonating with the weight of womanhood's burden and the liberation that lies just beyond. I feel it in my bones, an energy pulsating like the tide, drawing me to the edge of the abyss where the ghosts of forgotten narratives swirl like smoke. Hades, caught in the tumult of his own existence, steps forward, his voice barely more than a whisper. "Perhaps the chains we bind ourselves with can be shattered. Perhaps," there's a flicker of hope in his stormy gaze, a glimmering chance at redemption, an acknowledgement of the fragile threads of power that bind them both. And I stand there, enveloped in the tension of this moment, where love, gender, and myth collide in a cacophony of emotion. The shadows pulse around us as if alive, echoing the pain, the joy, and the struggle that exists in every heartbeat. This isn't a story with a neat ending, no resolved arcs or tidy conclusions. This is a beginning, a confrontation that will ripple through the ages, the raw edge of a myth renewed, where Persephone defiantly steps into the darkness, not as a victim but as a warrior, forever reshaping the narrative of gender in the underworld and beyond. I remember the weight of those words, the intensity of that moment, and the promise of what lies ahead. The shadows whisper still, beckoning me deeper into the night, into the heart of a tale that refuses to end. A cold breeze swept through the narrow alley, its chill slicing through the dying remnants of daylight. Shadows danced on the cobblestone, whispering secrets of the past, secrets that clawed at the edges of the mind. I stood there, heart pounding, the weight of a map carved into my palm, the ancient underworld map of my ancestors, now a faded relic. It hummed with a low, unsettling energy, a siren's call that pulled me deep into the darkness. I remembered when I first laid eyes on it, dust motes swirling in the light, the edges brittle like autumn leaves. Desire and dread tangled within me, a knot I couldn't untie. And then she appeared, Mara, my sister, her face as pale as the moonlight spilling over the rooftops, eyes wide with fear and curiosity. I saw the flicker of memories in her gaze, the shared terror from our childhood tales of demons lurking beneath the surface of our world, waiting for the moment when the veil thinned. "You can't take that," she whispered, voice quivering, a fragile thread in the thickening air. "It's cursed." I shrugged, that indefinable itch of rebellion surging through me. Cursed or not, it's the key. I clenched the map tighter, the ink prickling at my fingertips, an invitation to a realm neither of us understood, yet one that tugged insistently at our souls. I had to know. Mara shook her head, wild strands of hair whipping around her like a tempest, a storm brewing in her heart. "You think you can just walk into the dark and come back? You think it's all adventure? You'll drown in it." The universe seemed to hold its breath as I stepped forward, the air thickening with inevitability. And what if it's more than that? What if it's a chance to finally confront what we've hidden? My voice trembled with urgency. I could feel the weight of history pressing on my chest, the shadow of our family's past looming behind me like a vengeful ghost. Mara took a step back, caught between fear and something else, perhaps a flicker of hope, or a longing for closure. "Every story has a cost, brother. You know that as well as I do." The shadows inched closer, cold fingers creeping over my skin, and suddenly, I was haunted not just by the specter of my own bravado, but by the echoes of our shared history. The way our ancestors had mapped the underworld, detailing valleys of despair and rivers of sorrow, was both a warning and a testament, a reminder of what awaited those who dared to seek the truth. I inhaled sharply, feeling the weight of the moment, of our choices, hanging heavily in the air. I remember the tales, Mara, the ones Mother told us in hushed tones, her voice trembling like a flickering candle. The way she described the river of forgetting, how it swallowed those who dared cross, leaving nothing but shadows behind. But I can't live in her stories anymore. I want to see for myself. A flicker of something caught Mara's eye, perhaps a glimmer of the past striking her heart. "You're not just searching for the underworld. You're searching for him." Her voice cracked, the unspoken name hanging between us like a blade. Our father, lost to the ravages of time and tragedy, was the ghost we both feared and longed to confront. "No," I uttered, the denial bitter on my tongue, "I'm searching for the truth. Our truth." But even as I spoke, I felt the tendrils of doubt slither into my mind. Was I seeking answers or simply digging deeper into wounds that would never heal? Mara stepped closer, her breath mingling with the damp chill of the night, a ghost of our shared childhood haunting us both. "Then let me go with you. You shouldn't face this alone." I hesitated, feeling the pulse of fear and love battling fiercely within me. Maybe she was right, the darkness was a vast ocean, and I was but a fragile boat tossed in the waves. But what if, she echoed, her voice rising, crashing against the walls I had built. What if the ghosts swallow us whole? What if we find nothing but despair? I could see her trembling, the raw intensity of her emotion carving lines of worry into her brow, but beneath that lay something deeper, resolve, a fierce loyalty that ignited the air between us. What if we find freedom? That question hung suspended, an unsteady weight in the air, vibrating with possibility. The darkness felt closer now, breathing down our necks, and I knew that this confrontation wouldn't just be with the underworld but within ourselves. We were fractals of a larger puzzle, pieces of a history that spiraled outward like galaxies, beautiful yet terrifying, a cosmos of pain and hope. Together, then, she whispered, the slightest hint of a smile breaking through her fear, as if she could taste the bittersweet thrill of what lay ahead. "But promise me, if we lose ourselves, we'll find a way back." "Always," I vowed, though the weight of that promise settled heavily like a stone in my gut. With one last shared look, we stepped into the alley, the shadows swallowing us whole. The map in my hand pulsed with a life of its own, an ominous heartbeat that syncopated with our own. Each step echoed like a countdown, time slipping away, the clock ticking toward an uncertainty that felt both exhilarating and dreadful. The city around us faded, the lines of reality blurring, and before I knew it, the air shifted, thick with the scent of damp earth and smoke, and the echo of ancient voices beckoning us. the twisting paths of the underworld beckoned, promising adventure, peril, and perhaps a reunion with the ghost of our past, a reunion that could tear us apart or bind us closer than ever. And as we plunged into the depths of the unknown, I could feel our heartbeat, twin drums in the dark, racing against the impending storm. Time no longer mattered. All that existed was the map, the shadows, and the unrelenting pull of our intertwined fates, spiraling down into the abyss. The air was thick, almost suffocating, as electricity crackled in the darkness. Rain drummed against the roof, a relentless tattoo, each drop a reminder of the storm brewing inside and out. I stood there, heart pounding, staring at the blinking screen that cast a ghostly glow on the faces around me. The room was packed, tense, electric, but it felt like a tomb. Shadows danced in corners, whispering secrets I wasn't meant to hear. I could sense the fear, palpable and raw, clinging to the walls like dampness, invading our thoughts, our hearts. Lucas shifted beside me, his fingers twitching nervously. The light caught the edges of his jaw, strained and tight. I remember the first time I met him, saw that same intensity behind his eyes, the kind of fire that ignites entire worlds but can also burn them to ash. "This isn't just data," he had said, back then. "It's a map to the underworld." His voice trembled, laced with a mixture of excitement and dread. Now, that very notion twisted in my gut, a dark omen waiting to unfold. "Are you ready for this?" I whispered, though the weight of my own question pressed down on me. The truth was, I wasn't. I remembered nights spent poring over ancient texts, piecing together lost stories of the damned. I had always thought of the underworld as a myth, a place where shadows whispered and gods played games with the lives of mortals. But here, with technology morphing the boundaries between life and death, I felt the lines blur. "Ready or not, it's happening," Lucas shot back, his voice sharper than a knife's edge. There was desperation in his eyes, a frenzy that stirred something deep within me. I had seen that look before, the same look when he was on the brink of an impossible breakthrough, or when he was teetering on the edge of madness. I admired that passion, but tonight, it felt like a ticking time bomb. Then there was Maya. She was the heartbeat of our frantic little group, both fierce and fragile. I watched her, hair damp and wild, fingers digging into the fabric of her jeans, a habit born from anxiety that gnawed at her every waking hour. I remembered how she used to laugh, a sound so pure it could slice through the fog of despair. But now, as we prepared to confront our darkest fears, laughter felt like a distant memory. "There's something wrong," she murmured, her voice barely breaking through the storm, the very air around us thick with a sense of impending dread. "We're not just mapping the underworld, we're inviting it in." Her words hung in the air, heavy and foreboding. I looked at the screen again, at the swirling data mimicking the chaos in my mind. Each pulse of information felt like a call to arms, each graph a ghost beckoning us closer to the edge of reason. "Just a little more," Lucas insisted, his determination unwavering. "We're so close." But I could see the cracks forming beneath the surface of his confidence. I could almost hear the gears grinding in his mind, a clock ticking down to an explosion. Maya stepped closer, her voice a whisper now, tinged with something akin to desperation. "Do we really understand what we're doing? This isn't just numbers, Lucas. These are lives." Their words collided in the air, creating a tension so thick it wrapped around us like a shroud. I wanted to scream, to pull them back from the precipice of their obsessions, but I couldn't. I was as drawn to this madness as they were. The thrill of the unknown surged through me, like standing at the edge of a cliff, the abyss below promising both destruction and revelation. The data on the screen shifted and morphed, revealing a dark web of connections. I remember the way it felt, like peering into the abyss itself, each line a potential path to untold horrors. The underworld was not just a destination, it was a state of being, a haunting echo of choices made and paths not taken. I could feel it pulling at me, tugging at the very fabric of my soul. And then came the moment when everything spiraled. A blinding flash of light erupted from the screen, filling the room with an electric charge. We were not merely mapping the underworld, we were becoming a part of it. Shadows stretched, danced, and twisted around us as if responding to a conductor we could not see. "This isn't a game. Maya screamed, but her voice was drowned out by a cacophony of static, a chorus of lost souls crying out, begging for release. Panic surged through me, a tidal wave threatening to sweep us under. "Lucas! What did you do?" But he stood there, paralyzed, eyes wide with a mixture of wonder and horror. I could see the thrill dancing in his pupils, a glimmer of madness that had taken hold. The technology, once a mere tool, now felt like a portal, the boundaries fraying, reality warping in ways we never anticipated. I could feel my heartbeat racing, pounding against my ribs like a war drum. Time slipped away as I lost myself in the chaos, fear clawing at me from all sides. I looked at Maya, whose eyes shone with tears, fear, anger, desperation intertwining like a deadly serpent. "This is your fault," she gasped, the words stabbing me like daggers. "No. You can't place blame on me for seeking truth." Lucas bellowed back, but his voice faltered under the weight of her accusation. The room closed in, walls trembling as though they too could sense the growing rift between us. I wanted to reach out, to pull them back from the edge, to remind them of the laughter, the dreams we shared. But in that moment, we were three spirals of energy caught in a vortex, a storm that had no intention of letting us go. And just as I felt myself slipping away, a memory pierced the chaos, a time when the three of us had shared secrets under the stars, dreams of a world beyond our understanding. I remembered how we had laughed at the absurdity of life, how the darkness had never seemed so daunting. But now, staring into the eyes of oblivion, the abyss beckoned, and the once comforting shadows loomed larger than life. As the storm raged around us, technology transforming our very essence, I realized that we had crossed a boundary we could never come back from. The map was drawn, but the destination remained a chilling unknown, waiting to swallow us whole. I took a breath, prepared to confront the darkness, knowing deep down that whatever lay ahead would forever change us all. The air was thick, a palpable tension that clung to the skin like fog on a cold morning. I stood at the edge of that forsaken subway platform, the flickering fluorescent lights overhead casting ghostly shadows that danced across the cracked tiles. The echoes of a distant train reverberated through the stale air, a low rumble that felt like the heartbeat of the city itself, alive, restless, and teetering on the brink of chaos. My heart raced, drumming inside my chest in sync with the pulsing dread that enveloped us. I remember the way it smelled, mold and despair, a heady mix that wrapped around my throat like a noose. I was not alone. There was Lara, her eyes wide with a fear that mirrored my own, her fingers trembling as they gripped the edge of a crumpled map, a futile attempt to chart the undercurrents of this urban labyrinth. She wore her tension-like armor, the lines etched into her brow a testament to battles fought in the shadows, fights against demons that had long taken residence within her. And then there was David, a ghost of a man trapped within his own spiraling thoughts. He paced, each step a frantic plea to outrun the memories that clawed at his mind. The city was his underworld, a sprawling maze of regrets and lost opportunities. He glanced at us, a flicker of desperation flaring in his eyes. "It's here," he breathed, almost reverently. "It's all here, if only we could find it." But what was it? The answer shimmered just out of reach, an elusive specter haunting the corners of our consciousness. I could feel it, a whisper in the back of my mind, tugging at the frayed edges of my sanity. The underground didn't just house trains and commuters, it housed the remnants of lives lived in the shadows. "I remember," I whispered, the words slipping from my lips like smoke. "I remember the stories they told us, the legends of the city. The ones who never made it back. The stories of lovers lost, of the forgotten, of the ghosts that lingered beneath the concrete. The city was alive, every alleyway a vein, every street a heartbeat. It was intoxicating and terrifying, a reminder that beneath the surface, darkness thrived." Lara shivered, and in that moment, I could see her dreams unraveling like the frayed edges of her map. "Do you think they're watching us?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper, as if uttering the words might summon the shadows themselves. I wanted to tell her it was just the darkness playing tricks, but I felt it too, the weight of unseen eyes, the pressure of the unknown. David stepped closer, his breath warm against the chill that clung to us. "They're always watching," he said, a tremor in his voice that betrayed the bravado he tried to project. "They know our fears, our regrets. They whisper them back to us when we're alone. The train screeched to a halt, a cacophony of metal and noise that sent a jolt through my spine. The doors slid open, revealing a dimly lit abyss that seemed to beckon us forward. I hesitated, my instincts clawing at me, urging me to retreat, but there was something magnetic about the darkness, something that called out to the very core of my being. We stepped inside, the air inside the car thick with a different kind of tension. I looked at Lara, her expression was a mixture of excitement and dread, the embodiment of our shared conflict. The city was both a refuge and a prison, a place where beauty coexisted with decay. The train jolted forward, and the world outside transformed into a blur of flickering lights and shadows. My pulse quickened, a relentless rhythm drumming in my ears. Each stop was a revelation, a glimpse into the underworld that lay beneath the city's polished surface. We saw the remnants of lives upended, graffiti scrawled in desperation, the echoes of laughter that once filled the void, now replaced by an eerie silence that whispered of loss. "Look," David pointed, his voice suddenly sharp, cutting through the tension. He gestured to a crumbling wall, where a single phrase was etched in bold letters, "We are all ghosts." My breath caught in my throat, the words hanging in the air like a noose. I felt the weight of them press down on my chest, a reminder that we were all haunted in our own way, every one of us a spectre of our past. And then, the lights flickered, plunging us into darkness. A collective gasp echoed through the car, a primal reaction that echoed our fears. In that silence, I could feel the shadows creeping closer, wrapping around us like a shroud. I instinctively reached for Lara's hand, our connection a fragile lifeline in the midst of chaos. "Stay close," I whispered, my voice a barely audible thread in the suffocating darkness. David's laugh shattered the silence, a hollow, mirthless sound that bounced off the walls. "What are you afraid of? The ghosts? Or the secrets we might uncover?" His words hung in the air, taunting us, daring us to confront the fears that lurked beneath our skin. I could feel the weight of our shared histories pressing in, a suffocating blanket of unresolved emotions. Each heartbeat echoed through the shadows, a reminder of the lives we had left behind. I remember the way the darkness felt, like a living thing, breathing and shifting, closing in around us. Each second stretched into eternity, a twisted dance between fear and curiosity. We were on the precipice of something profound, a confrontation with our own ghosts lurking beneath the city's surface. And as the lights flickered back to life, illuminating the faces around me, a fearful, hopeful, broken, the train thundered forward into the unknown. The city was a tapestry woven from the threads of our lives, each shadow a reminder of what we had lost, what we had yet to find. I glanced at Lara, her eyes reflecting the flickering lights, and I felt an unspoken understanding pass between us. We were not just navigating the underworld of the city, we were grappling with the undercurrents of our own souls. The train surged onward, deeper into the heart of the city, into the depths of the underworld. I could feel the pulse of the city, a heartbeat that resonated with our own, beckoning us to confront the ghosts of our pasts, to embrace the darkness that lay ahead. And in that moment, as the echoes of our footsteps faded into the shadows, I knew that the journey had only just begun. Every breath was a promise, every heartbeat a reminder that we were alive, and we were haunted. The city was not just a backdrop, it was a living entity, the underworld, alive and breathing, waiting for us to uncover the truth. The air was thick, a suffocating shroud that clung to the skin, wrapping itself around the heart like a vice. It felt wrong, like breathing in the heavy remnants of a forgotten storm or the soured scent of decay. In the dim light of a flickering street lamp, I stood there, teetering on the precipice between worlds, staring into the abyss that yawned open before me. It felt like a promise, one of darkness, of secrets buried beneath layers of earth and time, waiting to be unearthed. "Do you feel it, too?" Lena asked, her voice barely a whisper as she leaned closer, the tremor in her words vibrating through the stillness. Her eyes, wide and searching, glimmered with a mixture of fear and something else, curiosity, perhaps, or a morbid fascination with whatever lay below. I didn't want to answer. It was like admitting that I could hear the whispers, the faint echoes of souls trapped in the underworld, their pitiful cries rising from the depths like a sickly sweet perfume. I remembered the stories told around campfires, those ancient tales of the underworld, where shadows danced and the air crackled with an otherworldly energy. They painted a picture of lost loves and broken dreams, but standing here, I felt the suffocating weight of it all. This was not just a myth, it was a reality, lurking beneath the surface, ready to seize those who dared to tread too close. "Lena," I started, but the warning evaporated in the air. She had always been like this, drawn to the darkness, the danger. I was the cautious one, always tiptoeing around the edge of chaos, while she dove headfirst into the fray. But tonight, something felt different. The shadows seemed to pulse, the earth beneath our feet thrumming with a heartbeat that matched my own, a desperate, frantic rhythm that demanded attention. And then there was Marcus, standing a few paces away, his arms crossed tightly as if to hold himself together. He was a tempest of emotions, anger, grief, guilt, each one washing over him in waves, crashing against the jagged rocks of his consciousness. I could see it in the way he clenched his jaw and furrowed his brow. The underworld had a way of pulling people apart, one thread at a time, unraveling their sanity until they were left gasping for air. "Why did we come here?" he asked, voice edged with bitterness. A part of me wanted to reach out, to tell him that sometimes the allure of darkness was stronger than reason, but my heart hesitated. I remembered the night spent in his embrace, the warmth of shared laughter against the backdrop of a world that felt unkind. But now, there was a chasm between us, a fracture that widened with every moment we lingered in this cursed place. The ground shifted beneath our feet, the earth groaning as if it were alive, twisting, writhing, begging for release. I could almost hear its voice, a low rumble that seeped into my bones. "Leave," it seemed to beckon. "You don't belong here." But we were already too far gone, standing on the threshold of something ancient, something powerful. The night crept in, shadows elongating like fingers reaching out to pull us deeper into the unknown. I glanced at Lena, her silhouette shimmering in the half-light, face etched with determination. She was beautiful in her defiance, a warrior clad in doubts, yet daring enough to challenge the void. I felt a pang of envy. She had the courage I lacked, the willingness to confront the darkness with wide-open eyes. "Marcus," I whispered, trying to draw him back, to anchor him to reality. "We have to go." But he wouldn't budge. Instead, he turned, anger flaring like a wildfire. "No. You don't understand." His voice cracked, raw and jagged. "This place, it's a part of me. I can't just walk away. Not again." I felt the weight of his words, each one a stone thrown into the churning river of my heart. He had lost so much, and this journey was one he felt compelled to take, even if it meant stepping into the abyss. I could see it in his eyes, the flicker of desperation, the haunting memory of something he could never reclaim. The clock hung above us, ticking down the moments like a countdown to catastrophe. Time felt slippery, a cruel trickster teasing us with the knowledge that every second spent here pulled us closer to an inevitable confrontation with our demons. Lena moved closer to me, her fingers brushing against mine, sending a shock of electricity through the air. "We can't leave him here," she urged, her voice trembling. "He needs us." But I was afraid. Afraid of what we might awaken if we ventured further into the depths. The underworld was not just a place, it was a state of mind, a reflection of the turmoil within us all. I remembered the nights of suffocating silence, the ghosts speaking in hushed tones, whispering secrets that would unravel everything I thought I knew. "Do you hear that?" Lena's eyes darted around, the unease creeping back into her voice. The whispers grew louder, a cacophony of lost souls clawing at the walls of our minds, begging for release. It was then I felt it, a presence, an intelligence that watched us from the shadows, hungry and unrelenting. The air thickened, vibrating with an ominous energy as if the earth itself held its breath, waiting for a spark to ignite the darkness. I could feel my heart race, the blood pounding in my ears like a war drum. And then, in that moment of palpable tension, everything shifted. "Let's go," I urged again, desperation edging my tone as I stepped toward Marcus, my hand outstretched. But he shook his head, the fire in his eyes burning even brighter. "No. I have to confront it. I have to know." The ground trembled, and I could feel the weight of the universe pressing down on us. The whispers turned into wails, anguished cries that clawed at my sanity, urging me to look away, to abandon this treacherous path. but Lena took a step forward, her resolve unyielding. And in that moment, I understood. We were not just trespassers in the underworld, we were reflections of it, each of us wrestling with our own shadows, our own perceptions of reality. The darkness was not merely out there, it was within us, an inescapable part of our existence. As the night deepened around us, it was clear we were tethered to this path, spiraling toward an inevitable confrontation with our fears, our pasts, and the ghosts that lingered just beyond the veil. The ticking clock echoed in my mind, each second a reminder that the underworld was not merely a destination, it was a journey, one that we had unwittingly embarked upon together. And just as I thought we would be consumed by the darkness, I felt the pull of something else, a flicker of light, a glimmer of hope, waiting to be claimed. The night held its breath, and for a fleeting moment, we stood at the crossroads of light and shadow, ready to confront whatever awaited us in the abyss. The air was thick with tension, a pulse vibrating through the ground beneath my feet. I stood at the mouth of the cave, shadows dancing like phantoms, twisting and writhing in the flickering glow of the torchlight. I could almost hear the whispers of those who vanished into the darkness, a symphony of lost souls echoing in the silence. My heart raced, a relentless drum, urging me to turn back, to escape the looming dread. But the thrill of discovery clawed at my insides, urging me deeper into the abyss. "Are you coming or what?" Eva's voice cut through the silence, sharp like a blade. She stood behind me, her silhouette framed in orange light, eyes filled with a fierce determination that ignited something within me, a fear, yes, but also an undeniable pull, a tether to this dangerous adventure. I remembered the way she had laughed that morning, the sun warming her face, life bursting forth in a raucous celebration. That laughter felt like a distant memory now, swallowed by the weight of what lay ahead. Just give me a moment," I muttered, though I was aware that this moment was slipping away, a grain of sand in an hourglass. Every second spent hesitating felt like a betrayal, to Eva, to the dream of uncovering Atlantis, and to the part of myself that craved adventure like a moth drawn to flame. I remembered my grandfather's stories, his voice a mere whisper as he spun tales of a city drowned by hubris, of gods and heroes lost beneath the waves. His eyes had sparkled with mischief then, but now, I feared the truth would shatter my naive beliefs. "Ferdinand!" A burst of impatience colored her tone. "We don't have all day." Her words were like a wake-up slap, and I felt the electric current of urgency course through me. I couldn't afford to let my fears drown me, not now, not when we had come so far. The thrill of possibility ignited a fire deep in my chest. I took a breath, a long, trembling inhale, and stepped into the darkness. It enveloped me like an embrace, thick and suffocating, swallowing the light. I could hear the distant drip of water echoing off the walls, a quiet reminder of time passing, each droplet a heartbeat in this endless void. The air tasted of salt and something ancient, a decay that clung to the walls, a ghost of what had once been. I felt Eva's presence beside me, a constant pulse of energy, tethered to my very soul. But alongside her fierce drive lay an undercurrent of fear, fear of the unknown, fear of what we might unearth. "Ferdinand," she whispered, her voice barely a breath. "Do you think it's really down here? Atlantis?" I wanted to answer with conviction, my voice steady and strong, but all I could muster was a shaky exhale. "I don't know. But we have to find out." The words fell like stones into the abyss, heavy with unfulfilled promise. The darkness pressed in, wrapping around us, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Each echoing step felt like an intrusion, a violation of the sanctity of this forgotten world. I remembered the tales of guardians, of sentinels who protected the secrets of Atlantis. Was I, a mere mortal, trespassing upon the sacred ground where dreams and nightmares intertwined? A flicker caught my eye, an opening in the rock, barely visible beneath layers of damp moss. I felt Eva's hand grip my arm, a blend of excitement and trepidation coursing through her. "This way," she urged, and I followed, allowing her intensity to guide me. As we stepped into the chamber, a gasp escaped my lips, caught between awe and horror. The walls shimmered with bioluminescent algae, casting an otherworldly glow that painted our faces in ethereal hues. In the center lay a stone altar, intricate carving spiraling into the dark, the heartbeat frozen in time, a whisper of rituals forgotten. I reached out, trembling fingers brushing against the cold stone, and a jolt of energy surged through me. Do you feel that? I turned to Eva, but she was staring at something beyond me, eyes wide with disbelief. The air thickened, charged with a tension that sent shivers racing down my spine. Ferdinand, she breathed, look. I turned to see shadows converging in the corner, a flickering dance that grew more pronounced, forming into shapes, figures cloaked in darkness, their eyes gleaming like distant stars. They moved closer, gliding silently, and I felt my heart seize, each beat a frantic plea for escape. These were not mere myths, they were the remnants of those who had come before us, souls trapped between worlds, and I could feel their pain, their longing clawing at the edges of my consciousness. Eva, we need to get out of here. Panic erupted in my chest, a wild animal clawing to be freed. But she stood frozen, enraptured by the vision before us, the shadows weaving stories of the past, tales of glory and ruin that echoed through the ages. I could see the conflict within her, the desperate hope battling against the cold grip of fear. But what if they can tell us? What if they know? Some truths are better left buried. My voice was a desperate shout, ricocheting off the cave walls, bouncing back at me like a taunt. The figures paused, their ethereal forms still, and for a moment everything hung in balance, the fragile thread of hope, the weight of impending doom. The shadows swirled, whispering secrets lost to time, secrets that begged to be uncovered. I saw the flicker of a blade, the glint of betrayal, the sorrow of forsaken promises etched in their faces. Ferdinand! Eva reached for me, her hand finding mine, and suddenly, I was not alone in this dark abyss. I remember, I whispered, as a memory surfaced, the tales my grandfather wove, the passion in his voice as he spoke of the gods who walked among men. But in those stories lay a warning, buried beneath layers of nostalgia. I remember the price of knowledge. The shadows shifted, their whispers growing louder, a cacophony of despair, a haunting melody that echoed through the chambers, and I felt the weight of history pressing down upon me. Ferdinand, we can't turn back now, Eva's voice was fierce, resolute. We owe it to them, to know the truth. And so, we stood there, hand in hand, engulfed in the swirling mystery of the underworld. With every heartbeat, with every breath, the weight of the past pressed closer, a relentless tide, pulling us into the depths of a world long forgotten. The clock ticks, a sound so mundane, yet here, in this suffocating silence, it splits time with a jagged edge. I stand in the shadows of a crumbling city, the air thick with dread, like smoke curling around the last flickering flame of a dying candle. My heart races, pounding against my ribs as if trying to break free. Around me, memories dart in and out of focus, like ghosts haunting a forgotten grave. I remember her laughter, sharp and bright, a lighthouse in the storm of my despair, and now it feels like a cruel memory, a stone lodged in my throat. Anna, my sister, the one who danced through life with reckless abandon, now lies in the depths of the metaphysical underworld. The weight of her absence is an anchor, pulling me into the abyss. I remember the last time we spoke, the way her eyes sparkled with mischief, as if she held the secrets of the universe in her hands. The shadows around the city have thickened since then, the streets twisted like the thoughts inside my mind. Each corner turn feels like a descent deeper into madness. Do you think they're watching us? Ben asks, his voice barely a whisper, trembling against the backdrop of the night. He's beside me, his eyes wide, haunted. A novice philosopher caught in the throes of existential dread. I can see his breaths, short and sharp, as if he's fighting against an unseen current. It's as if the world has conspired to pull us apart, and the closer we get to that underworld, the further we drift from reality. I don't know, but I can feel them, I reply, my voice raw, a desperate plea clawing its way up from my gut. The shadows seem to shift, whispering secrets I can't grasp, taunting us with their silence. The city is alive, but it's a twisted life, the heartbeat of despair echoing through empty streets, while the moon hangs like a voyeur above us, judging, always judging. Ben leans closer, his warm breath mingling with the chill of the night. What if we're already in it? What if life itself is just the metaphysical underworld, and we're the lost souls? His eyes dart around, searching for answers in the darkness, and I feel the pull of his words, heavy, profound, a gravitational force threatening to swallow us whole. I remember standing in the ruins of our childhood home, the wallpaper peeling like memories forgotten. Anna had been there, her laughter like music, filling the empty spaces. But now? Now, those walls are nothing but a mausoleum for our dreams. I can almost see the shadows of our past selves dancing against the walls, flickering like the flame of a dying candle, yet here we are in this moment, alive, trembling on the precipice of something vast and terrifying. Do you think there's a way back? I ask, my voice barely a whisper, each word coated in fear. The darkness feels alive, pulsating with a rhythm that matches my heartbeat. I can hear the echoes of philosophers long gone, their words weaving through the alleys, touching the very essence of our existence. A kaleidoscope of thoughts, swirling in my mind, begging for release. Maybe it's not about going back, Ben murmurs, his breath warm against my ear, but finding a way through it. Do we confront it, or do we let it consume us? The question hangs, heavy with uncertainty. It's a riddle with no answer. My thoughts spiral, each possible response a blade, cutting deeper into the fabric of my soul. I remember Anna's voice, a song that floated through the air, a promise of brighter days, now lost somewhere in the recesses of my mind. The underworld beckons, a haunting lullaby, and I feel a pull, a tether to something greater, yet deeply sinister. There are clocks in the underworld, I say, the words tumbling out before I can catch them. Time doesn't flow like it does here. It's trapped. The idea sends shivers racing down my spine, a cold whisper wrapping around my heart. I see Ben's eyes widen, understanding flickering in the dark. What if we're just shadows, memories trapped in a loop? He stares into the distance, beyond the crumbling buildings, deeper into the night, into the unknown. It frightens me, the thought of us as nothing more than remnants of what we once were. And then, I remember the stars, the way they blink like distant dreams, alive and yet unreachable. Each twinkle a reminder of Anna's spirit, her unyielding belief in the possibility of existence beyond this physical realm. She believed in something, I murmur, lost in the thought. Something more than this, what if she's waiting for us? Ben's voice trembles, reverberating in the hollow spaces of the night. What if we just have to reach out and, before he can finish, the air shifts, thickens, as if the universe itself holds its breath. The shadows surge, swirling around us, and I feel it, the presence of something ancient, something that knows our fears, our desires. I want to scream, to run, yet my feet are rooted in the ground, a prisoner to my own thoughts. Do you feel that? I choke out, my voice barely a whisper, the weight of the night pushing down on me. It's like they're watching. Ben nods, his face pale, and in that moment, we're not just two lost souls in a city of shadows, we are echoes, fragments of a larger whole, battling against the metaphysical underworld that seeks to consume us. I don't want to lose you, he admits, desperation spilling from him, a lifeline thrown into the darkness. The bond between us tightens like a noose, and I can't help but feel that we are not just fighting for ourselves, but for the very essence of existence, for Anna who waits in the spaces between life and death, in the haunting echoes of time. The clock ticks on, relentless, and we stand, suspended in this moment, a fragile thread weaving through the fabric of the universe. I can't shake the feeling that the underworld is alive, aware, watching with 1,000 eyes, and as we confront the paralyzing shadows, I remember her laughter again, echoing in the night, a siren's call pulling us deeper into the darkness, and I wonder, will we find our way back, or will we sink into the metaphysical abyss, forever lost in a philosophical dance between life and the void? The room was dark, save for the flickering light of the television casting eerie shadows across the walls. The distant sound of sirens wailed like lost souls searching for a way back, a reminder of life just outside the door. Sarah clutched the remote, her heart racing as the screen illuminated the haunting image of a character she had known only through the ink of old pages and the silver glow of film. There he was, a man tormented by choices, standing at the precipice of despair, a decision brewing like a storm in his chest. "You can't go back," she whispered, though she knew he couldn't hear her. No one could. Mark, the man on the screen, was a reflection of her own demons, deep set beneath the surface, festering like a wound that refused to heal. He gripped the hilt of his sword, the blade flashing in the dim light, a symbol of his struggle, a reminder of everything he had lost in pursuit of vengeance. I remember the laughter that echoed in the halls before the darkness took him, Sarah thought, tears pooling in her eyes. Mark's anger felt like a storm inside her, a tempest threatening to break free at any moment, but she knew, just like him, that staying was the only option. And then there was Alex, flickering in and out of her memory, much like the ghostly figures in the tales they had both devoured under the blanket of midnight. A friend turned antagonist, his betrayal had cracked her heart wide open. I trusted you, she imagined confronting him, but the words were trapped behind a veil of silence. Alex had walked into the shadows willingly, drawn by whispers of power, leaving Sarah tangled in an underworld of pain and confusion. Why didn't you warn me? She shouted at the screen, though Mark was no more real than the ghosts that haunted the alleys of a forgotten city. The confrontation played out in fragments, a broken friendship, a knife twisted in betrayal, a heart that had been stitched back together only to find itself torn apart again. I remember the day we found that old book, she recalled, the scent of aged paper filling her nostrils, the excitement palpable, the thrill of discovery. You said it was just a story, just a fable. But look where we are now. The room closed in, shadows creeping closer, breathing down her neck. She felt the weight of the world pressing on her chest, suffocating, every heartbeat echoing the fear pulsing through her veins. Would Mark avenge his loss, or would he, too, become a spectre wandering through the halls of his own making? Sarah could feel the inevitability of the darkness, creeping closer with each passing moment. She wrapped her arms around herself, searching for warmth, but all she felt was the chill of the underworld clawing at her soul. Time is a cruel trickster, she thought, her mind spiraling through memories and dreams, each one woven with the threads of regret. Just when you think you've escaped, it pulls you back in, deeper into its grasp. She watched as the characters on screen grappled with their own shadows, each moment pregnant with tension, each breath a countdown to something she could not yet see. The clock ticked relentlessly, echoing in the silence like a heartbeat in the vastness of the universe, a reminder that nothing lasts, not joy, not trust, not even life itself. Why did I let you go? She whispered to Alex, the bitterness sharp as the blade that had once torn through their bond. In this world, the underworld, nothing was sacred, there were no heroes, only those who fell from grace. Mark's journey became her own, a reflection, a warning, a plea to the darkness that threatened to consume them both. With every second that passed, the tension wound tighter, a noose around her heart, and she felt the tears slip down her cheeks, carving paths through the grime of despair. I wanted to save you, she said, this time to Mark, her voice trembling as the climax approached. But how can you save someone who's already lost? The question hung in the air, heavy with the weight of her own failures, pulsing with the unrelenting rhythm of desperation. Would he find redemption, or would he succumb to the very darkness he sought to destroy? The screen shimmered, and Sarah found herself drawn into the haunting world of shadows and whispers. She could feel the cold breeze against her skin, the smell of damp earth, a sickly sweet reminder of life and death intertwining. The underworld was alive, and she was but a spectator, yet it clawed at her insides, begging her to join the fray. You can't turn away, she told herself, heart racing, a dance with danger swirling within her chest. What if it's too late? The final scene unfolded, a cacophony of emotions crashing like waves against the jagged cliffs of her mind. Mark stood before an abyss, a choice to make, and Sarah's breath hitched, trapped in a moment that felt both eternal and fleeting. What will you choose? She screamed silently, and the weight of the question pressed down on her, sharp and unforgiving. Everything has a price, she thought, remembering the tales of old, the warnings spun in shadows. But what if that price is too high? The screen flickered, the tension palpable, spiraling toward a confrontation that felt inevitable, raw, and terrifyingly real. She could feel the cold grip of fear, the thrill of anticipation, the throbbing ache of longing and regret all swirling into a tempest within her. The underworld was calling, and Sarah was drowning in its depths, her own heartbeat sinking with the chaos unfolding on screen. Each second stretched into an eternity, and she felt an unrelenting pull, a siren's call beckoning her closer. You can't go back, she murmured, bracing for the inevitable crash. Just as the moment reached its peak, everything went dark, leaving her suspended in a void, a swirling mass of unresolved conflict and emotion, the underworld alive within her. In that abyss, she faced her own shadows, knowing that in the world of film and literature, the stories never truly end. They linger, waiting for someone to turn the page, to press the play button once more. And as she sat in the darkness, the weight of it all settling around her like a shroud, Sarah realized she was not just a spectator, she was part of the underworld, where every heartbeat, every breath, pulsed with the haunting echoes of those who had come before and those who were yet to come. The air crackled with tension, oppressive and thick as if the very atmosphere weighed upon their chests. A shriek pierced the silence, a sound that echoed through the damp, stone hallways of the underworld, a place not of fire and brimstone, but of shadows and whispers, an abyss where the deepest fears and lost memories languished. Here, the walls were slick with shame and regret, a morose mirror reflecting unspoken truths. I stood at the edge, my heart pounding as I watched Anna, her pale face illuminated by the flickering light of a single, dying candle. She trembled, fingers dancing nervously at her side, caught between the urge to flee and the insatiable curiosity that gnawed at her. "We shouldn't be here," she murmured, a haunting tremor in her voice, echoing the unease that clawed at us. I felt it crawling beneath my skin, a phantom limb that hadn't existed before tonight. James lurked a few paces behind, shadows clinging to him as if the darkness sought comfort in his insecurities. I could see the conflict etched across his face, eyes wide, caught between the thrill of the unknown and the weight of his own past. "It's just a story," he said, though the quiver in his voice betrayed him. "Just a myth. But myths have a way of bleeding into reality, don't they?" The underworld lay before us, a labyrinth of twisted memories, a psychological landscape where the echoes of laughter turned to sobs, where fleeting joy morphed into despair. I could feel the weight of our collective grief pressing down, a palpable force that churned in the air. Anna's brows furrowed, her resolve waning. What if they're right? She was searching for reassurance, a flicker of light in this consuming gloom. What if we find something we don't want to see? Each word hung in the damp air, heavy and suffocating, as I thought of the ghosts that lingered here, the ones we carry within us. I remembered the loss, the faces that flickered before my eyes like dying embers. "We all have our demons," I whispered, my voice hoarse, grappling with the shadows of my own past. "This place, it's just a reflection of what we already know." Anna looked at me, her gaze piercing, searching for something, hope, perhaps, or understanding. "But what if it consumes us?" The candle flickered again, casting dancing shadows that played tricks on our eyes, pulling us deeper into the maze of our fears. The walls seemed to close in, memories congealing like spilled ink. I thought of the darkness I had buried, the secrets that clung like cobwebs in the corners of my mind. They were alive in this underworld, waiting to be acknowledged. A chill ran down my spine. James took a step forward, his voice breaking through the silence. "Then we face them. We confront what we've been trying to hide." It was a bold declaration, tinged with desperation. I felt the edges of his vulnerability, raw and exposed. That part of him, so flawed yet relatable, urged us on, pulling us deeper into the shadows. As we moved, the air thickened, memories erupting around us like specters from a long-forgotten past. I remembered my mother, the scent of her lavender soap embracing me like a childhood lullaby. I remembered the day it all shattered, her face fading, replaced by the wreckage of loss. Anna stumbled, her foot catching on something soft yet unyielding, and as she fell, she screamed, a sound that reverberated through the void, awakening the very essence of our fears. I rushed to catch her, heart racing, but the weight of the memories held her down, roots of regret binding her to the floor. "I can't breathe," she gasped, eyes wide with terror. "Fight it!" I shouted, my voice trembling with emotion. "Remember the light! The laughter!" But the laughter felt distant, a wisp of smoke fading into the night. James knelt beside her, offering his hand, a lifeline in the suffocating darkness. "You're not alone, Anna," he said, his voice fierce. "We're in this together." The sincerity in his words pierced through the fog that surrounded us, igniting a flicker of hope. I watched, breath caught in my throat, as Anna grasped his hand. It was a fragile connection, trembling with uncertainty, yet it held a power that resonated within the depths of our tormented souls. They faced the void together, and for a brief moment, the shadows hesitated, recoiling as if they feared this newfound defiance. But the underworld is a cunning adversary, a reflection of our deepest unconscious fears. The walls pulsed with memories, and I felt the weight of my own darkness creeping back, whispering secrets I thought long buried. I remembered the night I lost my way, the choices I made that led me here, the regrets that haunted me like a constant whisper in the back of my mind. "We have to keep moving," I urged, but my voice trembled, an echo of uncertainty. The underworld had a way of making you question everything, and I fought against the tide of despair that threatened to pull me under. As we pressed on, the shadows flickered, and the air thickened with anticipation. Something was looming, something waiting just beyond our grasp. My heart raced, each beat a reminder of the stakes. Anna's breaths quickened, and James, ever the anchor, squeezed her hand tighter, anchoring us all against the tempest of our fears. But what if the storm was only beginning? What if we were drawn into the abyss, trapped in this endless loop of shadows and regrets? The underworld whispered promises and threats in equal measure, a symphony of chaos that churned within us. I could feel the truth closing in, a confrontation with the darkness that lurked within our souls, our unconscious selves, desperate to be heard. And as we moved deeper, the air crackled with something more than fear. It crackled with the weight of unresolved pain and the flickering embers of hope, battling for dominance in the suffocating dark. Together, I whispered, a mantra against the encroaching shadows, "We're stronger together." And as we took the next step forward, I closed my eyes, surrendering to the swell of emotion that churned beneath the surface. The underworld awaited, a mirror reflecting our own depths, and it was impossible to turn back now. The city lay draped in shadows, the night thick like a shroud and the air heavy with the scent of rain-soaked asphalt. I stood at the edge of an alley, heart pounding, the echo of footsteps vanishing into the darkness. There was something intoxicating about the danger, something that made the adrenaline in my veins sing. But as the clock struck 12, a chill crept into my bones, whispering secrets that made my skin prickle. This was the underworld, the pulse of humanity's darkest yearnings, and I was caught in its clutches. I remember the glint of a knife in the dim light, the sharp metallic taste of fear clinging to my tongue. It was here, in this liminal space between the living and the forgotten, that I met Clara. Her eyes, a haunting shade of green, flickered with a fire that belied the vulnerability in her quivering hands. She was searching for something, perhaps the truth, perhaps redemption, lost in the labyrinthine streets of her mind where shadows dance like ghosts. "The past doesn't die," she whispered, her voice trembling like autumn leaves caught in a storm. "It lives, it breathes, and it haunts us." I wanted to believe her, to anchor myself in the promise of her words, but doubt gnawed at me. I remembered the stories, the ones where the underworld was a graveyard of dreams, where souls lingered like fading echoes. Clara's struggles were mirrored in my own, a reflection in the murky water of our shared despair. We were two souls adrift, battling the weight of our histories, the shadows of our choices stretching long behind us. Then there was Marcus, a figure shrouded in intrigue, his laughter hauntingly melodic, yet steeped in sorrow. He wore his pain like armor, thick and unyielding, a barrier between him and the world. I often found him in the corners of the city, where the light barely reached, trading stories for solace, exchanging ghosts for fleeting moments of connection. "We play a dangerous game," he'd say, a sardonic grin curling his lips. "But isn't that the essence of life? To dance with the devils and hope we can still walk away." His words would hang in the air like smoke, intoxicating yet suffocating. I couldn't help but wonder if he truly believed it or if he was just another lost soul chasing the mirage of meaning in the shadows. Our conversations ebbed and flowed like the tides, punctuated by the weight of unspoken truths, an emotional current that pulled me deeper into the underbelly of our existence. I remember the night the storm broke. Thunder roared, shaking the very foundations of our fragile peace. Clara stood by the window, illuminated by flashes of lightning, each illumination revealing the jagged edges of her heart. "What if we could rewrite our stories?" she breathed, as if the idea itself was a magic spell that could break the chains of our pasts. I wanted to believe her, to grasp the possibility, but fear wrapped around my throat like a noose, squeezing tighter with every heartbeat. Each flash of light was a reminder of our choices, each clap of thunder a warning. The underworld was shifting beneath our feet, a living entity that fed on our nightmares and dreams alike. Innovations were rising, trends twisting the very fabric of our reality. I could feel it, the pulse of something new, something dangerous. People crave connection, Marcus said, his voice low, eyes glazed with an intensity that made the air electric. They'll pay any price to escape their loneliness, even if it means dancing with their demons. The underworld thrives on that. It's a marketplace of desires, a breeding ground for innovation. I looked at Clara, her face illuminated by the eerie glow of the storm outside. You think we can find a way to harness it? I asked, hope and despair intertwined in my chest. She turned to me, eyes fierce, determination coursing through her veins like wildfire. We can either be consumed by it or learn to control it. There's power in our pain, in the stories we carry. The rain began to fall, heavy and relentless, drumming against the roof like a heartbeat. I felt the walls closing in, the air thickening with unsaid words and unresolved conflicts. But what if we lose ourselves? My voice was barely a whisper, the fear of the unknown clawing at my insides. Clara stepped closer, her warmth pushing back the cold shadows that threatened to engulf me. Sometimes, losing ourselves is the only way to find who we truly are. Her gaze was steady, a lifeline in the storm. We have to face the darkness to emerge into the light. And as the tempest raged outside, I felt the underworld shift, alive with possibilities. There was a rhythm to it, a pulsing heart beneath the chaos, drawing us in like moths to a flame. We stood at the precipice, caught in the undercurrents of our own desires, the future stretching out before us, a vast, uncharted territory filled with fear, hope, and the intoxicating promise of transformation. In that moment, I realized, the future of underworld studies was not about answers but questions. It was a dance with shadows, an embrace of contradictions, a symphony of chaos and creation. We were the architects of our destinies, the pioneers of a new narrative, woven from the threads of our pain and our resilience. As I looked into Clara's eyes, I felt the weight of our collective stories, the shame, the heartbreak, the flickers of joy. I was terrified yet exhilarated, standing on the edge of something monumental, something that could change everything. The thunder rumbled once more, echoing the tumult in our hearts, a reminder that the future was an unwritten page, waiting for our ink to spill across it. In that electric moment, as the storm thundered around us, I understood, this was merely the beginning, the first breath of an endless evolution. And as the clock ticked on, 12:01, our hearts synced with the rhythm of the underworld, forever entwined in its haunting embrace. The air crackles, thick with the scent of dust and dread, as I stand on the precipice of a forgotten world. I can feel the ancient weight of the scrolls pressing against the very walls of this dimly lit chamber. My heart beats erratically, each thud echoing like a warning from the dead, as I reach for the fragile papyrus, my fingers trembling with unbridled anticipation. The scrolls whisper secrets of the underworld, tales of despair and longing, and I can almost hear the echoes of the souls trapped within their fragile coils. Ruth, don't! Marcus's voice cuts through the silence, a raw edge of fear woven into his words. He stands at the entrance, silhouetted against the flickering light, eyes wide with horror. I can't turn back now. I can't unsee what my heart has already grasped, even if my mind screams for reason. Marcus, this is history, not some fable, I snap, my voice sharper than I intend. I can't let him see my doubt. After all, isn't this what we've both been searching for? The truth buried in shadow? The thrill of discovery coursing through my veins like fire? But the weight of his gaze, the worry that radiates like heat, pulls at me. History? Or a curse? His words hang in the air, heavy, like the oppressive silence that blankets the room. I remember the stories, the ones our professors whispered in hushed tones, tales of doomed archaeologists who had dared to unearth the sacred and the profane. The scent of burnt offerings, the bitter tang of resentment from restless spirits. I feel the chill of the scroll beneath my fingertips, an ice pick of terror stabbing into my gut. What if he's right? What if these scrolls were not meant to be touched, not meant to be read? But the thrill surges again, drowning out the warning bells. The underworld beckons with its dark allure, and I am helpless against its call. Did you ever think, I say, my voice quivering, that maybe, just maybe, these stories could change everything? My eyes dart to the scrolls, and I can almost see their stories unraveling before me, weaving a tapestry of the lives and deaths of those who came before. Marcus hesitates, the tension thick enough to slice through. I glimpse the conflict ripping through him. His mind races, torn between his desire to preserve and protect, and the overwhelming curiosity that draws him closer to me. We're bound in this moment, two souls teetering on the edge of discovery, and I can feel his heartbeat echoing in tandem with mine. I remember, I whisper, a thread of vulnerability creeping into my tone. We said we'd do this together. Remember when we found that shard of pottery? The way it sang to us, revealing secrets long forgotten. He exhales sharply, and for a heartbeat, I see the flicker of our shared past, the late nights spent poring over ancient texts, the way we laughed at the absurdity of our passion, the way we danced around the shadows of our dreams. But the laughter fades, replaced by the specters of our fears. What if this leads us somewhere we can't return from? Ruth, he begins, his voice low, almost pleading. We can't play with forces we don't understand. The underworld is not just a concept, it's a reality. I interrupt, feeling the surge of defiance wash over me. The underworld is our history. If we don't embrace it, we're just ghosts ourselves, drifting through life, never living fully, never knowing the depth of our past. The scrolls call out to me, their ancient fibers pulsating against time, a heartbeat from a realm that has been buried too long. I can almost hear the voice of a long-lost soul, urging me to pull the threads of their existence back into the light. And then it happens. A sudden flutter, a breeze that shouldn't exist in this confined space. The scrolls rustle. My breath hitches, and I freeze, rooted to the spot. Marcus's eyes widen, a mix of awe and horror painting his face. The air grows thick with the scent of memory, of forgotten lives and lost dreams. What was that? He breathes, his voice a fragile whisper. I don't know, I admit, fear tangling with exhilaration. But I have to find out. My fingers curl around the edge of the scroll, and I pull, each inch feeling like a mile. The light flickers ominously, shadows dancing along the walls like specters taunting us, daring us to continue. Ruth, please. His plea is raw, a desperate grip on the fraying edges of sanity. I can see the man I fell in love with, the one driven by a thirst for knowledge, fighting against the tide of something darker. Let it rest. And there it is, the chasm that divides us. I remember the nights he spent lost in his books, the way he'd lose himself in the past, while I sketched out our future. But now, as I stand at the precipice of an ancient truth, the future feels weightless, suspended in the ether of what lies beneath. I glance back at Marcus, his silhouette flickering in the candlelight, a ghost of the man I knew. He's scared, and that fear seeps into me like a poison, thickening the air. But the scrolls pulse with a different kind of energy, a promise and a curse intertwined. I have to know, I whisper, the words tasting like ashes on my tongue. The scroll unfurls beneath my touch, revealing cryptic symbols that seem to writhe and twist, alive in their ancient dance. In that moment, I am the bridge between worlds. The past cries out, enveloping us in its suffocating embrace, and the tension spirals, wrapping around us like a noose. I look into Marcus's eyes, and the weight of our choices hangs between us, a thunderstorm brewing in the silence. And just as I begin to decipher the first line, a shiver runs through the room. A crack in reality? Or perhaps the voices of the forgotten? The scroll is alive, urging me on, and as I lean closer, the shadows shift, morphing into shapes both familiar and terrifying. The stories demand to be told, and I am their unwilling vessel. I remember the nights we'd lay beneath the stars, dreaming of what could be, never realizing that the cosmos may not be so forgiving. Ruth, please. The urgency in Marcus's voice pulls me back, but the tendrils of the underworld wrap around my soul, whispering promises I can't ignore. And I know, in that heart-thumping moment, there's no turning back. The scrolls have awakened, and the darkness is hungry. Time stands still, and I am caught in the web of the past, the present, and the unimaginable future, each moment spiraling into the next, forever intertwined. The cold air was thick with dread as the full moon cast a sickly light over the crumbling stones of the cathedral ruins. Lucas stood, heart racing, peering into the depths of what was once a sacred place. He could feel the weight of history pressing down, like fingers brushing against his neck, urging him to turn back. But he couldn't, the pull of the underworld was too strong. The map, stained with age and haunted by loss, lay crumpled in his hands, an artifact etched with tales of the damned. "I remember the legends," he whispered, his voice trembling. The maps drawn in blood, showing the way to the souls lost beneath the earth. The thought sent shivers through him, recalling the stories his grandmother told at night, her voice a mere shadow in the flickering candlelight. He shook his head, trying to dislodge the memories that clung to him like cobwebs. Across the crumbling threshold, Sophia lurked in the shadows, her dark curls framing a face etched with grief. She clutched her own map, one that echoed Lucas's but was filled with her own hauntings, the deaths of her family, the echoes of their laughter now silenced. "What do you seek?" she called, her voice low yet piercing, cutting through the silence like a knife. "Are you looking for redemption, or merely chasing ghosts?" Lucas felt the tension coil between them, their shared pain wrapping around their hearts like a noose. His mind raced back to the day he lost everything, each heartbeat reminding him of the dark abyss they were about to confront. "I seek the truth," he replied, the words tasting bitter on his tongue. But what if truth is just another name for despair? A gust of wind howled through the broken arches, and the shadows twisted, as if alive, eager to reveal their secrets. Just then, a flicker of movement caught Lucas's eye, a phantom shape darting in the corner of the ruins. His breath hitched, and he turned to Sophia, their gaze locking. "Did you see that?" "Maybe it's just the darkness," she replied, a hint of fear creeping into her voice. "Or maybe it's more." The weight of unspoken words hung between them, memories of their past, of lives ripped apart and futures stolen. They stepped deeper into the cathedral, each echoing footfall a reminder of their collective anguish. The walls whispered tales of the damned, their voices intertwining with the damp air, a symphony of sorrow that gripped Lucas's heart. He could almost hear the laughter of children long gone, only to be replaced by the cries of the lost. "Do you believe in the underworld?" Sophia asked, her eyes shining in the moonlight. "In this place where maps can guide you to souls, where shadows breathe life into the dead?" "I used to," he murmured. "But now?" "I fear the truth lies deeper than any map could show. I fear it's buried beneath the layers of hope we can't peel back." A flicker of doubt crossed her face, a fleeting moment where vulnerability danced in her eyes. "What if we find them?" she breathed, a mixture of hope and dread. "What if we find the maps lead to them? Will it bring peace, or just more pain?" The weight of their situation pressed down, a heavy blanket of grief wrapped around them. The moonlight flickered, revealing grotesque carvings on the walls, faces twisted in agony, souls trapped in eternal torment. Lucas felt bile rise in his throat. "This place is a tomb," he said, voice cracking. "A mausoleum of lost dreams." "I know," Sophia replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "But these maps, they're our only link to what we've lost. I have to try." As her determination collided with his fear, the silence shattered. A low growl echoed from the darkness, a warning that sent icy fingers crawling up his spine. Shadows danced wildly, twisting and contorting, as if alive. "We need to go," Lucas shouted, his heart pounding like a war drum. But Sophia stood firm, her eyes ablaze with an intensity that shook him to his core. "No. We must confront this. For them. For us." Her voice was a battle cry, defying the night and everything it held. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted, the air thickening with an unnameable essence, a presence that felt ancient and wise yet terrifying. The weight of countless souls, lost and forgotten, filled the space around them. They were not alone. "I remember when I thought ignorance was bliss," Lucas admitted, his voice quaking. "But now? I wish I could forget. I wish I could erase the maps from my mind." A tremor coursed through Sophia, but her resolve only tightened. "If we run, we lose everything. The maps may show us the way to peace, to closure. We owe it to them. Lucas felt the gravity of her words, the sheer weight of their shared pain anchoring him to the spot. Then let's face it together, he said finally, a spark igniting within him, fueled by the fire that burned in her eyes. The growl morphed into a cacophony of whispers, shadows swirling around them like a storm. The maps trembled in their hands, twirling with a life of their own. They were on the precipice of something immense, a confrontation that would either shatter them or release the burdens they carried. What awaited them in the silent abyss, the ghosts of their pasts, the shadows of their choices, was something they could not foresee. But as they stood together, heartbeats sinking in a desperate rhythm, the legacy of the Underworld maps loomed over them like an ominous cloud, ready to unveil its chilling truths. In that moment, the lines of their lives intertwined, and the Underworld began to breathe, waiting for the moment of reckoning, a twisted map leading to the heart of their fears, longing to be unfurled under the night sky.